morning. Welcome to the Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday. At this time, we'll entertain public comment. Seeing no one in the gallery for public comment. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Item 1 is pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, Personnel Matter, Conference with Labor Negotiator Judy Hawkins, Director of Human Resources and Risk Management, regarding Deputy Sheriff's Association, Sheriff's Management Unit, Service Employees International Union, and Calaveras County Public Safety Employees Association negotiations.
Okay.
No.
At this time, we'll...
No.
I'm sorry. Oh, on that item. Okay, then we'll have public comment on this item. Seeing no one in the gallery for public comment, Madam Clerk.
Item 2 is conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, one case, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2.
And at this time, there's no public comment once again, so we'll adjourn to closed session. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Board of Supervisors meeting here for Tuesday for County of Calaveras. At this time, we'll stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I think that'd be a great idea. We have you lead us, sir.
All right. Salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
So our report out from our closed sessions this morning. Item 1, pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, Personnel Matter, Conference with Labor Negotiator Judy Hawkins, Director of Human Resources and Risk Management, regarding Deputy Sheriff's Association, Sheriff's Management Unit, Service Employees International Union, and Calaveras County Public Safety Employees Association negotiations. There was no reportable action taken. Item 2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, and significant exposure to litigation, one case, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2. On a 5-0 vote, the board directed staff to execute full release and agreement between the county and Farm Sanctuary.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This time, is there any announcements by board members or staff? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Item 3 is from the Board of Supervisors to adopt a proclamation recognizing the achievements of Ryan Hereford.
Thank you. I'd like to take the honor of presenting this proclamation. It's a proclamation recognizing the achievements of Ryan Hereford. Whereas Ryan Hereford has already dedicated much of his life to community service, and whereas Ryan has volunteered to assist community groups and events such as the Murphy's Business Association, the Murphy's Community Club, Irish Days, Murphy's Open House, Grape Stomp, and Day of the Dead, and whereas Ryan has contributed to projects to benefit the community, such as the restoration of garbage cans on Murphy's Main Street, and most recently the planning and construction of a 60-foot pedestrian bridge across Murphy's Creek. And whereas Ryan's career has indicated the creation and membership in Bret Hart's first technology club, the Cy Bullfrogs, being a peer tutor for students focusing on math and science, and student government. And whereas Ryan has achieved the rank of Eagle Scout and raised a flagpole at the Bret Hart baseball fields. And whereas, Ryan has received awards including the Rotary Student of the Month, Superintendent's Honor Roll for all 4 years of high school, Athletic Scholarship for cross country, track and field, and swimming, membership in the California Scholastic Federation, the CSF, being one of the top 10 students academically this year and most improved musician for playing the tuba. And therefore, we're going to stop right there. Is there a motion from the board?
So moved, Chair.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any public comment? I'm going to allow that. I'll call for a vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion passes 5-0 unanimous. Therefore, be it proclaimed that the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors would like to extend their congratulations to Ryan Hereford, extend their best wishes for his future endeavors, and express their appreciation for his dedication to the county and its elements. Passed and adopted by the Board of Supervisors of the County of Calaveras, State of California, this 27th day of June, 2017. Congratulations.
Yvonne and Jim, why don't you guys come over on this side?
All right, everybody.
Ready? Smile. For lots of pictures.
We like this. Way to go, Ryan. Way to go, Mom and Dad.
Okay.
I just wanted to say a few words that this project wouldn't have had happened, and there was a lot of people to thank, especially Robert Packinger and Scott Anderson from Public Works. Without Packinger, this project would have never happened. I just wanted to say thank you to him.
You're welcome, Ryan. Good job, young man. Madam Clerk?
Public comment. Any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the next order of business. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued as the last item of business in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of comments to be heard.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start public comments, I want to make a couple of brief statements. Number one, we're having difficulty with our audio when we're not speaking into the microphone. So I'm going to request everybody to make sure that, even our board members and staff, to speak directly into the microphone. Don't turn your head because they can't hear that in TV land. So if you do that, I really appreciate it. Okay, so everybody's clear. This is a general public comment period. This is a time to bring up any topic that is not on today's agenda. There will be another item, specific public comment period, for each item on the regular agenda and any items pulled from the consent agenda. So if you're here to talk about a topic or item that is on today's agenda, for instance, our budget, please wait until we get to that item's specific public comment period to address the board. Now, I welcome public comments on topics not on today's agenda. Please step forward. Thank you.
Good morning, Bonnie Newman from Double Springs, bringing legends from Double Springs. 1896, a little girl was born on Double Springs named Sadie. For as long as she could remember, every spring, an old Indian couple would walk down from West Point. Little old Indian lady would be leading a pony. It had a couple of sticks dragging behind with a blanket stretched between it. And this little old man, all crumpled up, would lay in those blankets. They'd come down to Double Springs and camp on their property all summer long. When they first got there, the little old lady'd take her little old man down by the creek, and she'd gather purple thistle when it was tender. She'd get a bouquet of thistle. She'd cover her little old man's head and groin with leather, and she'd take the thistle and she'd start whacking at him. And at first he'd yelp a little bit, but after a while he got quiet. Then she'd turn him over and she'd whack him on the other side. And they'd repeat this for days. She thinks about a week. At the end of that week, that little old man could get up, he could walk. They spent the rest of that summer hunting, fishing, and trapping, and harvesting, and trading. And at the end of the summer, they'd go back up the hill to West Point. This time the old man would be leading the pony. Their blanket would be filled with supplies, and the old woman walked behind to make sure nothing fell off. She said she remembered them doing that as long as she could remember, until she was about 7 or 8. Then she couldn't, then they never came no more. So I've always wondered, because she's not here to ask the question, did she mean this purple thistle, or did she mean this purple thistle? Because they both grow on Double Springs. And I've always wondered how well it might work. So I'd like to know if there's any volunteers here. I mean, we got some crusty old barnacles up here that might have a pain or two. So I wouldn't mind trying it out. We could say it's in the name of progressive holistic medical exploration or something. Anyway, we might get rid up in some medical journals. Think of it. Country Hicks rediscover ancient cure for arthritis.
Thank you, Bonnie.
Thank you very much.
We get beat up enough sometimes. Now we got this one.
I won't come at you, I promise.
Okay.
Hello, Bill Wilson, District 1. Loss of revenues could follow local bans. While it is correct that Prop 64 clearly allows locals to ban commercial cannabis operations and outdoor personal cultivation, it does not mention that the proposition denies any share in the revenues recouped statewide through taxes on marijuana sales to locals that ban these activities. Section 34019F3C of the AMA states that funds will be dispersed, through the Board of State and Community Corrections for making grants to local governments to assist with law enforcement, fire protection, or other local programs addressing public health and safety associated with the implementation of the Control, Regulate, and Tax Adult Use of Marijuana Act. However, the section goes on to state, the board shall not make any grants to local governments which have banned cultivation, including personal cultivation under section 11362.2B3 of the Health and Safety Code, outdoors upon the grounds of a private residence. If you ban outdoor 6 plants, you receive no state funding, period. Not a dime, folks. Again, I grant that we did not pass 64 locally in our county. We did pass Measure C. Measure C is a tax on commercial cultivation, the manufacturing, and dispensaries. That was a vote of the people. It is illegal for any legislative body to tamper with said voter-approved initiatives. It is illegal. It is called malfeasance, gentlemen. A ban at this point in time, after a voter-approved initiative, is legislative tampering, and it is malfeasance, and spending money on doing that is illegal. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Ms. Davis.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the board. Leslie Davis, County Assessor, and I'm appearing before you today as the County Assessor to report that we are in the midst and hopefully within the hour of closing the 2017 assessment roll. That roll total will be $6.682 billion net of all assessments. You don't have to take notes, Mr. Clapp. I'm going to hand this to you in a moment. It represents an increase of more than $500 million over the 2016 assessment roll, and the difference is an increase of 8.14%. We continue to have a backlog of work that has not been completed. That backlog is comprised of change in ownership and new construction that could not be assessed due to staffing limitations. In fact, we have nearly 4,000 new construction and transfer events that have not been valued, and that represents approximately 3.5 full-time equivalent appraisers work for an entire year. So as they start the coming year, they will have enough work to keep 3.5 appraisers busy, plus the normal workload for the 2018 assessment roll. I'd like to acknowledge the effort my staff has made to complete the assessment roll. When you get to your Butte Fire report, I'll report on what they actually have been working on this past year, which has been primarily Butte Fire roll reductions. However, in the last month or two, I shifted their focus to declines in value. And I shifted that focus toward decline in value for a key reason that it's important for you to know. We were not able to look at properties that were in decline in value status last year, which means if those property values went up, they were not reflected on the 2016 roll. I think you can tell by this increase, reflecting them on the 2017 roll is going to be very difficult for a number of our constituents. About 14,000 of those constituents are going to see major increases this year because there was no increase last year. So as you get phone calls, and by the way, the letters will be going out this week, I'd like you to remember that so that you can help answer those questions as well as my staff. I do have a copy for each of you and the clerk of the board, but not for county council, so
Leslie, thank you to you and your staff for doing this.
thank you. They made a heck of an effort, and I really think it would help for the board to acknowledge that effort that they've made this year.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Any further public comments?
I understand you guys were sent a letter by CALM. It's Citizens Against Legalizing Marijuana. And I'm going to read the letter that you were supposed to have Received. June 21st, 2017. Dear elected official, the two most important responsibilities of elected officials at any level of government are first and foremost to protect the people, and secondly, to manage tax dollars. Making marijuana is a very dangerous drug. Readily available threatens your ability to do either. Young people aged 12 to 25 have the highest consumption rate of marijuana. This group is under the threshold of a mature brain. Marijuana causes physical changes in the developing brain, reducing cognitive skills, memory, and motivation. It can cause a permanent loss of IQ by up to 8 points. I could never afford that, which moves a student a full category from average to below average. Marijuana users are 5 times more susceptible to suicide and 7 times more susceptible to mental illness. It is a causal factor in psychotic breaks, leading to violent acts, mental illness, including schizophrenia and paranoia, bipolar disorder, addiction, birth defects, and impaired driving. All this translates to more crime, homelessness, academic failure, traffic deaths, and incalculable damage to our environment. Obviously, there is huge money in illicit drugs. The cartels prove that. Cartels are not concerned with public health and safety or the related social costs. As with alcohol and tobacco, the social costs are 10 times the tax revenues. Increased marijuana use will be no different. Colorado's experience has shown that actual taxes on marijuana are significantly less than what was projected, and they do not come close to covering the increased cost of law enforcement, ER visits, DUI, traffic deaths, regulation, and crime. Additionally, the great increase in use by youth leads to very high school dropout rates. On the news, just this last week, a young mother lost her 2 children in her car because she was trying to teach her child a lesson.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Good morning, Board. Beth Whitkey, District 2 voter. Everything that I just heard on that letter is incorrect. There are studies that debunk the impaired driving. The taxes in Colorado are over $140 million a year. That doesn't go into cartel budgets, if you want to call it that. They found that harm reduction is a major benefit to safe access. States that have legal medical marijuana see a 25% decrease in opiate deaths. There's a decrease in emergency room visits because of prescription overdose. Youth use is down in states where it's legal. It becomes passé and boring. Many of the studies that talk about cognition don't look at the difference between use and misuse. These cognition impairments are debatable. Also, sorry, I'm out of breath. It's important to understand that if youth are exposed to this, those impairment tests, that is not a lasting metric. I am not advocating for youth recreational use. You will not find anyone in CCA advocating for youth recreational use. There are very seriously ill children and adults who benefit from non-psychoactive cannabis. There is no reason for this prohibition. The negative outcomes with crime are a result of prohibition. I wish that we could move this debate forward, stop with these ancient, disproved statistics, and get busy with recovering from the Butte fire, recovering from the bark beetle infestation, dealing with the storm damage that we've had. All of this takes money, it takes staff. And I'd also very much like to hear from someone on the board how many Measure C dollars have been collected to date. Suddenly this is requiring a freedom of information filing, and I don't understand why there isn't transparency in this budget talk about how much cannabis dollars, how many have come in to date. So I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Hi, Susan Morris. I just got a copy of this
Ms.
flyer.
Morris, could I have you speak in the microphone for
Sure,
us?
sorry.
Thank you.
And I did hear you say that, too.
That's okay.
Okay, anyway, I just received a copy of this flyer, and I think you each did, too. And I had never read it before, so I'm going to assume it's correct what it says at the bottom of here, but we'd all probably have to check it. But I'd just like to bring your attention. It says at the bottom corner, oppose marijuana use, American Medical Association, American Cancer Society, American Epilepsy Society, American Academy of Pediatrics, American MS Society, National Eye Institute, and American Lung Association, and others. So there's another side to this story, I think. As I said, I just read this, but I think that this organization is probably reputable. I've heard it even up here. I think I've heard this discussion. But anyway, just wanted to bring your attention to it, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Ben Stopper, District 5. A few months ago, our new CAO, Lutz, was introduced to everyone in here, and I talked to him briefly out in the crowd. I voiced my concern. I asked him a question. Do you live here? Do you plan on moving here? He kind of looked at me funny. I explained to him my concern in that is there has been many people that work for Calaveras County in the past that haven't decided to move here or live here and bring their concerns for the county here personally. He let me know that he was going to be renting here soon and looking for a place to move here, and I was very happy that he said as much. You know, it brought a little hope into my mind, you know, not someone else using Calaveras County as a stepping stool for another job. I just want to thank Mr. Lutz. Just in the few months, I understand he's done a lot of work. There's been a lot of hard financial work going in. I think he's been doing a good job for you guys, and I actually think you guys made a wise choice in hiring him for the position. To go on, the line item in the budget that's not there, that was just brought up, Measure C. We collect those taxes. Even if you aren't going to use that money, and you don't plan on using that money because there's a choice down the road that may become an issue in using that money, it should be shown as revenue. Even if you have to go down and show that you're not going to use it inside the budget, you know, possible extraction of it later.
Mr. Stopper, let me interrupt you. I think we are discussing the budget.
Right. Yes, sir, but this line item is not inside the budget.
Okay. All right, I'll allow that. Go ahead,
But agreed. A little shaky. Close to the line, sir. Thank you for trying to call me on it.
Oh, boy.
I believe it's public information. I think that any revenue coming in should be revealed to the public clearly on how much is taken in. I would hate to have to go to the office over here next door and put in a public information request every day so that I can start getting amounts 10 days later as we move forward. I would appreciate if you guys would consider putting that into the budget so then I wouldn't have to talk about it during public comment next time. You always have a wonderful night.
Thank you, Mrs. Stoffer. By the way, Mr. Lutz is a new resident of my district. Any further public comments? I'm sorry, what's that?
Officially not till tomorrow, is that correct?
Well, actually, technically, if you go to the recorder, it's probably Thursday, but.
Good morning, Board. My name is Cliff Edson, District 1, and I agree. I think Mr. Lutz is he's got his hands full. I think he's doing an amazing job considering the convoluted budget that we have. It's very hard to understand. There's a lot of hidden things in there, twisted things that maybe should be straightened out, and I'm looking forward to Mr. Lutz straightening it out. Makes it easier for the board actually to be able to understand things. Like in 2008, for instance, they took the position control list out of the budget so that you couldn't see in each department what the dollars were related to as far as employees. Made it very hard for us as a board to be able to see what was going on there. Second, we just heard a comment. There's two sides to every story. There is two sides to every story. I'd like to tell you about a little story that I had. 5 years ago, I was driving back from a doctor's appointment, and just outside of San Andreas, on the big turn there where the side rails were, I had somebody come in my direction, in my lane, at 55 miles an hour, and tried to get out of the way. They tried to go with me, back and forth like that, until finally I was able to squeeze by them. They clipped the back of my truck a little bit. It damaged my truck, and I ended up hitting the bank and flipping on its side. It's not a fun experience. Come to find out, the person that was driving the other vehicle was on 30 Oxycontin that they just picked up that same day from our prescription. So there's two sides to every story. And it's the individual that makes those choices. And so I think it's a wise thing to also consider the impact that you just heard the assessor talk about the rise that we're having. You might want to consider that as well. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Any other further public comment?
Good morning, Chairman and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is George Fry, and I live in District 1. And I would like to thank you for hiring Timothy Lutz. This man is amazing. His learning curve was really short in terms of putting this budget together. I've never seen anything like it before. Also, he's very approachable. I had an opportunity to meet with him for a few minutes and learned some information that I was seeking. And I want to thank the board for hiring him. He's just outstanding. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fry.
I'm going to run out of money in paying audience members by the end of this meeting. I'm just going to say.
We're going to discuss budget here.
If you were in the Rotary Club, let me tell you.
Is there any other further comments by the public? Okay, seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Consent agenda. The consent agenda items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They will be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may request removal of an item from the consent agenda for later discussion.
Before we go into this, I want to advise everyone that we're going to be looking at a new procedure starting today. That will be each individual agendized item will be presented by staff first, or the person that would pull an item from the agenda. Then the board will have the opportunity with staff to discuss any issues that they may have concerns on regarding that. Then we'll open it up to public comment on that particular item. I feel that this gives the opportunity for the public to listen to the discussion by the board prior to making their public comments and making them more effective and related to the issue at hand. We may have had that cart before the horse at one time where we had the general public speak on an item, then the board would discuss. So we're going to give the public the opportunity to listen to the board first and then make your public comments. Okay? Having said that, is there any member of the public that wishes to withdraw an item from the consent agenda? I see your hand, sir. Could you please speak loud?
16.
16? Any other item? Seeing none, I'll bring it to the board and the staff. Is there any item that the staff or board wishes to be pulled from the consent agenda?
Chair, it's item 8.
Supervisor Mills, item 8.
Item 9.
Item 9.
And item 11.
Item 11. Any other items from the regular, the consent agenda by the board or staff? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to accept the balance of the consent agenda.
So moved, Chair.
Moved by Supervisor Mills.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Clapp. Any public comment on that particular issue, pulling these items? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board for a vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion passes 5-0 unanimous. Madam Clerk.
Okay. Sorry, let me just get my bearings here for a second.
Well, that's okay.
Item 8. Okay. Item 8 is from the Sheriff's Department to authorize the sheriff to execute intergovernmental contract with Bureau of Reclamation, Department of Interior, in the amount of $154,420 for law enforcement services at New Maloney's Lake from June 1st, 2017 through May 31st, 2018.
Supervisor Mills, you pulled this item?
Yes, Chair. The purpose of pulling the item was to, and I know that the sheriff and his staff is not here, I did notice that the boat was not included in the cost allocation, but to ensure that this position is fully utilized for the purposes and that we are going to be able to put a deputy out there for the entire period of the contract. That was the only concern that I had, and I just wanted to voice that.
Okay. I believe, well, we do have a lieutenant. I don't want to put you on the spot, Lieutenant. That may not be your area of responsibility, but do you have any knowledge that we could share with that? I understand, Lieutenant. All right, not a problem. I must comment on that. Having experience in that while I was on the Sheriff's Department, and I know that was a long time ago, but they make every effort possible to field that position under contract. As a matter of fact, if there is an incident where they pull that assigned deputy to cover, say, a patrol call, where it's a personal danger or something like that, that is actually documented on the contract and through the accounting. But I understand your concern about filling that position permanently for the contract, and I understand that they make every effort possible.
No, and I do understand that, and it does say 40 hours per week. So the point is what 40 hours is just, it's going to be up to the Sheriff's Department to determine that. But I just want to be sure that we are going to be able to fully utilize the value of that contract. That's all the purpose.
Now, I do know that's a permanently assigned deputy to that contract. Okay. Any further comments on that? Any comments, discussion by the board? Any comments by the public on this particular item?
I just have a question, Mr. Chairman, regarding this is the boat patrol, correct?
No, this is the New Maloney's Reservoir Patrol.
Okay, so it's just driving around New Maloney's and it's not the boat patrol?
This is not the Marine Patrol. This
Okay.
is a separate contract with, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it's with the Army Corps of Engineers, with the park people over there at New Maloney's. They actually work out of their facility.
Okay.
Marine Patrol is a different segment of the Sheriff's Office.
Yeah, no, I understand that, and I didn't know whether you were talking about Marine Patrol or something else.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fry.
Bill Wilson again, District 1. As far as the sheriff's concerned, we have $154,000 in that contract. That means that a deputy would be assigned there for 40 hours a week, correct? Wasn't there also a deputy hired to do inspections on the commercial cannabis ordinance? And the sheriff wasn't able to perform those duties. We had to go out and contract with the CHP because we don't have enough deputies that we pay a competent salary to. Aren't we going to have problems coming up with somebody? Didn't it take 24 months to get a deputy up to speed in this county through things? Seems like we might not be able to fulfill that. Correct, Mr. Mills?
Okay, thank you. Any further public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Any further discussion before we call for a motion?
Yeah, the purpose of me saying no boat was exactly what you were talking about, that this is not the Marine Patrol.
Okay.
Just to be sure everybody clearly understood that.
Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Second.
Moved by Supervisor Tofinelli,
And second.
second by Supervisor Mills. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion passes 5-0 unanimous. Madam Clerk?
Item 9 is from the Sheriff's Office to execute an agreement with Teleosoft Incorporated for a new Sheriff Civil Administration System and Maintenance Agreement, and to approve capital allocations in the amount not to exceed $56,551. This action requires a 4/5 vote.
Supervisor Mills, you pull this item?
Chair, the purpose of pulling this item is to complement the Sheriff's Department on their financial statement as to how this is going to be financed, and I would like to see departments in the future use exactly this format. The idea of us simply seeing that there's no general fund money being used, so okay, everything's good, is not really a complete picture. This actually gives us a breakdown of where the revenue is going to be allocated from, the amount, the line item in the budget, as well as the expense allocation on the line item in the budget. And Maria just walked in the door, and I just want to compliment you on the breakdown that you provided for the approval on Telesoft and the financing. So when we see these budget items come through, and we can look at the actual line item and the revenue allocations and the line item and where you're going to expense it, that's exactly what we need to see. The idea of just having just a statement saying no general fund money's being used, so it's no harm, no foul, that doesn't make sense to me. I guess I've been a little bit spoiled because CCWD never did it that way. And so thank you for taking the time to put it in this kind of format. And again, I'd like to see that format continue through all of the departments as they present financial needs or financial allocations.
Oh,
So it's a compliment.
thank you, Supervisor, very much.
It's a good
I'm
thing.
not used to those. Thank you.
Okay. Is there any comment or discussion by the board or staff on this issue? Seeing none, a public comment on this issue? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board for a vote. Entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Mills.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Tofinelli. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0 unanimous. Madam Clerk?
Item
Supervisor
11.
Mills, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Item 11 is from Public Works. Approve the professional services agreement between Calaveras County and Brad Sutton Trucking Incorporated for commercial truck hauling services to exercise the option for renewal of this agreement for year 4 of the annual not-to-exceed amount of $125,000 and a term ending June 30th, 2018.
Thank you. Supervisor Mills.
Yes, Chair, the reason for pulling this is to, again, look at that financing statement in that particular line item or agenda item, and where it does not give us the line item in the budget. It doesn't give us the revenue fund source that's being used. It says what it is. It's the road maintenance fund, a highway user tax account. But if we can actually look at those and be able to transpose those into the budget as it goes along, it would make our world a lot easier. Secondly, that when we're seeing contracts of this size, I trust that we are not doing no-bid contracts, that we are taking the time to go to an RFP to ensure that everybody who could potentially be involved can be and will be involved in the process.
Is there anyone here from Public Works to address this issue? I know Mr. Krobus is tied up on a previous engagement right now this morning.
Chair, we'll just leave it as comments for now.
Okay.
But I just want staff to understand that when you're looking at a $100,000 plus contract and it's not, there's no RFPs involved, that kind of gives me some thought that we need to have some type of policy in place that we don't do no bid contracts on $100,000.
And I would tie into that as well. That's part of, as purchasing agent for the county, one of the areas that I've been working heavily to ensure consistency and streamlined processes. I agree, unless we have a valid reason to indicate that this is a sole source contract, or if there's, under disaster declarations, timeliness, although that's a very, very narrow window, that we would be going out to an RFP or going through a bid process and selecting the most responsive bidder.
Thank you, Mr. Lutz. And I don't know if this is a situation here. I do believe it might have something. But we do have blanket purchase orders for certain services for emergencies. I don't know if this falls into that category. We'll have to check with Mr. Krobus for that. Okay, and then this is basically comments at this time?
That's all it is.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion by the board or staff? Any public comment on this issue, on this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Mills.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Tofinelli. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion passes 5-0 unanimous. Madam Clerk?
Item 16 is from the Administrative Office to authorize the Board Chair to sign a letter of opposition to Assembly Bill 1250, Jones-Sawyer.
This item was pulled by a member of the public, I believe Mr. Wilson. Is Mr. Wilson here? Mr. Wilson, you have the floor, sir.
Again, Mr. Wilson from District 1. My question is, what is the board's opposition to this? After reading this bill, it actually brings out things that you would have to actually hire competent people. If we have county staff, you couldn't go out and contract with somebody. If we have people to fill that position or can hire people to fill those positions to actually do the work in house, so to speak, rather than going out to contract. What is the board's opposition to that bill? Why do you not want controls over going out to an outside entity outside of the county? Thank you.
Thank you. This was authored by our Assistant CAO, Mr. Moss, who's unfortunately involved in other county issues.
It was actually authored at my request.
Okay, then Mr. Lutz, you get to answer that.
I am aware. Unfortunately, I think this represents, on the face of it, sounds like not a bad option. When you start to peel back the layers, what this really represents is I would characterize as a more typical California response to imposing additional layers of bureaucracy and cost on local government. Right now, as of this morning, already 40 counties have gone out in opposition to this, as well as over 100 coalition partners throughout the county for service providers. The significant concerns is that this could completely curtail or stop us being able to contract out services in key areas, and this runs the entire gamut. Health services would be impacted with some of our counseling programs, public health programs, pharmacy, mental health, behavioral health through our case management, community health facilities, human services on foster care, foster family services. When you look at public safety, that could include some of our code enforcement, our abatement services that we've been helping with using CHP for would be an example of where that would be something that under this contract would not be allowed, or we'd have to go through significant indicators that we couldn't do this and then have a significant reconciliation on the back end to demonstrate why we needed to contract out those services. It also goes into public works, potentially impacting how often we could go out for CEQA or EIR consultations when they're not in connection with a project development or permit processing. It could include debris removal, solid waste, recycling programs that we contract for, as well as transportation services. Transit would be another example where we contract for a service provider to operate our bus services. This would be at risk under this bill. Needless to say, just the huge gamut of services that this potentially has an impact for. That's why 40 counties have already signed up on this, and more are growing, I think, as board meetings like this occur and they get board approval to voice letters of opposition to this bill.
Thank you, C.O. Lutz. That's pretty interesting, seeing 40 counties and there's only 58 in the state of California. Did that address an issue? I'm convinced that the board should support this, but did that, Mr. Wilson, did that address your issue, sir?
It explains some of it, sir.
Okay.
Part of that bill is to require you to make sure that the people we contract with for services are competent to perform those services. That's one of the big sticklers in that I would prefer to see. I mean, if you want to build a bridge and we have to go out for it, I'd like the bridge to get built. I wouldn't like it to go halfway through, kind of like the roads in Circle 20 where the contractor took off and half of the roads were done and half the roads weren't paved.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Further public comment? I'm sorry, I violated my own procedure. Is there any further board or staff comments before public comment? Seeing none, Mr. Segawa.
Al Segawa, Taxpayer Association. Thank you, Timothy. You've done a great job on this, and we concur that all communities, all counties and cities need the maximum flexibility in being able to contract out. And those that do, studies show there's direct savings in cost to the taxpayers. And as far as contracting with reputable contractors, that's almost a no-brainer. That needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Fry.
George Fry again. This is a non-starter for me. It's once again the state reaching into our own local business. Who knows better than us? I have not seen any department that is not competent in putting bids out and getting competent people to complete projects. And I totally support the board sending a letter, and hopefully, you know, that's 40 counties, that's over 2/3, and that's the message right there. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Further public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Mills.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Clapp. I'm going to have you turn on your mic next time. Okay. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion passes 5-0 unanimous. Madam Clerk.
Item 21 is from the Administrative Office to receive a report from staff, Cal OES, and local organizations regarding the ongoing Butte fire recovery.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the first item on our regular agenda, and seeing that we've been in session since 7:30 with our Madam Clerk, we'll be taking a 15-minute break and resume. Thank you. You're welcome. Good time. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I believe we're on item 21. Madam Clerk's already announced it.
And I was going to say, normally my assistant would also be here to introduce the topic, but I figured I'll just kick it off. Being the kind of fiscal year close for this, I also thought it would be helpful when Mr. Krovitz gets here to provide kind of a summary of where we're at on the projects to date. I'd suggest while we wait for Mr. Krovitz to start with the other presenters to provide their respective updates.
Okay, so seeing that, we may want to come back to this item. That's probably a wise thing to do, unless that's Mr. Krovitz. Let's table this until Mr. Krovitz arrives. Would that be better? Okay. Madam Clerk, we'll go to item number 22. Well, I'd like to have Mr. Krovitz give an update before we have any other speakers. He's on the way, I understand.
Item 22 is from the Treasurer Tax Collector to approve a resolution for discharge of accountability for certain delinquent unsecured tax bills incorporating unpaid personal property bills, mobile homes, and supplemental unsecured bills for fiscal years 2010, 2011 through 2012, 2013. The tax collector has requested that this item be tabled to our next meeting as there are some details she needed to address. So I would need a vote, a motion and a vote.
All right, we're going to postpone this to the next meeting, not table it. Table it, we'll have to hear it today. So we'll postpone it then. Is that correct, Council?
In parliamentary procedures, motion is set aside.
Set aside. Okay. I'll entertain a motion to set this item aside.
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Mills.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Tofinelli. Any board comment, discussion? Any public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion passes 5-0. Madam Clerk, we are pulled on item number 22 at the request of the assessor. I have no problem with that. Do we need a vote on that, or we can just do it as a matter of procedure? Pulling this Item 22?
I'm sorry, I thought that was what the vote just was. Is
Oh, I'm
that
sorry,
not
that was a
correct?
vote.
Okay.
I'm still stuck on 21.
Okay, so moving along, item 23 is from the Sheriff's Office, accepting donations from the Friends of the Calaveras County Sheriff's Office totaling $16,064.51 in recognition of their continued support of the County Sheriff's Office.
Sheriff DeBasilio, good morning.
Good morning, Ward. How are you today?
I'm good.
Good. I brought a bike for you guys to ride around, try them out. I didn't bring a helmet, though, so you have to be careful.
Sure.
I have Miss Candace Kesey here. She is the one of the founders and president of the Friends of the Sheriff's Office. She's got some things she'd like to say. I want to say thank you to her and her folks for allowing us to be able to purchase these things. For those of you that don't know, we did have the bike team out at the fairgrounds this year riding around, and I'm part of that bike team still, although I bought my own bike, and it's a whole lot bigger than that one. So, Candace.
Do you have the training wheels off it yet, Sheriff?
No.
Okay.
Well, no, not yet. And
let
I
me
wear
know.
elbow pads, knee pads, helmet, and whole 9 yards.
Good
I
job.
just wear a football uniform. It's easier.
Morning, Candace.
Good morning. How are you guys today? Candace, like you said, founder, executive director for the nonprofit. We're a 501c3 public charity recognized by the IRS. For those of you that don't know, we were formed specifically to benefit the Sheriff's Office. Every dollar that we raise goes to there outside of very minimal operating costs. General liability insurance, directors and officers insurance, website, all the printing and the mailing and those kind of things, those are all donated to us. So our operating costs are probably less than $2,000 a year. And we raise roughly between $20,000 and $30,000 a year, and all the rest goes to the Sheriff's Office. I just wanted to take this opportunity while I'm up here, if it's okay, to say a few things. Recently, one of our members, Deborah Bedard, passed away in a tragic accident. She was part of the Halverson Clark Invitational. What that is that's a weekend that these gentlemen that own second homes here, they plan a fun weekend for all their friends, and all the proceeds from the golf tournament and the barbecue, they donate to the Sheriff's Office. In the last 5 years, they've donated about $42,000 or $43,000 to us for the Sheriff's Office. So I just wanted to recognize Deborah, and I wanted to say how much she means to us, how much she meant to us, and thank you, and she will be missed. And along those lines, that's another avenue how we raise money is from golf tournaments. The Sequoia Woods Country Club men's and women's golf clubs in Arnold will be doing a golf tournament August 20th. That's up in your area, right, Mike?
That is correct.
And so if anybody's interested in that, they could visit our Facebook page or our website or give me or the sheriff a call. And all of those proceeds will go to the Sheriff's Office, the Bret Hart High School golf team, and the logging museum. I don't know the exact name of the logging museum up there. Yeah. Lastly, I don't know, I know I got an email from Megan saying that we couldn't discuss it, but I'd like to see if we could get on the agenda some way of the donation policy, us having to do this every year. Mr. Litz. Is it Letz? Mr. Letz. It's a lot of time, it's a lot of paperwork for the sheriff and the captain and for you guys and everything. I was just wondering if maybe we could agendize an item where we could up that threshold to the Sheriff's Office that we could donate every year. I think it's $500 you have the discretion of.
10,000, or did we? I'm not looking at council too, because I know we actually have been researching this matter pretty extensively and thought that we actually had more discretion than we did, which I'm not certain if this item and accepting these donations is kind of a lingering remnant of wanting to be able to acknowledge that you guys provided the donation, so it's better to bring it to the board.
Right.
We certainly can review our donation policy across the board, and it's really a policy decision for the board on how much discretion they'd like the CAO to be able to accept without doing a board action or item to accept those funds.
Right, and I certainly understand if it was something that we were purchasing that would be, some long-term cost for the county afterwards. But usually it's something like this that you got, you know, and it's,
It's a donation.
yeah, it's a donation, and it's nothing that's
Donation
going to
shouldn't
cost
have
you
really
guys any money.
strings attached.
Yeah,
typically.
no strings
Yes.
attached. So anyway, I was wondering if you guys would consider bringing that back to an agenda item. I've been talking about trying to get this done for a couple years now. So, I don't know if the sheriff, did you have any more to say about
I
it?
just wanted to show you guys the bike a little bit, kind of give you an idea of where we were at and where we're going with these things.
I'm going to take a quick second here. Candace, why don't you shoot an email to Supervisor Lutz, CC me, and we'll
CAO, let's, sure.
And I actually, she has already sent such an email, so
Yeah.
I'm comfortable.
That process is in place.
Yeah, moving forward.
And another quick comment, I don't mean to cut you off, Rick, but we funded to reinstate their K-9 program in 2012. So if it's something like that, that the county or the sheriff's office is going to incur those long-term insurance costs, we certainly understand having to go through the whole process. We're not asking to do anything under the table. Just when it's the easy stuff several times a year that the sheriff's office needs, it would just be, you know, it's just a lot of time, you know, for little things that, you know, is no long-term cost.
Supervisor Mills?
Yes, there's, as the CEO can tell you, there's been emails flowing between him and I regarding that same issue, so it's something I will bring up at the end of the meeting. Okay, thank you.
Sheriff, floor is all yours.
You know, I would, but I know I'd end up falling and making a complete idiot. These bikes were purchased, we tried to buy them locally. The local vendor that we have wasn't real willing to work with us, unfortunately. So we ended up purchasing these down in Modesto. We bought 6 of them. I bought one, like I said, for my own personal use. They have a bag that clips onto the back. We can put our ticket books and our stickers and badges and stuff that we hand out to the kids. These bikes are really light. The bikes we used to have were probably about 40 pounds. These are probably about 25 pounds. So we outfitted them. Let's spin that better. It's got lights. It's got red blues. So fancy. Yeah. It's got a siren on it too, but it's not plugged in. So it made it actually, we also have a little light that goes on the back with the reds and blues also. They're a full suspension bike. The bikes themselves, I think, were about $1,900 plus all the other gear and stuff on them. They have hydraulic brakes on them instead of the old plant brakes, so they'll stop you. But again, thank you to
You're welcome.
the Friends of the Sheriff's Office. These things are a huge asset. The benefit to the bikes is not just using them at fairgrounds or in the parades and stuff. We're actually putting together a team to do some night patrols in downtown Valley Springs, which will help eliminate some of our people in the night sneaking around not being able to see. We found that on a bike, you can ride up to people, and first off, they don't expect to see a cop on a bike. So you can ride up to them, and they have no clue who you are until it's too late. We've caught a lot of people doing really bad things on bikes. So a lot of benefits to having the bikes, other than just looking pretty and riding weekends.
Yeah, again, thank you to everybody watching in the audience, all the supporters, the donations we get. I mean, there's dozens and dozens of businesses near and far that send us money for the sheriff's office. So thank you, and thank you for trusting me to be a good steward of your money. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Candace. Good job.
Thank you.
Friends of the Sheriff.
Thank you, Candace. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Can we stand over here and get a picture? You guys?
Yeah. By all means.
So when you make an arrest, you have to give someone a pump? Give them a pump on the back of the bike? Put them on the handlebars?
But, bring it right in the middle here, yeah. There you go. Don't worry. I've been covered up before. Excellent.
So, Candace, I hope the next gift is not spandex for the deputy.
Yeah. I think we're going to have to draw the line on spandex.
There's some gifts we can't accept.
For sure.
Okay. Right now. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, is there any discussion by board, staff, Hearing none, any discussion by public comment?
Chairman and board members, George Fry. Candace is absolutely amazing what she's done in terms of Friends of the Sheriff. And the article, I hope you saw in the newspaper, with all the new bikes and the officers that were with the bikes and what have you. Like I said, what Candace has put together with Friends of the Sheriff and the amounts of money that have been raised over several years now, I think we all should give her a round of applause. Thank you.
Mr. Segal, as you probably well noticed, folks, we kind of set aside our clapping policy today. But when we come back to the other issues, we'll come back to it. Mr. Segala, go ahead.
Okay. Al Segala Taxpayer Association. We really appreciate work Candace has done, and it's kind of almost like a breath of fresh air. We have people that are voluntarily donating to help the Sheriff's Department, and she's just done wonders. We have a public access TV show, and she is our guest. There's a 30-minute program that you can find on YouTube by going to the public access TV website or the Calaveras Taxpayer Association and go to Taxpayer Alert, which is our show. And she's done an excellent job in that interview and gives a more in-depth background about where they're coming from. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other public comment? Was that Marty? Marty. That was Marty. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll bring it back. Do we need a vote on this? Oh, you have a comment?
Yeah, I just want to, well, Candace just walked out, but I just want to thank them as well. Whatever we figure out on the donation policy, I hope that they'll come back and accept our praise and gratitude for all that you do.
Well, thank you, Ted. Thank you. I appreciate it. You guys have a good day.
Thanks.
Thank you. County Council, is this a non-action item or is it an action item? Action item. Entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Mills.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Clapp. Any further public comment? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion passes 5-0, unanimous. Madam Clerk, I believe Mr. Krobus has arrived.
So we will go back to item 21, Administrative Office. Receive a report from staff, Cal OES, and local organizations regarding the ongoing Butte Fire recovery.
Mr. Krobus? Busy day for you, right, sir?
It's getting there. Okay, so Butte Fire recovery programs in Public Works, the burn trees, hazard tree removal, all the trees are on the ground, and approximately 85% have been moved out to the debris treatment site and disposed of. We expect the completion of this entire current scope of the program to be completed by July 23rd. We have taken out 2,100 right-of-way trees. We've taken out 6,400 right-of-entry or private property trees adjacent to county roads. We've hauled over 70,000 cubic yards of debris, and we've disposed of through biomass or generation of electricity with the waste material of over 30,000. I believe that the grinding operations out in Wallace will commence either today or tomorrow. I saw a text. I've already forgotten what it said last night. We expect that to be done, and then that yard return to no work starting at the third week of July. There is still pending work on this program. We have approximately 500 trees along county right-of-way that have died, that the arborists thought had a chance to live. We believe those are still in the program, and we are discussing this option with Cal OES and FEMA. There's an additional 1,000 or so trees on parcels that we have already removed trees from that have subsequently died that we did not take, but we also believe those are in the program. So I'm calling that phase 2 work. No time or date yet. There are more discussions that need to happen amongst board, staff, and then funding agencies. In terms of the roads, we are reconciling our invoicing for the work that initially happened during emergency opening operations through Auditor Controller's Office and with our funding agencies. And we have done a limited amount of permanent repairs on fire damaged roads in areas of higher concern. In terms of the 2 grants, the mitigation grants that we have, FEMA is currently in the NEPA process. They've come out this spring on a number of occasions into the field that Public Works assisted with, getting right of entries for and getting access to. They're in the process of preparing their environmental document. Once the environmental document is prepared, then we can move ahead with that, that program, which is erosion and sediment control work. While not on the subject matter, it's still appropriate to talk about. Public Works has completed a number of permanent repairs related to the storm damage of 2017, and we are continuing to add projects to the list of projects for 2017 storm damage, more specifically in 2 of the CSAs where damage was taken. Okay. Questions?
Questions of Mr. Cruz. Supervisor Garamendi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and morning, Jeff. We've discussed, you and I have discussed since the beginning of January, the need to bring on a project management consultant for the road repairs that have to happen up country in the Butte Fire Zone. That's been, you stood here before and said, soon, or 6 months deep into soon. When are we going to have this person on, this company on board? When will we issue the RFP for it? And my follow-up question is going to be, we have a deadline looming in September where we have to start work on this. So I'd like to know what our plan is to it. So first, project management consultant to design, put this work together, and second, when are we going to start? And I want to hear that we're going to make it by the deadline.
Wow. Yeah. Good questions. I know that I've been before you before, say that the project management consultant contract is pending, and it is drafted, but not ready to go. We constantly turn off of it on what appear to be higher priority activities that we're supposed to be doing. I don't know, without actually sitting down and talking to staff, when I'm going to have that on the street and when I can award it. I'd like to think that I can do it before September, but I cannot count on that. Therefore, I am preparing requests and justifications for extension of the program. At the same time, we are identifying permanent work to do and document such that we have met the initial deadline and we're not penalized, because we still have 2 years to complete the work. So as long as we have documentation of permanent work being done, then I believe that we can extend the deadline. So that's probably not the answer you wanted to hear, but that's the best I can do right now.
No, it's not the answer I wanted to hear. We cannot, this is an enormous amount of money that's available to us to do a repair that we're only going to get to do one time in multiple generations. We have to get this. We are therefore betting on the largesse of FEMA to say, okay, but we have to move getting this project going to as a priority. You and I have discussed this many times. and we cannot miss this deadline. If I have to get out there with a shovel and start work, we will do it, but we can't lose this opportunity.
Understood. And we have started the work.
Right. I've seen some of the work. I know you've been working up on Jesus Marie and other things, just keeping those things passable. But we have to do that. The third question I've got is, you and I discussed prior the possibility of putting in place a dig once policy. So when we're doing this work, we can make improvements to the community as well. Instead of just putting in a surface, maybe finding ways for utilities to run high-speed internet and other items, even water possibly, along the side, through the middle, some way to make sure that we do this correctly the first time. Has there been any progress in working with planning and coming up with a new ordinance or making this part of our FEMA proposal?
I've spoken with FEMA and Cal OES about making it part of the proposal, and they've said the same things that you and I discussed about the difficulty of incorporating environmental clearance for dig once into disaster-related reconstruction activities, and how that would be potentially detrimental to our recovery from the disaster. So that end is nearly a strikeout without a change to, I'm assuming, federal legislation or Stafford Act legislation that allows that. There is some flexibility if you are doing work that's considered hazard mitigation for future hazards, but the leap onto sewer, water, communications is also a difficult case to make. The ordinance can be done in terms of a 1 to 3 year moratorium from a post paving to where trenching is allowed, so that you're not digging up new pavement. But as you know, we haven't done truly new pavement out there for a number of decades. What we do is a series of patches. So does one tell a utility company that's coming in to put in a cable or internet or communications, you can't go through the road because we don't want you to dig through our series of patches?
Let's see if working with FEMA and creative engineers, we could figure out a way to make this work. Some of our roads prior to the Butte fire, and I know FEMA requires that we bring it back to the standards that it was before the fire, we're not to any county safety standard. We would never build a road like some that exist up there today. Have we resolved the issue about we don't want to rebuild a road and not have it meet our minimum standards? Has FEMA taken that on?
FEMA has reiterated again and again that their responsibility is to bring your public infrastructure back to where it was the day before the fire. And so if our public infrastructure was, a decade or two of patch paving, then that's what we get to bring it back to. Any improvement on there or any betterment over and above that, which would an overlay or the types of standards that you're talking about, either for width or for structural section pavement, would be a betterment in their mind.
I mean, we would never ask a private citizen to build a road that wasn't to our code or make an improvement that wasn't to our code. How can we as a county be expected to do less?
Supervisor Gammon, difficult, and I don't want to sound like a negative department head here, but the funding is not available for those benefits.
I understand that, but it would seem like that would be a very good argument to make to FEMA to make sure we do this correctly. Is to, we expect our citizens to build to our code, and we're talking about building roads that aren't to our own code or the state code. We need to make this argument. I would hope that perhaps at the next month's meeting, you could report out on that we've got a contract on the street for a project management consultant and have this verified that we're going to make this deadline, because we have to. And we've been patient.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Supervisor Mills?
Thank you. I I think that, Jeff, this speaks to the larger issue, and I know you and I have spoken to it before, and I want to compliment our new CAO on the decision to bring this recovery effort from OES into the admin office, because what we've done is that Public Works has a budget, and they have a fixed amount of work that they need to do. It's on their project list. These are things that they've committed to get done. And then the Butte Fire came along, and rather than getting that work out there to somewhere else or finding the manpower and the time to do it, we just layered it on top of the Public Works Department, and then we added the Butte Fire tree mortality, we added the storm damage, so all of a sudden you have 4 separate Stafford Act declarations, Mr. Krovitz, that you're dealing with, which are actually on top of your basic budget, for which you have a staff and a commitment of projects to do. So I say, you know, we can start to work around this, and it should have been worked around a lot sooner, to get the OES component, the recovery component under the ICS system, into operation separately from what you have to do as your basic budget. And that's where I think the rub is that it creates an overwhelming condition of what is the priorities and which one is more important. So your staff and you have developed a tremendous amount of time and effort in trying to deal with what I call these sudden priorities that really should have been handled through the OES recovery process. And I think it's an untenable situation. And to your point, I think that having an administrator is a beginning step, Supervisor Garamendi, to pulling this together into something larger than what the Public Works Department is capable of handling under their current budget. And that's where the problem is, as I see it. And I'm just giving you my opinion, that until we fix that structural element, this will continue to be just overlapping problem on a problem, and which ones are more important, it just depends on what noise is being made the most at the moment. So I get that. So let's see if we can work from our side and from our CAO side to get this pulled together and get you back to operating in the budget that you were intended to operate on at the beginning of the year, and doing those things that you committed to at the beginning of the year, and get the rest of this, in essence, off your plate. Just my point.
It'd be nice.
Further comments? Mr. Krovitz, I'm aware of the job you're doing and your staff with the tools you have. And I think you're doing an outstanding job. These are very important issues raised by my fellow supervisors, and I'm sure we're going to find a solution, but it's not going to be tomorrow. He's right. Supervisor Mills is right. How can we ask you to do something that you don't have the tools to do or the financing? But then again, I understand the need to get these things addressed. Supervisor Toffenel?
Mr. Krovitz, if I understand you correctly to what you're explaining, what FEMA expects or is going to pay for, you're expected to reconstruct roads with cold patch, because that's what we do. We use primarily when we go out and patch the roads that we have. So they're expecting you to go out and reconstruct the roads that need reconstruction without any new pavement, because there was no new pavement there, and just primarily with cold patch? Or are we just talking about the width of the road? Because I'm trying to vision, because I know a lot of these roads are completely destroyed and they need major work done on them, and to get them back to what you were explaining, I just can't vision FEMA paying the money for something like that when they should expect what we're replacing is going to be cohesive enough to last.
They're asking for, or they're funding in-kind replacement. And their opinion that we go in and patch trench failures or pothole failures and then come back with an overlay is that you can do the overlay if you want to, but we're not going to fund it. It's a betterment. You have a road that's the width it was September 8th of 2015. If you want to widen it, great, widen it, but that is a cost that to be borne by the county. So it is, I guess, a form of insurance that says the limit of the liability for grant funding is in-kind replacement. And regardless of how much sense it makes, The only caveat to that is if additional damage has been done to our roads on the public assistance side as a result of recovery operations, then there's a portion of that that may be funded as well. But that has been disallowed on the federal aid eligible roads by Caltrans through federal highways. Different standards on different roads that we're working to.
Thank you.
Maybe SB 1 will help us.
There's very little money in there.
So that brings up another point, because if you remember during the FEMA training, Jeff, they had talked about as if we have policies in place that FEMA will defer to our policies. Do we have certain policies on minimum road widths or minimum road construction processes that we could say to them, we'll defer to our policies? And I'd like to add something to that, and that is the majority of the area you're talking about is identified as disadvantaged community areas. And I know you're very good at creating narratives. Would it be helpful for this board to provide some kind of a letter of support or some kind of discussion of support to help you with your cause and your statements before FEMA?
I have no idea.
I'm just shooting arrows out there thinking, how can we get them to understand that we don't have the capacity, we don't have the ability, but we do have policies. And if these policies say that the minimum road shall be and constructed this way, and they've already told us in the training that that's what they would go back to, why don't we hold them to that or try?
But we do have standards for level of service roads.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, we do.
Yes, we do.
Yes, we do.
But by the same token, those standards are not always applicable to existing conditions. They're applicable to change of land use or new construction. And yes, we did provide.
And I understand what you're saying, but at the same time, we would not reconstruct the road without using those standards. If there was a development, I understand what you're saying, if there was a development going at the end of the road, then they would be required, if it's a level D and whatever, to reconstruct the road to match the level of service.
And quite possibly do off-site improvements to bring.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. Agreed.
I mean, if we construct a road that's unsafe, just because, I mean, and don't we have a certain amount of liability? I know you have a meeting, I understand there's a meeting set up down in Sacramento with FEMA and Mr. Letts, is that correct? You guys have something scheduled?
We have actually, I had just sent a note to you to discuss the fact that we needed to finalize what that narrative needs to be to FEMA. I'm meeting with Cal OES next week to have the discussion, because the first step is the Cal OES sign off that they would also support it. That's the meeting that I'm having. And then really the next step is getting FEMA on board, or at least developing our narrative for FEMA and having that meeting. I would recommend a face-to-face rather than a letter. And the premise there too is going as high as you can go within FEMA, and you can get a meeting with, because you want somebody who can actually make decisions and commitments.
Well, if you need help, I'm available.
Yeah, and I think we will need the board's help in this one, specifically for that purpose.
Thank you.
Further comments? Seeing none, is there any presenters on this particular agenda item? Thank you, Mr. Krovitz.
Good morning. Mel Knight, Butte Wildfire Recovery Community Liaison. I'm going to update you today on the debris removal program project progress. In fact, we've got quite a bit of progress to report this time. I'm going to start out, though, by paraphrasing our president on who would have thought insurance was so complicated. I think that's been recently stated, and it certainly applies here. We're now at a phase where we're doing the insurance invoicing, and unfortunately, we've just recently received the information from the state, CalRecycle, that will allow us to have the parcel cost that will enable the insurance invoicing to move forward in the next few weeks. That's a major milestone, and really looking forward to that. We've also documented contact with now 100% of those property owners that indicated they had homeowners insurance that may provide a duplication of benefit that we'll be addressing. In fact, I think as the last report I gave you, I think we had 3 remaining contacts to make, and now we've actually contacted all, and that was by doing either phone, email, or letter that was received by each of the 564 properties that indicated that they had some potential homeowners insurance coverage. To date, we've received nearly $900,000 in pre-invoicing insurance proceeds. Many people have advanced their proceeds before invoicing simply because it was part of their settlement or for other reasons that they didn't want to hold on to the proceeds. We will be planning to initiate invoicing in the next 2 weeks. We have circulated some drafts that are being reviewed to make sure that this is being done in a manner, in a way that indicates the county is here to assist. We're coordinating our efforts, by the way, this is a new initiative, coordinating efforts with the tree removal ROE program, because many of the same residents are involved in both programs. So we're going to try to make sure that that's coordinated in a way that's both saves some time, money, and contact activities. I've had a lot of interaction, and I do want to, before I go into some of the details, make sure I am providing thanks to the Public Information Officer, County Administration. By the way, County Administrator is getting a lot of praise today. This is and well-deserved. County Council, Auditor Controller, Environmental Management Agency, and Tetra Tech is a contractor. I don't know if I'm leaving folks out. Supervisor Garamendi has been very helpful on both reviewing documents and trying to make sure that your board is been informed throughout the process. I want to reiterate a little bit here, recap on just what will be happening in the next few weeks and why. Calaveras County did receive approximately $100 million in debris removal activity from the state and federal agencies. The Stafford Act law actually requires that where there were other funding sources available, that those be utilized. Therefore, those that had homeowners insurance that had debris-specific coverage were obligated, and they signed off documentation from their right of entry document that they would turn that over to the state and federal government per the federal requirements. The agreement said that the county would be the agency that would actually administer this invoicing, and I'm going to put emphasis on the word invoicing. The county does not keep the proceeds. The county simply has the obligation to make contact with the property owners, advise them of what the cost and liability is, and then provide an invoice. We've actually, as I said, pre-invoicing, we've received nearly $1 million. We expect it by the end of the process to receive as much as $4 or $5 million, which will eventually be turned over to the state. Again, that would represent approximately 4 to 5% of the actual federal and state outlay. The requirement on duplication of benefit is very, very specific. What it indicates that the liability does not exceed what your insurance proceeds would be. For instance, if you have no homeowners insurance, and nearly half of the property owners had no homeowners insurance, they have zero liability. If you are a property owner who had $20,000 in coverage, but the state cost were $100,000, and those, by the way, are fairly typical averages, you would find that your liability is capped at the $20,000 that you would receive from your insurance company. It would not exceed that amount. To date, we've been able to get approximately a third of the property owners with insurance. We've been able to get enough information from them to be able to determine an amount that we believe is their liability. That leaves about another 2/3 that we do not have the exact amount. And it's for a number of reasons. Either they don't understand the policy amount, they are unable or unwilling to share the documents, or their attorneys have advised them that they should not share this information, or they've shared the information with us that relates to the insurance company, but they will not turn that information over to us. They'll only turn it over to their clients, all of which we respect and will deal with. But for the instance of those folks, they will actually be receiving a document that shows the full amount of the state cost on the invoice. It will state, this is not your liability, but this is the amount of state cost, and your obligation is limited to any duplication of benefit through your insurance proceeds. They will be obligated to then provide that number themselves because we don't have a basis for calculating this. Whatever they turn back to us is what we will forward to the state. We will not be involved in collection or enforcement activities as it relates. I think it was a good idea that the county be the contact agent because you are in greater touch with the local community. I think it's perfectly appropriate, though, that any follow-up would be done by the state and federal agencies that have the statutory authority as well as will be the recipient of those dollars. So again, when our invoicing goes out, we will take whatever it is we are to receive and forward that to the state and federal folks for their attention and whatever action they may proceed with following that date. We will remain available through the end of the process to assist. The county's role isn't a collection role, but it's one of assistance to make sure this is done in a respectful way for the folks that had to suffer through this tragedy, and that we're trying to provide whatever assistance we can. And I think we've been fairly successful. Tetra Tech has been, in my opinion, as I've watched them through their history of working on Sandy, Katrina, and other, they've been very, very good at how to deal with folks in this situation. So hopefully this will move forward. As I started out, this is much more complicated. That is a public health professional in my background, anything I've dealt with of this nature, but it's been a real education. And with that, I think that I'll take any questions or any clarification I might provide.
Supervisor Garamendi.
Thank you, and thank you very much, Mel. You're pretty close to the end of your contract. Closing up on it. I think when you came on board and we first met, you figured it was going to be a couple weeks.
Yeah.
2 years later, glad to see you're still here. Some kind of retirement. But I really do appreciate the work that you've done on this. You did a lot of work initially on me because I was rather resistant to this program, but I think you managed it very well, and I want to thank you very much. And really make sure that everybody understands that we had an obligation to do this to the state. We have met the letter of our obligation. We're close to meeting it.
We will have met, yes.
We will have met the letter of our obligation, but we are not going to become the collection agency and start knocking on people's doors and throwing liens at people. We've done our duty. We've collected the money from the state as we agreed to do, and step away from the table.
Yeah, we certainly made a good faith effort. As I said, we made all the three-way contact, or at least three routes of contact. The very last one, by the way, I'll share this because it reminded me of the ROE tracking. The very last one was done where I actually found a relative on LinkedIn, showed where that relative worked, which gave me an idea where she lived, and then by going through other internet searches was able to get a phone number for a person, and the Tetra Tech contractor was able to contact her, which put her in touch with her father, who was the person who had moved from Mountain Ranch to Galt, California. So it was one
you've got a great way about dealing with people, and thank you.
Further questions of Mr. Knight? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Further presenter on this item issue? Ms. Davis?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Leslie Davis, County Assessor. For your board, this is my only report on Butte Fire. The previous board had a number, both in writing and in person, but at this point, I think we are 99.9% done with our efforts, and so I can give you the basics. There were 2,579 assessor parcels affected by the Butte Fire. We reduced the value on 2,065 of those parcels. Each reduction required 2 roll corrections for the 2015 year, the year in which that fire occurred, and because of the timing of us getting all of that work done, required another roll correction for the 2016 roll. I believe that all notices have been mailed to all owners who were getting a reduction, and that work should have been finished by mid-May. By the end of May, I had certified the total reduction to the Department of Finance, as was required, as you know, by Assembly Bill 2314 that Assemblymember Bigelow and State Senator Barry Hill co-sponsored. Any owner who has not received a reduction and they think they should have received a reduction, this is for those who are watching out there on the internet, please contact my office so that we can see what has happened in that case. The total reduction in value, and this is assessed value, not market value, was $57,751,273. Please know that that was not for 1 year. That was only for 84% of fiscal year 15-16. And if that value was also a reduction for 2016, then it would have been for the full year of 2016. We had 12 requests to transfer base year values, so that by way of explanation, property owners who experienced a loss in the fire area, who then purchased another property, could ask to have their value transferred to the new property. That particular request requires 3 separate appraisals of both the original property before and after the fire and the replacement property. So we've had 12 of those. 7 of those have been enrolled. 3 we determined were not beneficial to the property owner, so we did not transfer the base year value. They were better off with their new value. We have 2 additional requests that we continue to work on because of minor complications along the way. Again, my hat's off to my staff. They gave almost complete attention to this in the few months immediately following the fire, working overtime and that type of effort. It took them approximately 20 months to get through that. And so when I talk to you about our backlogs and our staffing, this is part and parcel of that. But now we are refocused. As I walked out of the office to come over here, the roll reset was finished. We are done with the 2017 roll, except for the 4,000 or so that we have yet to do. Any questions about the numbers? I know they're very boring and they're big and a little intimidating.
Very
Great.
informative.
Leslie, Leslie, can you email those?
I gotcha.
Gotcha. Can you email those figures to me?
Yeah, I believe I can.
Thank you.
Any further comments? Good morning, Ms. Torrance.
Good morning. Sharon Torrance, Butte Fire Recovery Public Information Office. This past month or so, I've continued to attend the weekly meetings from or by Public Works, and that's where I've obtained the information to write press releases that have gone out to all the media, gone on our Facebook and also on the county webpage. I've received calls from the media asking for radio interviews. We also entertained Channel 13, and they did a tour and were able to get some good video and produced an update on what's going on in Calaveras County on Butte Fire Recovery, on the tree removal, and it gave them a better understanding of why it's taken so long to get to the point we are today, which is 100% of all dead, burnt dead hazard trees are on the ground. I also was able to go out on a tour of the area myself with Phillips and Jordan's lead person, Will Gadeen, and it's been an education for me also, and has, I think, enhanced my ability to communicate to the public and the media as to what's been going on here and why recovery has taken up to 2 years, and I think we'll be going through that for quite a long time. I've still had a lot of response from our Facebook page. I've been posting the weekly schedules for Phillips and Jordan's cruise. I've also been working with Mel Knight on his piece of the insurance recovery. I wanted to share with you a story about an older lady, older than me, who had been calling all of us. I don't know how many of the supervisors were called. I have received many phone calls from her regarding payment that she made for debris removal. And we finally, with Mel's help, we finally were able to figure out, she, I believe, had a bit of dementia going on, lived by herself in the San Jose area, and owned property here, and we thought she just wasn't understanding what we were saying and had a misconception of who cleaned her property, and finally got to the bottom of it, got a hold of her daughter and an attorney for her, and were able to straighten all that out. It took a while, but with Mel's great work in finding out people's names and where they live, I think we all ought to beware of Mel. But he was able to get that information, and we were able to help her. So I'm still receiving calls from the public, and thus far I've been able to get them to the right person if I can't answer the question myself. So any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Torrance. Further presenter on behalf of staff of the county? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board for any further discussion. This is an informational report requiring no action. Madam Clerk. Oh, I'm sorry, public comment. I'm sorry about that, folks. My notes. Any public comment on this issue?
Cliff Edson, District 1. I'm sitting here listening to this barrage of stuff coming at Public Works, and I guess people think that by now that I'm like a defender of Public Works or something. But I got to tell you that during the fire, as all the departments did in the county, Public Works had, in my opinion, after the sheriff was finished with recovery, had the biggest job and the least amount of support. They were Mr. Krovitz was hollering for support about the first week into the disaster, and he was not getting it, and he didn't get it. He got one person, and then he got Tetra Tech. That's what he got. And so his department received layers and layers and layers of extra work on an already under-budgeted group. If you take a look at the history of the budget in Public Works over the past 8 years, you'll see that they have been pretty much gutted as far as funding goes. So I think that the other thing is if you're going to go after anybody for fixing roads and try to get FEMA to do that, or OES, FEMA's not going to do anything that they don't have pictures of, and they aren't going to replace anything that hasn't been that is different than what was there before. They make that very clear. So how do you do that? It makes it very difficult, huh? Well, I think it's by design. They get to do less that way. They get the better their budget. And little counties like us who can't afford to fill in the gaps end up fighting and fighting and fighting until finally we settle for much less. So I think that the Public Works Department deserves praise. They took on a huge task, and I think they've done wonderfully well for our county. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Further public comment? Seeing or hearing none, we'll bring it back to the board. Any further comments by the board or staff? Supervisor Mills?
Well, I think to Supervisor Garamendi's point, there is going to be some timelines that are going to have to be met, whether we like it or not. Whether we're able to pull this all together quickly enough will be something that hopefully the CAO will figure out very quickly. So it's going to just take a constant effort on our part to keep this in the forefront and be sure that we can get the conclusion we're looking for.
Thank you, sir. Further comment? Madam Clerk.
Item 24 is from the Sheriff's Department to adopt a resolution to relocate the county-owned badge of Sheriff Benjamin Kent Thorne from the County Treasurer's Office to the County Sheriff's Office.
Sergeant Strome, welcome.
Chris Villegas, I'm the sergeant with the Sheriff's Office. I'm also the
Sergeant Villegas.
It's all right.
I'm going to pay for that
I've
one.
been called worse. It's okay. I'm also the department historian, so I'm in charge of the memorabilia and artifacts that contained within the Sheriff's Office. So I'll be more than happy to answer any questions you guys might have on this topic.
Any questions of Sergeant Villegas regarding the badge issue? Supervisor Mills was first, and you get to be second. Oh, Supervisor Clapp, he
I guess the elders win out this time.
Okay.
So you kids keep in line.
Could I have you speak into the microphone, sir? Thank you.
I would want to know what you're going to do with the badge, how you can secure the badge, and if there was an appraisal on the badge done to the value of it.
There has not been an appraisal done at this point yet. That could be something we can do in the future. It is going to be, hopefully, if the board approves it, be taken to the Sheriff's Office. It will be stored in a secure area within the Sheriff's Office that will be viewable to the department employees and to public that comes in and is checked in and escorted through the building. So it is available for that as well. But it is in a secure area. It's in an area that is monitored 24 hours a day, 7 days a week by sworn law enforcement personnel. So it is in a safe area.
I'm sorry, could you please raise the mic so that we can hear you?
Trying not to yell at
Thank you.
Supervisor Mills. Oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor Clapp, you finished?
That was exactly my concern as well, is that what type of security would be in place for it. To have it in a secured area by itself might be insufficient, whether it would be behind protective glass or whether it would have an alarm system attached to it. As you know right now, we don't know what the value is.
Correct.
So my concern would be whether we would do this and then suffer a loss because we're not paying attention, and it's happened before, as you know, with other things. So I just want to be assured that we have sufficient security surrounding the actual badge itself. Whether it's viewable or not is not the issue. The issue is, can we secure it from anybody tampering with that location without everybody knowing about it?
Right. No, I understand. It is in an area within the Sheriff's Office, like I said, that is controlled. It takes specific key card access to get into that area. And it will be displayed with other items, other sheriff badges. Sheriff James, his badge is in there. Also Sheriff's Wing, his badge is also in there, along with quite a few other artifacts that have been obtained and shared with the Sheriff's Office.
Thank you. Supervisor Garamendi.
Thank you very much, Sergeant. I want to make sure that this reminds me of like my wedding china. you're so worried about breaking it that you lock it away and you never get a chance to use it. If you, as you go through this, if there are ways that we can make sure that the public has access to this piece of our history, to see it and learn and enjoy it like everybody else, it always breaks my heart to think of great art or great history locked away. I know there's a balance, but, you know, the country will not collapse if the worst thing happened. We do want to make sure that everybody gets to enjoy the county, the history, the great history of this county, and I'm sure that's a concern of yours as well as a historian. So,
sure.
I don't know the answer to that. Maybe it's not possible, but whenever possible, bring the community in on your great history.
Sure, and there is video surveillance of this area as well, so that also helps out. And some of the losses that have happened throughout the years with other items of this nature in other counties have been in more of a public access area that's has times when it's closed, nobody around, you know, lobbies and that sort of thing. So this is kind of somewhat of a happy medium to where it can be monitored 24 hours a day and still is somewhat accessible to public.
So I'm sure most of the public is like me. I was kind of hoping you were bringing it today.
Yeah, no, I didn't have it with me, so sorry.
Sergeant?
I have a comment. Are you done, Supervisor Tofanelli? Okay. Supervisor Tofanelli, I'm going to let you go first.
I just have one question. When you indicated that you need a card to get in to the access area where it's going to be stored at, when you swipe the card, is there information kept as the time the card was swiped through, whose card it was?
Absolutely.
So if something happens, you can go back and see the last person or the time and you know whose card it was?
Absolutely. Every one of our access doors are recorded that way.
And it has video cameras. Is this in the area right outside your office where the other badges are? No.
Go ahead.
This is in the Commons area. If you come in the back of the sheriff's office, if you come to the front of the sheriff's office, you have to go through two sets of, or actually three key-padded doors to get into it. It's in that Commons area where we've had some luncheons and whatnot before. That's where the staff personnel have their lunches and whatnot. It's behind a glass case. Again, there's video cameras throughout the area. People have to pass code to get in and out. If there are any visitors, if you come in, you're checked in with me and you receive a pass, so you're not free to walk around in the department without it because it's still a secured area. So I won't say there's no way somebody could break the glass and get it, but we would know who it was because we would know who came in there and we would have video surveillance of them taking the badge.
So it's not shatterproof glass?
It's not shatterproof glass, no. And if they were in camouflage or they were in some type of a disguise, we'd be on before they even got in there. Because it's inside the secured area.
Thank you.
Sheriff, I have a couple of questions for both of you. Do you have an armory in the sheriff's department?
Yes.
What do you keep in there?
Guns, bullets, bean bags, tasers.
Do you have evidence in the sheriff's department?
Yes, sir, we do.
Do you have money in the sheriff's department?
Yes, sir, we do. Not
Do you
mine.
have narcotics and contraband in the sheriff's department?
Yes.
And every sworn officer has a sidearm, correct?
Yes.
And to get into the sheriff's department, you have to go to the front lobby if you're coming in the front door. You contact the bulletproof reception area.
Correct.
And access to any part of the sheriff's department other than the meeting room on that first lobby floor and the restrooms is by card access. You have to be buzzed in if you don't have a card.
Correct. Bless you.
Then you have to go back through two more doors?
Yes.
Or one more door to get to the area where the display is?
Two more doors.
Two more doors. I think you got a secure area.
It is a pretty secure area, again, and not all of our staff have access to that area. Some of the areas, like the evidence room, the armory, some people don't have access to those areas. Not everybody is allowed to go into some of those areas.
So it's a dedicated access program.
Yes.
And that's fully loggable, and we have
Absolutely.
video and card access records to indicate that?
Absolutely.
Because I can't even get past the front door.
Right. We don't want any
somebody
board
buzzing
supervisors
me
in
in
there.
and having an escort.
Yes.
So, in my opinion, I think you have a secure location.
I would sure hope so. That was the way it was designed. And we also have an emergency plan, so if there was something to happen, everybody knows where and what to do and where to go.
Is there any further questions of the sheriff or the sergeant?
Yeah, I'm just not sure I'm willing to agree to this until we get a chance to see it.
Well, I'll tell you what, there's a caveat is if you agree to it, I'll let you come see it. Otherwise, you got to talk to the tax collector.
Do I get to touch it?
No, develop a tactical plan
I don't know
for that
about that.
viewing. So, Supervisor Clapp.
Yeah, I would have one request, and it might not be the sheriff, but if there's ever an appraisal done on the badge, I'd like that appraisal to be given to the people that donate the badge for possible tax purposes.
Sergeant, how did we acquire this badge?
The badge was actually willed back to the sheriff's office, or I'm sorry, back to the county. A lady in Murphy's, I believe, that passed away and willed the badge and some other items from her estate, and that's came to the county, and it's been held there ever since. So, as far as we know, there's no other relatives.
Okay. Do you have a method or procedure or funds to appraise items that's been historical value to the county or the sheriff's department?
I'm not sure exactly how that would come about, but I know that we can get that done.
Okay.
If need be.
That's your question, sir?
Yeah, it was just,
Supervisor Garamendi, your light's on, sir.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, okay. All right. Is there any other further questions by staff or the board of the sheriff or the sergeant? Seeing none, I'll open this up for public comment. And, Ms. Crane.
So I'm listening to the people around me, and we all get that this is an important historical thing. We'd like it to be viewed by the public. Doesn't sound like the public's going to get to see it unless there's some way to have it on camera and on some type of a screen in the lobby where they can see it. I don't know. But could you just tell everybody why is this badge so important? What significance does it have? I mean, who was this person, so they know what we're talking about.
Before
Just so
we
we
do
know what
that,
we're talking about.
Yeah, before we do that, Ms. Crane, I don't think we ought to discuss the actual makeup of the badge, if you will.
No, I'm just, no,
Okay.
why are we all so
But we
excited
can
about
have
it?
the sergeant address that
Yeah, thank you.
on public TV.
That's a good question. Ben Thorne was the 7th sheriff here in Calaveras County. He was also the longest-term sheriff. He was sheriff from 1867 until after the turn of the century, about 1902. He was accredited for many major arrests, major cases. Some of those came from Joaquin Murrieta, which was prior to him being sheriff. He was also a deputy back in 1855 and a constable in 1855 here in Calaveras County. So his law enforcement term here within the county was quite extensive. And also Sam Brown, the famous murderer here from Calaveras County, and of course our famous stagecoach robber, Black Bart. So he was one of the most famous and well-known sheriffs in history during that time, and a very feared, very respected person. As you all know, the Thorne Mansion is still standing here in San Andres as well. So he's a major part of our history in this county. So that's.
I didn't hear that. Okay, is there any other further comment? Seeing none or hearing none, we'll bring it back to the board. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Garamendi. Second? I'll second. Unless you want a second.
I'll second.
Second by Supervisor Tofinelli. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Motion carries 5-0 unanimous. Madam Clerk.
Item 25 is from the Board of Supervisors to appoint the appointment of applicants to serve on various committees, commissions, advisory boards, and county service areas. Today, what you have before you are 4 appointments. Generally, they are acted upon all in one vote. The first one is for the Fish and Game Commission. It is a midterm vacancy for District 5 representative. We have 2 applications, one from Albert Alt and one from Charles Ferrucci. The second is for the Children's and Families Commission, first 5. It is for a District 1 representative, and an application was received from Crystal Goldberg. The third is for the Calaveras Child Care Council. An application was received from Sheila Neal. And the last is for the Hardwood Advisory Board, and it is for a representative of the Cattlemen's Association, and an application was received from Nick Musacha. So we need a nomination from District 5 between the 2 applications.
I'd like to have Albert.
Is that a nomination, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Any other nominations?
It would
Are we
just,
going to vote on everything all at once?
you would vote on everything all at once. There are no other nominations to be made unless one of the applications is pulled and acted upon at a different day.
We'll take a moment to review application information. I see no derogatory information that would convince me not to accept any further applications. Any further comments by the board? Seeing none, any public comment? Hearing and seeing none, we'll come back to the board. Entertain a motion.
So moved, Chair.
Moved by Supervisor Mills.
I'll second it.
Second by Supervisor Clapp. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, seeing none, motion carries 5-0 unanimous. Madam Clerk.
Item 26 is from the Building Department to authorize the CAO to execute an agreement with Superion to develop and implement a new electronic permit tracking system in the amount not to exceed $494,610, not to exceed 60 months from date of execution.
Good morning, Chair Oliveira and the board. This is Ed Short with the Chief Building Official for the Building Department. I'm respectfully requesting to withdraw this to get further detailed, specific contract language that would be in the best interest of the county. So it will be coming back in the near future. We're working with the vendor to make sure that we get a solid contract. So,
okay. Thank you, sir.
And when you bring it back, could you bring it back with the account numbers?
yes, sir.
Thank you.
Supervisor Clapp, did you have I'm sorry, your mic's on. Okay, thank you. Any other further, Supervisor Tofinelli, I got you. Any comments on this issue? Seeing none, do we need a motion?
We do not.
Okay. Then your grant to withdraw is of your own. Your request to withdraw is granted.
Right. Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Item 27 is from Public Works to authorize the CAO to, authorize the purchase of a temporary bridge to be used to reopen Blagan Road, Main Street in White Pines, crossing over Big Trees Creek from Acro Bridge for a not to exceed amount of $89,000.
Mr. Krovas.
Thank you. Jeff Krovitz, Public Works. This item has been in front of the board on a number of occasions. This is essentially approval by the Board of Supervisors for the purchase of the low bid alternative for the temporary bridge to be deployed up at Blagan Road. Bids were updated after the May 23rd meeting, and I'm bringing this item forward to meet the direction of the board to reopen that road to the public. As you may know, the request for bids is on the street as of last Wednesday for a contractor to offload, assemble, install the bridge, anchor it, and then to construct the approach roadways to get it reopened. Bid openings are the 6th of July. Questions?
Mr. Clovis, have we received information on the FEMA funding request for this particular bridge?
We have a project description that is independent of the project description for permanent repairs at the Blagan Road site. It is a description for a temporary bridge to reopen to the public with descriptions and cost estimates that I have reviewed and also provided to FEMA. So it is in the works to receive a project worksheet and subsequent an authorization, a funding authorization.
And what is the amount of that FEMA reimbursement? Do we know?
About $198,000, I believe, or $190,000.
Will we be looking for funding on this temporary bridge project from OES? Or is that the total funding we're looking at?
That's the total funding from both Cal OES and FEMA.
And what is the county's match funds on that?
6.25%.
Do we have a number on that? I know it's going to be rough because we haven't got our RFP back yet. 12,000?
Yeah, maybe. 11,000 is what I think.
11, 12,000? Okay. So for $11,000, $12,000, we get a $200,000 bridge minus installation.
Yes, the installation is approximately half. And the nature and the style of this bridge allows us to redeploy it to other sites. It allows us to buy more of the component parts to widen it or increase the span. And these bridges I've seen go as high as 200-foot span.
Okay. Any further questions, Mr. Groves?
Yes, Mr. Groves, this is Buy American, right?
This is Buy America.
Thank you.
There was an issue when this did go out to bid, and I was informed by Mr. Clovis that the bridge had to be of American construction with American steel. And I think that's a good move. Costs a little bit more money, but at least keep your job in America. Is there any further questions of Mr. Clovis? Mr. Mills? I'm sorry, Supervisor Mills?
Yeah, the point is with the teeter fund, then the remainder will go back to the teeter fund minus the $13,000 that you're still looking for.
If we are successful in our request for repayment, yes.
Thank you.
And for the board's information, I am in contact with CCWD and SPI to see if they can participate in this project. But I understand that this is a community that, if you will, be in one district, but the bridge will serve the entire county at the time of need. Is there any further question of Mr. Clovis? Any further board discussion? Then I'll open it up to public comment. Would anybody like to speak? Ms. Underhill? Welcome.
Good morning. Bertha Underhill, District 3 Director at CCWD. We just mentioned CCWD a few minutes ago, and CCWD is undergoing budget as you are. So let's just leave, we'll leave that aside. I do want to reemphasize, and I'm sure all of you remember the big discussion that we had on the 23rd. Was that when we were here? And things have not changed. As a matter of fact, they've gotten a little bit worse because as we go into our summer session or the summer period, White Pines Lake is just inundated. And then you are going to be hearing about new people coming out there because of the occupancy of the ballpark. We have Tom Owens here who will address the number of people using the ballpark, and again, the access to the ballpark is non-existent unless they walk miles. Now, SPI has opened up the bridge back behind, and I was there. One of the field supervisors took me on that excursion yesterday, and it is miles to get to White Pines Lake through the back way, and Mike knows what that is. Again, it's critical. It's critical to Ebbets Pass. And it's critical to the entire county because, as we were talking before, about what the tourism does to the county funding, you get that money. And I hope that you will question whoever comes up and talks about White Pines Park and the accessibility. It's very, very important. And I'm, of course, will answer any questions if you have any. But as I say, you're going to be hearing specifics from the rest of our leasees. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Underhill.
Cliff Edson, District 1. I just want to remind you how important this is to businesses that come in, because the folks that come through the county, go up to White Pines Park, come past our businesses, and they become patrons. And this is how we get our tax money into the county. There's a number of folks, a great number of folks that have stopped in at my restaurant that go to White Pines from Valley Springs area. And it's just, because they've been doing it for years. And not only from there, but from Sacramento and all over the Stockton, all over the valley. It's hard for people to access it right now. They have to do a lot of walking, and that creates other issues. Plus the strain that's on local businesses, and also the park maintenance itself. Consider this: if people come up here and they don't have a good experience there, they're not going to come up here next year or the year after. So this is a really good fix. It's quick. It's not going to affect general fund anywhere. Thank you guys for considering it last time, and I hope that you'll just go ahead and pass this thing along so they can get started on it right away. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, I'm Tom Owens. I represent the Courtright Emerson Ballpark. The ballpark's been in existence for almost 40 years. It was built by the community in 1980. Since then, we've had a men's league, a women's league, and in August and September, we'll have a co-ed league. We probably have close to 200 community members participating in the ballpark. And right now, we obviously thank SPI for allowing us to use their logging road. The logging road's about 2.5 miles around the lake into the ballpark. And we've been starting playing games a couple of weeks ago. So the ball players know the situation. I'm trying to get them to carpool around. Some of them are actually walking in. They're parking at the picnic area at White Pines, and they walk about a half mile to play ball. So that's what we're doing. We're out there for 6 months, all the way through September. It's definitely a community ballpark. We have our tournaments are in August, in which teams from all over California come in to participate. Our tournaments are really our main fundraiser, and that's how we are able to continue the ballpark. Also, Mike, I'd like to thank Michael. For the last 4 months, he's been very good at communicating with me the situation with the bridge. And I could tell, the tone of your voice, you're frustrated like everybody else is, and that, I just urge you, please, expedite this as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Owen. Further comments by the public? Seeing none, hearing none, I'll bring it back to the board for a motion. Entertain a motion.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Moved by Supervisor Tofinelli. Second. Second by Supervisor Mills. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed indicate by saying no. Motion carries 5-0. Unanimous. I'm going to get blamed for that. Madam Clerk. Oh, I'm sorry.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to thank all of you. I know that the budget is tight, and there's a lot of work in the county that needs to be done. And with your dedication in that, and especially okaying the bridge, I know the Moose Lodge, the ballpark, the park, and everybody that's affiliated out there would like to thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Item 28 is from the Public Works Department to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution to abandon or vacate a 50-foot future street on the subdivision map of Lake Pines, Unit 3, between Lot 400 and Lot 401. Chair, I'd just like to note that this is, it was noted as a public hearing, however, a public hearing isn't required.
Thank you. Mr. Packinger, how are you, sir?
Good morning, sir. Robert Packinger, Public Works, Interim County Surveyor. As the clerk noted, there is no statutory requirement in the Streets and Highways Code to have a public hearing for a summary vacation. This future street was dedicated on the final map in 1962 of Lakemont Pines, Unit 3. It has never been improved. It only existed on paper. The property behind the subdivision is U.S. Forest Service lands. So the applicant submitted an application to have this future street removed. He was able to get the letters from U.S. Forest Service indicating that they have no intent of improving that roadway for access. So in accordance with the Subdivision Map Act, we can use the summary vacation procedures. The summary vacation procedures are outlined in Streets and Highways Code. The procedures are standard. The resolution before you is consistent with the requirements in Streets and Highways Code. And so at this point, we would like you to approve the resolution.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Packinger. Any board discussion, staff discussion? Supervisor Mills? Oh, my apologies. Oh, I'm sorry. I've got peripheral vision. Having heard no discussion, I'll open this for public comment.
George Fry, I just have a question about what happens to the 50-foot wide. I understand it must be an easement, so is 25 foot of it on 400 and the other 25 foot is on 401, or is there an actual piece of property there that's 50 foot wide?
Mr. Packinger?
Yes, once the vacation is processed, the property lines of the adjacent properties will move to the center line of that dedicated street.
Okay. That answer your question, Mr. Fry?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Further public comment? After hearing and seeing none, we'll come back to the board. I'll entertain a motion. Moved by Supervisor Clapp,
Second.
second by Supervisor Tofinelli. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, vote motion passes 5-0, unanimous.
Thank you.
If I may, Mr. Chair, Mr. Packinger, I hope you got to hear earlier in the day where our Eagle Scout thanked you very much for your work on this project up in Murphy's.
Yes,
I
thank
want to
you.
make sure you got that as well. Thank you.
Good job, Robert. Good job.
All right, I agree. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be taking a break for lunch as soon as do we have time for the next item, Madam Clerk? Okay, we're going to break early for lunch so we can have the full opportunity to discuss the next item. And we're going to return, looks like we have a comment.
I do. I'm sorry, but I am here just for this item, and I have interviews all afternoon. I just didn't know if we could possibly get it in. Thank you.
Give me a moment.
So, Chair, the department has said that there's not enough time for this
Okay.
item right now.
I'm sorry, Ms. Topol. We will not be able to hear that until after lunch. Okay, we're going to be taking a lunch break we'll be back here at 1:25. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Board of Supervisors meeting. Madam Clerk.
Item 29 is from Public Works to convene a public hearing to consider Calaveras transit system changes to improve the fare box recovery ratio and approve a resolution to A, eliminate the Delta Gold Line transit service between Calaveras County and Stockton as of July 28, 2017. B, direct the Director of Public Works to send a letter to Caltrans to terminate the FTA Section 5311F grant after July 28, 2017. And C, support the weekly operation of the Saturday Hopper in fiscal year 2017-18 within the limits of available funding.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Ladies and gentlemen, right now we'll start the public hearing.
Thank you, Board. This item before you contemplates the termination of an intercity service. This was put together and funded through several federal funding grants that required a lot of work to put this together. The short-range transit plan gave 7 primary recommendations. They're listed up on the handouts that we provided you. And we have some here at the rostrum in public. The items that are bold up on the board are items that we have implemented, and you'll notice that item number 5 is an intercity route that we implemented. Public Works implemented in January of 2016. That route requires that we run a 20-passenger bus with luggage carriers. We can't substitute to a smaller route. The number of riders we have is not what was expected nor what was predicted as part of the short-range transit plan. So our fare box recovery is low. The round trip is in excess of 200 miles. And our ridership is 2 to 3 people per day. So that is very difficult to continue to fund. It drags down the recovery ratio for the entire system. This year when we put together our budget and with some discussions and presentations by members of the board and the CAO, our goals for transit were to achieve the minimum system-wide fare box recovery of 10%, operate the transit system as efficiently and as cost-effectively as we can, utilizing to the maximum extent possible recommendations from the short-range transit plan, improve our public outreach, marketing efforts to increase the ridership, and then identify underperforming routes and make recommendations for system modifications. What you see is the number of passengers on the Delta Gold Line. For us to make a fare box recovery, you can see the red line at the top of the chart. Our actual, since we put this into service, is significantly below that. We did have a peak in the early summer of 2016, but it's been on a downhill slide since then. I'll let Deputy Director Zandheiser speak a little bit to the changes in revenue and expenditures on this.
Okay, well, what we're looking at today in front of you is the recommended budget that's been presented to the board for their consideration and adoption this week. Since that budget was presented to you, we've made some modifications in order to achieve our best effort at making the fare box recovery ratio of 10%. So what you're looking at here are the changes to the revenue side. The state transit assistance funds would stay the same. One of the largest areas that would change would be the would be the LTF apportionment, and that would go down for the intercity service by $42,721. Taking that money away and putting some of it towards the Saturday Hopper is kind of what we're proposing, which is the tourism route that we currently have in place. The $19,000 for that service would make up the full balance that is required to keep that service running for the entire fiscal year. One of the things we had proposed was cutting that service in half because the funding from the LCTOP was cut in half. So we would change that service proportionately. And now moving forward, we see that we can use that local transportation fund and put that towards the Saturday Hopper. The rest of the changes on there, the fare revenue would be reduced for removal of the intercity service, as well as changing the estimates based on the actuals for the end of this fiscal year. We're seeing that our trends are still low for fare ridership, and we, on the initial budget, overestimated a little bit. So we're bringing that back to a more reasonable estimate. That's something achievable, a 10% increase over the prior year. We feel that we can attain that goal. So moving forward, the new budget, I just went too many times, the fare box recovery ratio was at 11.83 with the recommended budget you have in front of you. Moving into the revised budget, we're closer to the 10% goal, which is where we need to be. On the expense side, we've also reduced our expenses by $117,000. The employee benefits stay the same. Maintenance of equipment goes down because of removal of the intercity service. Gas and oil go down as well. Paratransit operator costs would go down, and other services and supplies will go down as well. And then, as you can see in the modifications, we're looking at changing the revenues and expenditures by $117,803.
We're sorry to have to do this way, but we are trying to be responsive to the requirements and the requests of the board, and also to have a responsible budget. This is disappointing, but this is the reality we're dealing with. So I'll take questions on this issue.
Okay. Questions of Mr. Krovis by the board, staff? Comments? Supervisor Mills?
Took a minute to push the button. I'm really beginning to think that we need to look at our marketing strategy, and we've struggled, I think, internally as to how to market this, and made several changes over the budget cycles that I've been around. This is an area I think that we could engage other venues or other ways of getting the public, and I'm talking about not just the transit people who live in the county, but our tourists who come here, who don't even, I don't think they really fully understand what we are or what we do, and they're not really in tune with the opportunity other than WorldMark, which is something we just recently started. I think that marketing can be done and I'm looking at Lisa about this, is through the Visitors Bureau. And also, I'm thinking of Ironstone and the amount of people that go out there in one shot. But also, we tried Bear Valley. We've taken trips up there. We're trying different methods, but if we're not really reaching the tourists when they want to be reached and they don't know or understand how to access the system, they're relying upon how systems run in urban areas. And they're looking for those identifiers and marks, flags, signs, poles, whatever, to tell them that's where you go. They don't have it in their brain, and it's not their fault, to wave a bus down. They don't think that way. And we can't recondition them in a couple of short hours of them being here as a tourist that that's how this works. So there's a lot of, I think there has to be some collaboration and some partnerships developed to allow those people who have expertise in marketing and have those skill sets to say they're reaching out constantly to those areas that have high tourism and those areas that have high visitor use, and saying, when do we need to be accessible to you? And now that we're realizing what Murphy's does and that interplay with Angels Camp, that can go much further. That can get down to Valley Springs. That can get over to McCullum Hill. Just to imagine some of the events that are held at the Hotel Leger, for instance. There's screaming opportunities here, but if we're only trying to do it internally ourselves, this 10% fare box recovery isn't going to be an option this year because we're in the third year. And if we don't make it, there's going to be a penalty that we're going to have to absorb somehow because we didn't make it. I don't want us to be in that position. I would prefer that we start really reaching out and realizing there are other people with a tremendous amount of marketing skills and marketing strategies that we need to partner with and be able to use and utilize and have them utilize us. Because I think that's where the conversation needs to go. But I'll just leave it at that for now. But I think it's a big piece of why we struggle, is because we don't partner well with people who are visitors to our county for a very short window of time and may never have been here before, and now suddenly are here, and I don't know how to make use of this, so therefore my car is my best alternative because I don't know what else to do. And I'll leave it at that for now.
Further comments by the board? I have a couple of questions. What actual programs are we using to complete our outreach? I know we've discussed this for 2 to 3 years. We have a different situation than we do in the urban cities. We don't have the population. We don't have the transportation dollars. We don't have transit systems, if you will, like BART, if you will, or baseball stadiums, football stadiums, things of that sort. So what are comparable counties doing in their marketing programs, and this is the big question, that are successful? Or are there any that is successful? I guess that's a better question.
The one system that we know that is successful, especially solely with the tourist market, is YARTS, the system that travels to Yosemite, and they cater totally to tourists that are coming without their vehicles. They're coming from all over the country to see Yosemite. But as far as what the rural transit agencies are doing to reach the market, I'd be as happy to learn that as you would. We use what resources we can easily put our finger on, our partners at Destination Angels Camp and the Visitors Bureau, and to help us in the business, Murphy's Business Association, and Facebook and our website. We haven't put anything together for a real marketing blast to get it out there. Kind of like Supervisor Mills' idea, Vision signs on the road saying flag with bus with the website, just to put it out there. That's a good idea. But, yeah, anybody that has ideas, we'd be more than happy to see what we can do with them. We have limited funds to use for marketing, so things need to be quick and easy.
Is there, I have to recognize some folks in our gallery there, Michelle Plotnick, welcome. Is there any interaction with community groups? And I know there is, but what has worked and what hasn't worked? And I'm going to use some examples in my district. The Murphy's Business Association, the Murphy's Community Committee, and we're starting to see, we have a route up there, I understand now, and that's good. But is there any cross promotion on that would help out the transit system?
We come to like the Ebbets-Town Property Owners Association meeting. Any opportunity, come armed with flyers and hope that people will distribute them to their associates. And
okay, is there any cooperative effort to, and I'm going to use my district as an example, Irish Days. Come on, folks, we're all adults here. We know what happens at Irish Days.
We had a booth at Irish Days, and
can we establish routes, special routes on those days? And I know we're limited by what we can and cannot do by state regulation.
We have the Saturday Hopper, and we can really push that with the Irish Days. I think that we did. We had cooperative social media advertising with the Murphys. The Murphy CA Facebook, share it, like it.
I think Supervisor Mills is correct. We have to develop those public-private partnerships to move this system to the next level. And if we stay boxed into what we're currently doing, we're handing out flyers, we're doing these things, we really have to get on the ground, get our faces out there, get the people knowing. I was just speaking with a gentleman in the lobby who didn't know we had a Saturday service. So obviously, we have to do a better job of getting the word out. That's the only way we're going to get people on the buses. So whether it's hiring a consulting firm to come forward and do a marketing plan for us, we need to identify the dollars, realize that for every dollar we spend, we have to make $100 in fare to cover that, to get that 10% ratio. But maybe for 1 year, that might be worth the chance to build the system. There are a lot of resources. Deborah and I go meet with the Central Valley transit operators. They give great ideas. They share everything. Everyone's kind of in the same boat right now in terms of how their transit systems are working. Everyone's transit systems are on the downslide, with the exception of just a couple. Okay. And I think Deborah can probably speak to this. We have our partners down in San Joaquin County who have helped us with the intercity service. And Nick Knott, he made a great comment. He said, "This service is great. It was bad timing. You came into this system, this intercity system came into place at a time where everyone's transit systems were going down. So it was bad timing."
You must be clairvoyant, because that's exactly where I was going to go.
My crystal ball was dirty that day.
That's it. Yeah, I was going to be, let's find someone that does it for a living and does it well.
Yes.
I mean, okay.
So, while we're on the subject of the Delta Gold Line, the purpose of the intercity service was to have meaningful connections to regional transportation opportunities. We went to Greyhound and Amtrak and San Joaquin RTD, and all three of those systems were so cooperative, and it was a great partnership with them, also with Delta College. But San Joaquin RTD and a lot of our passengers on the Delta Gold Line were going there, and they let us use their bus stops. They put our signs on their stops. We have an agreement with them. We could use all their facilities. There's been some really good things, and the passengers that are riding the system, they're people that need to get these places. It's unfortunate there's not quite enough of them. Let's give it a go.
You determine that to be our population base in this county. Do we have enough people to support a transit system like this? That's a real tough question. I don't expect an answer.
Well, I can give you a little bit of an answer. The intercity feasibility study estimated that the population going to college was going to split in the county. So Columbia College, and then you were going to get a new population that were going to split off and go down to Delta College. We didn't see that happen. We saw a spike in September of last year. We had a good kickoff, quite a bit of ridership, and then the preceding months it just sort of dropped off. So either the timing wasn't convenient, or we make that trip twice a day down and back, and that's the 210 miles that Jeff was referencing. It's a long trip, especially by bus.
So give me the opportunity to name a couple of categories and see if we have any data. What about our working force in this county? Do you see anybody using our transit system to go to work 5 days a week or 6 days a week?
There may be people in the audience.
I'm seeing a negative from our operations general manager. Cynthia Lawrence is here. She has more contact with the passengers through the drivers. And no, I think there are little to no people commuting for work.
Yes, ma'am, you can. If you'll come identify yourself on the microphone for us. Okay.
Lisa Bolton, Executive Director of the Calaveras Visitors Bureau. The bus service does not run often enough for local people to use it for their work. It just doesn't. We actually did a trial run. We tried to do it ourselves. One of our team tried to use it, and it just you don't have enough options on when to arrive and when to leave, so you end up staying for a long period of time at your work in order to catch the bus home, and then you've had an extra long day. So there's a little bit of a catch-22 here with not only the employee but also the tourism route, which is that you need an initial investment that will bring enough tourism routes to get people around these areas often enough, have enough buses going, which is a lot more expensive, but it can't really take off until you make that investment. So even with people using the Saturday hopper, it's inconvenient. I mean, it's a great idea, but we don't have enough buses running. So people get stuck in one place for a long time, and then, it's just not a convenient system currently.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Bolton. Let's talk about other categories. Let's talk about our seniors. How many people, or actually how many seniors do you think are, number one, aware of our transit system, number two, use it? Do we have any data on that?
The numbers are low on seniors, partly because it's difficult to get to the bus stop. And we're working with Common Ground to do that first mile, last mile to help get seniors to the fixed route. But generally, I'd say that there's more young people using it than seniors.
Okay, that was my next category, young people.
Young people are using it.
Okay, are we talking students? Are we talking just using it for transportation needs? Can we identify that data? Anybody help us out there?
I'm inviting Cynthia Lawrence, the General Manager of Paratransit Services, our contract operator.
Okay.
She has more contact with the passengers.
Hi, Cynthia
Hello.
Lawrence, Paratransit Services. In terms of our students, we do have a good ridership of students, and we also have our special groups, which are our ARC students, and then we have Compass over in Jackson as well. So that's your main group of people. Our students are probably, I want to say they're about 40% of our service.
How about from Delta Gold Line?
For Delta Gold Line, you have maybe 2 students during the season. That's all we had.
When you talk students, ma'am, are you talking high school, college? College students?
College, yeah.
Do you see any ridership involving grade school children?
No.
Okay.
No grade school.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Garamendi?
Yeah, just real quick, when you guys had that big bump in September, I assume those are generally students when you first launched. You guys are sending people down to Stockton, we were looking for that split. We talked to the students to find out if our routes, if our time was correct for them. I'm just wondering what our exit, or did they just drop out of school?
The constraints on this route scheduling was to leave not so early from this end that nobody would go that early, but to get to Delta College early enough for at least the 9 o'clock class. And then we had important connections to make it Amtrak. So all these things kind of dictated when the routes would run. And then you have the driver breaks and getting back and a little break and then going back down. So we had one designated bus to do these 2 round trips to Stockton every day.
So, I mean, that sounds like you guys worked pretty hard to try to accommodate students. Did they drop out of school, or did they jump in their cars, or
They got in their
make
cars,
carpool friends on the bus?
Again, a timing issue. I think gas prices were low, so maybe they tried it out and then they got in the car, met people at the school, and things go up from there. When I say a lot of people, it wasn't a tremendous amount. It was just it was a bump up from, I think, what was it, 130? So in August we had 98, and then in September it went up to 136. And in the subsequent months it went down by about 20 each month.
Really?
So, yeah, so it's hard to know if you could hop on the bus and question them, so will you be riding this bus next week? And they look at you and go, maybe. You know, who knows whether the data is going to be meaningful. But it would be nice to have that information.
Yeah, I mean,
why did you stop riding?
Yeah, and we obviously want our kids to be able to go to school, or adults as well.
Yes. Trying.
Yeah.
When you...
Delta College helped publicize the route. They run our information on their social media and their email blasts to their students and their staff and their administration.
Thank you.
Supervisor Tofinelli?
Yeah, when you state those numbers, is that, when you said 98, is that one from here to there, and then one coming back from there? So it may be the same person going there and coming back. That's one, or is that two? Is that one trip?
One trip.
One, and then coming back. So, yeah, to clarify that. Yeah.
Supervisor Mills?
Yes, additionally to the point is that the number of beds in hotels are primarily in Angels Camp. If there was a way that say the Visitors Bureau, that we could drop a bus pass in every room in every hotel in Angels Camp and provide them with the opportunity, and do the same thing with the Airbnbs, and just, if you can, it's not that it's going to be used every time, but it is just getting that in the face of the public when they are not wanting it at the moment, but just to get that visual out there and to coordinate with people who do this tourism on a regular basis to constantly get those passes out there. And I'm sure that your local hotels would pay for the pass to put them in every room. I know I'm coming up with an idea, but there's got to be ways to get the tourist, the temporary traveler in Calaveras County, to access this system. Because when I saw how many cars go to Ironstone, that just blows me away that they are driving themselves back to hotels in Angels Camp or in Murphy's at Inns and Suites, etc. That's where they're going. But they don't want to put up with that with their car. They would, but there's no way. So we just need to have a better sense of coordination with the events that we're doing here. And it might not be that we have what I call a regular transit system. In other words, do what we're doing now. But our real ability to build is going to be to build based upon the events and those special things that are going on. I've got hands going up everywhere. I hope I'm sparking some interest here. But there needs to be a broader spectrum approach to how we reach that short-term vacationer in Calaveras County. And we need to use marketing that has already been put in place that is generally working and just build on it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have the opportunity to address these issues at public comment, so kind of hold your place. We'll get to that. We're almost there, I think. Yeah. Those are great ideas. Mr. Krovis, can we, as a public transit system, issue free passes in a marketing like that?
funding's going to have to come somewhere. We don't have the ability to issue a free ticket because the cost of operations, oversight and management remain. And the requirement from our funding agencies for documented recovery, people in the seats, writing, is critical. So the money for the ticket must come from somewhere. If we put a ticket for a tourist to use for free, we have to have bought that ticket, or the hotel had to have bought the ticket.
But no matter what, every seat has a fare.
Every seat has
and we have to collect that fare.
Every rider has a fare.
Every rider, okay, all right. Just want to make sure we didn't go down that rabbit hole. Any further questions from board or staff? Okay, entertain public comment.
Mr. Chair, could I just remind everyone, you need to speak directly into the microphone. It needs to be on, and you need to speak, I'm getting several emails that they can't hear us on the video.
Okay, anybody that doesn't do that gets to run laps. Go ahead, sir.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
My name's Rex Wisnand. I'm chairman of the Commission on Aging for Calaveras County. And I'm also involved with some other groups that kind of conflict or go the same ways. And I think Mr. Mills' ideas are excellent. And I was so happy to hear you say, start out this hearing by being positive and looking for constructive ways. It's really neat. I'm also the legislative chairman for the Commission on Aging in Tuolumne County, which means I meet with the transportation people a lot. And also I'm a senior senator from the California Senior Legislature, and I'm chairman of the state housing and transportation committees. So I've got some background, I've got some contacts, I've got some ideas of what possibly could be done. And what I've done is I've talked to Deborah, and we've set up a meeting for July 7th, which is our regular Friday meeting for the Commission on Aging here. And we meet from 10 to 12, and let's see, we're going to be up, we're going to be Arnold, yeah, we'll be up in Arnold for this particular meeting. What we've been doing in the Commission of Aging is each month we meet, and we've been going to different locations throughout the county. And we've attracted about 6 or 7 people for each meeting from those areas that didn't know we existed or didn't have much background in what we do or anything. And it's been real inspirational. They've got some great ideas. And so what we'd like to do is to take their ideas and go to each of these places, put it in the newspaper, and become part of the constructive effort to do something. And I think we would attract a lot of people that way, and as a marketing thing, it could be really effective. So, again, we're going to be meeting Friday the 7th, and I know from what I've heard is that if you act by the 15th, you should be okay as far as deadlines or anything involved in putting this off until the 7th. And we'll probably have about 25 people there from all areas of this county and a lot of the leaders. And it would be a real ideal thing to brainstorm it and to get more ideas. And I think I can do that locally, statewide, and in several areas. And Tuolumne, I don't want to bring them up much here, but I've been on there for 7 years, and they have somebody from transportation there at every meeting. We know exactly what's going on.
Thank you, sir.
And we help market it.
We only have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Sir. Let's make sure we get contact, I guess, with Rex there. Appreciate it. Any more public comment?
Am I going to be loud enough?
Sure.
Does that work? I'm Michelle Plotnick. I'm from the Murphys area, and for those of you who don't know me, I was on the COG at the time that we started the transit system and spent 10 years working on transit. So It's definitely an issue that's near and dear to my heart. And I'm a longtime volunteer with the Murphy's Business Association, the Ebbets Path Scenic Byway Association. And we have been working with Deborah, and I kind of want to reiterate a lot of what Lisa said, which is it's really hard to get people to use transit when the times are difficult. And now I'm speaking primarily about the Saturday Hopper, which Murphy's is a huge proponent of. We would love to see people on a bus and not in their car after they've come to have a lovely afternoon with us. But a lot of the events that people would be attracted to on the weekend are starting at 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon and going later. So they could get to Murphy's, but they couldn't get home. And our large events, and especially our concerts, are at Ironstone, and even there's many daytime events at Ironstone. And we can get them to Murphy's, but we can't get them out to Ironstone. So we've got a missing little leg of the journey for that. And we know that a shuttle works because we had, I don't know how many thousand people ride the shuttle on Irish Day that Ironstone and the Business Association pay for between Murphy's and Ironstone. So I think there's a lot of tricks, because every program that funds any of these transit programs, a particular leg, or they only last 9 months or 12 months, and they have so many restrictions on them that they aren't always a good fit for what we actually need. Like many things in government life, grants come with lots of strings and constraints that sometimes make it hard. But I think there's a lot of good ideas out there. I think probably the Murphy's Business Association might be willing to purchase sort of generic bus passes to give to hotels just to see if we could track it. That's it, I'm done. I'll talk to you guys later. Diane scared me.
Bill Wilson, District 1. Okay. The business districts, merchants offering to pay for the bus fares to put in the hotel rooms. Great idea. You could tie that into a tourism bus going up to big trees, going by Monon Cavern, going by the caves in Mountain Ranch, out Cave City. You could also do another bus, an adult bus, doing winery tours. It would keep drunk people off the roads coming back from those wineries. That would be a great idea. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. I'm going to run at 30 seconds. My name's Steve Kautz, and I'm not representing anybody but myself. I think what I'm hearing sitting back here is you've built a model that's patterned after cities and metropolitan areas. We don't have that. We have a lot of uniqueness in this county, and we have a lot of areas in this county to cover. And I think if you're going to build a transit system, you need to look at it like a hotel or a restaurant in this county does to survive. We can all survive in the restaurant and hotel business Friday through Sunday. It's that Monday through Thursday traveler that we have to address. The problem that you have with the transit system has been addressed as far as events. You have events down in Copperopolis. We know when that is, but we don't promote it and say from point A to point B you can catch the bus from these times. There's not the flexibility and the nimbleness within the current schedule to promote all the different areas. We can go out and sell it all day long, but if we don't have a parking area in Angels Camp getting to Copperopolis, if we don't have a parking area in Valley Springs going to San Andreas for these events, we can't build that and market it. And you can't just come in here and say, here's a bus schedule. We're going to run 9 o'clock till 10 o'clock. It doesn't work. This county is uniquely different in the events and the localities of those events. And I think if you're going to do that, you want to go out and hire a marketing firm, they're going to come back with exactly a metropolitan area and a metropolitan schedule. It's not going to fit. And then you can, once you figure out the event side of it and start to build in the weekday ridership, it'll start to click because people are going to recognize those areas. So I really would ask that you take consideration as to the uniqueness and the flexibility that this transit system might have, and I think it'll better serve the events and activities that are going on, and the tourists, and basically the residents of this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Couch.
Hi, I'm Amy Courtwright. I'm the Director of Admissions and Records at San Joaquin Delta College. And I just wanted to talk a little bit about the Delta Gold Line. We know that we have a student population in Calaveras County that wants to take advantage of higher education opportunities, whether it's at Delta or whether it's at Columbia College, and they need the transportation transit system to get to our college. We understand, though, that there's time constraints. It's a long drive down to Delta, and it's a long drive back. But we want to work with you to ensure that we can get students down to Stockton to take classes and to increase their education and gain skills and bring those skills back up to Calaveras County. We're currently working with RTD on some marketing campaigns, also working with our student activities groups as far as with our Delta Mustang Pass and working with ridership opportunities there. So we'd love to partner with you. I can get you in contact with our marketing department and our outreach department so that we can foster those relationships. Thank you.
Ma'am, I have a question. Do you have any data on exactly how many students are utilizing Delta and Columbia from our county?
I currently do not. We're actually working with RTD this week to come up with a survey for our student population to figure out what their ridership is, what bus routes they're using, and how effective those lines are for them.
Okay, thank you very much. Ma'am, he's going to give you a business card. Stop.
Ben Stopper, District 5. Really appreciate Delta wanting to help move forward with the transit and be able to get people down there. We have been spending a lot of money with Delta for years. We appreciate you also thinking about bringing some of the classes back up here for our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Underhill?
Bertha Underhill, and I'm the vice chair. Working with Rex and the Commission on Aging. But I want to allude to or go back to what Steve Katz was talking about, and this is, we worry about tourism, and again, that's Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, but the middle of the week. I would go more towards I would lean towards a grassroots kind of effort, and I would go to, again, the Murphy's Business Association, but Arnold has a business association. Valley Springs has a business association. So let's go there and expand into the clubs. We have Rotary, we have Lions, we have, you name it, we have the clubs. Let's do the real grassroots effort and do outreach with them.
Thank you. Further comments? Ms. Bolton?
Lisa Bolton, Calaveras Visitors Bureau. So as far as local support of ridership, another problem that we're running into is that we don't have affordable housing for our hospitality workers. Here in Calaveras County, there's a real dearth of that currently. So the people that would be the best users of the transit system would be people who are based in Calaveras County, working in Calaveras County. A lot of those people might be in the hospitality industry. But unfortunately, with the advent of Airbnb and VRBO, there is a severe lack of affordable housing for workers working in the hospitality industry. So your wait staff, your hotel staff, your guides for attractions. So that's another problem that really needs to be addressed, or we won't have that local support for transit.
Thank you.
Bonnie Newman, you were talking about outreach, marketing, advertising. It all seems like the same thing. And I was thinking, I haven't really seen any advertising. And I was thinking, how would a good promotion be? And they got big buses. And I envision on the side of the bus, need a ride to Stockton, day, time, phone number. a way to promote anything is to put it in real simple terms and language, and I as old as I'm getting simpler and simpler all the time, and I think it would be real slogan. Do you need a ride to Columbia College? That kind of thing. Just on the side of the buses. You already got the buses, mobile advertising. Anyway, that's what came to my mind.
Thank you. Any further comments by the public?
George Fry. I like, Lisa, the Visitor Bureau magazine that you put out this
Mr.
year.
Fry, can I have you speak to the microphone?
Sure.
I can't hear you.
Okay. So anyway, I really liked the Visitors Bureau magazine that they put out this year. It's really good. The only drawback is that Supervisor Garamendi's district, there's nothing in that magazine. Huh? Oh, they did? Okay. But, I mean, beyond that, there's really nothing. And there's not much in District 1 as well. So I hope in the future something can be done about that because we're part of the county.
Thank you, sir. Further public comment? Okay. Seeing none, we'll come back to the board. I believe at this one, Mr. Mills. Go ahead, please.
I just want to thank everybody for showing up in the conversation. It's great that we start thinking outside the box and start brainstorming a little bit about what our options are. And don't look at this as a challenge. Look at it as an opportunity. That's what it really is. Thanks.
Further comments before we close the hearing? Seeing none, the hearing is closed. Time for board discussion. Anybody want to go first, gentlemen? Mr. Clapp.
Yeah, Rex asked a question if, I believe he did, that they're having a meeting the 7th, and that he was willing to go over that, and we had till the 15th to do it. And I believe he was asking if we could postpone it till that time, if I'm not mistaken. So I was wondering if the board could consider let Rex have the 7th to come up with something also, and then come back to the board, and we can have the vote on the 15th, or wherever that comes on the calendar.
I believe our next board meeting is the 11th.
Right. And the
Oh,
deadline,
the 11th then.
And the deadline for submitting items for that agenda is today.
Oh, today is the last day?
We're supposed to post no later than the 7th?
So we could post today for the 11th?
We're required to post our agenda for the meeting of the 11th on the 7th.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Krovitz, what timelines do we have to meet?
Deb, you want to take that one, or you want me to do it?
Yeah, we would have to, I really appreciate everybody's ideas going forward, and I think they're going to be very helpful, especially with the rest of the service and with we're going to rethink the Saturday hopper service, and based on a lot of the things that people here have said in the City of Angels. The Delta Gold Line, we really don't have any time. I mean, there can be some fabulous ideas and support from the Agency on Aging, and we will, take advantage the best we can of those. But I don't anticipate that it's going to put a lot of passengers on the Delta Gold Line right away. I would just hate to see more funding thrown out at this. It's really, it's a sad thing that is going to happen. It's going to have a sad impact on a lot of people who depend on it for the places they go. But it's not enough, and it's not going to be enough. So I would not support putting this off for another month or two.
I'd like to add to that, you know, in the interest of transparency and the interest of letting our ridership know potential changes in service, we like to give them at least a 30-day advance notice. So we put advertises in the newspaper several weeks back in anticipation of terminating the service at the end of July. If we postpone it, then it's likely another 2-month, probably, postponement, which means that we will absorb those operating costs and continue to operate this service. The other thing I would point out is that the majority of the discussion today is centered around advertising, outreach, and tourism transit. And the intercity service is really a service that was contemplating providing transit-challenged citizens with access to a city outside of our county, and then to the services that are provided from that city. Of course, it's a demand-based system. Its success is based upon demand. Our demand hasn't proven itself out, whether it's the fault of an outreach or an advertising, or there are not that number of people that want to use it, or potential passengers find it less expensive to find an alternative route to get to those destinations. We're still in the same position. And while I fully believe that long-term for transit, the ability to hopefully generate a successful tourist-based transit service to help fund your non-tourist-based transit service, our target audience remains transportation disadvantaged veterans and seniors. That is the core of most transit systems. So those are just items that I'm stating for consideration. So it wasn't exactly an answer to your question.
It does answer my question. Thank you, Mr. Groves. Any comments by the board? Supervisor Mills?
Jeff, I do have a question. If we don't make the 10%, this is the third year, what kind of a hit are we going to take? Just rough numbers. I'm not going to hold you to it, just rough numbers. Because we're now 2 years of not making it, so this will be the third year.
I don't know the exact number. It's a small percentage of the local transportation funds would be withheld by the Council of Governments. They would not give us the full requested apportionment. And there's a formula, and I apologize for not knowing what that formula is, but I can get back to you on that.
Would you? Because I'd like to know, because if it works out that this doesn't happen the way we're expecting it to, we're going to have to make that shortfall up somewhere.
The first year penalty is pretty small. Any penalty is a bad penalty, but right. It's not exorbitant. We'll follow up with you on that.
Okay, appreciate it.
Seeing no further comment? Supervisor Tofinelli?
In delaying this, though, the reason for the termination date of tomorrow, the 28th, is tied to the new fiscal year? Because your memo says June 28th.
If it says June 28th, it's a typo, and it's meant to say July. We want to give the passengers 30 days notice.
It does say July 28th in the recommendation.
Does it say July?
Yeah.
Oh, my apologies. It does say July 28th.
Yeah.
That was Supervisor
I should read with my glasses on. Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
We want to give both our passengers and our operator notice so that, because Cynthia has to reschedule her drivers. And I do want to say that changing our routes from just Calaveras County to include Stockton was an enormous amount of work for our operator to go and figure out the routes around Stockton and to get the timing down and to train the drivers. It was a big job, and they did it very well.
Okay, so what I understand the situation is, we are following the slowest horse in the race. And I think it's time we ought to think about dropping out of this part of the race. Is that what I'm hearing? And we can't afford to run this race. Everybody have that same perception? Good, I'm not alone. I'll entertain a motion.
I would move we accept the recommendation as is presented.
Second?
I'll second.
Second by Supervisor, I'm sorry, motion by Supervisor Mills, second by Supervisor Garamendi. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed by saying no. Motion carries 5-0 unanimous. Madam Clerk. I'm sorry.
Sorry to interrupt, Chair and Madam Clerk. We were going to take out of order item 32.
Oh, that's correct. Is there any representatives on item 30, the administrative office, approving the Series C's bond? Okay. CAO Lutz, your request is granted. We can take that out of order.
Okay.
Madam Clerk?
Okay, so we are moving to item 32 from the Administrative Office. Fiscal year 2017-18 recommended budget.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate you taking it out of order. We're trying to get it in at 1:30 instead, just to allow some of the presenters, or at least one presenter, an opportunity to present shortly after lunch. So I appreciate the flexibility. And also for the fact that there are 6 separate items before you really that encapsulate the CAO's final recommended budget for fiscal year 17-18. This first one is the large one, the main one, and so it's what I'll really spend the time for my presentation on, and then we can hit on the other items when we get to those if the board has questions. As I had indicated on my budget memo that was sent out last week, we've managed to get a final recommended budget without utilizing the position freezes and extra hire eliminations that I originally had estimated for the budget. And there were really a number of factors that went into that. We, first of all, were able to implement the use of salary savings across this budget. What that really is for this county is an initial attempt to identify tied-up general funds that are in department budgets that we can then put to better use either in a different area or, in this case, free up that allocation so that we can bring the budget closer to not having a deficit. The departments were initially, I know, reluctant at a change in course, essentially, or a change in our process. But I do really appreciate the faith and the work that departments had in coming to the table. I had a lot of meetings the last couple weeks just to try and identify what potential savings there might be based on vacants, based on the time that it takes to recruit, get positions filled. And I really appreciate the effort of all of the departments out there to look at what is a countywide goal, to try and save the general fund some of the expenditure appropriation and help really close the deficit. My goal moving forward really is to be stressing this type of action and thinking both in salary savings, but on a broader scale as we move forward. We need to be looking at salary savings. We need to be looking at contracts and really identifying how do we put the money that we're asking for to productive use. If we're budgeting for a full year and we know it's not going to happen, then we should free those funds up. And instead, my ideal is then it goes back to that department in other areas such as capital infrastructure, vehicles, software, et cetera. Again, the idea, we're also looking at our infrastructure at the same time and not asking for more money when we don't necessarily always need it. We also work to identify contingencies that could be reduced, and that did bring down the expenditures in some of our funds and or some of our departments. And I will note that this is not a permanent structural solution in some cases. In some areas, we did balance by bringing those contingencies down, but we're starting to really tread that fine line between cutting out fluff within a budget and instead creating risk for us that we could potentially have unexpected or unusually large costs throughout the year, not have the immediate flexibility to address that, and the time required, as the clerk pointed out a second ago, to get to the board sometimes makes it more challenging to respond quickly. And creating those contingencies is consistent with the general accepted accounting principles for government, and really in regard to having a prudent reserve or contingency. There also were a number of areas that we changed or reduced expenditures. One, we did create now, per the board's request, a cannabis budget org. That way we can closely monitor the abatement and registration program within the county, identify which positions, which expenses related to equipment, supplies, contracts are tied to that program across the entire county, tied to one budget org. That'll make it a lot cleaner and easier to identify those expenses as we move forward. The auditor's office and myself are now going to need to work through some of the mechanics of making sure that we then reconcile if you have somebody who's dedicated into that program, but then they end up doing work that's not related to that, looking at how we charge that back into the department's budget. Those are the mechanics that now we'll have to work out, but I think this method ultimately will allow much greater control, sign off, and review of what's going in that program and ensure accountability of those funds. We also reduced expenditures by, I reduced the general fund contingency to 1% of general fund appropriation. This is a change from where I originally budgeted, which was at 2%. That ultimately reduced our general fund expenditure or appropriation request by $472,000. Also in regard to Butte Fire disaster recovery, in the guise of making sure that I'm following the most conservative approach, I had budgeted $1.35 million on private property recovery efforts, not knowing whether we had the assurance of getting the 100% funding recovery. I was since able to confirm that we do have the 100%, which then allowed me to reduce that from the budget and resulted in a pretty significant change in the assumption. We also have received our insurance premiums for general liability, errors and omissions, work comp, and other types of insurance. And from that, we were able to identify what the true costs were going to be and really take any of the reserve funds out of the insurance budget. That also saved us $368,000 that was budgeted. In many departments, as I mentioned, we were able to get reductions through salary savings, cost reductions, shifting expenses to designated funds where possible and permissible by the funding source, and really looking at creative options with some of our positions on, is there something that better meets our needs? One example, I had a couple meetings with the district attorney to talk about some of the recruitment challenges she has, ways that we can try and realize a cost savings, but also meet what her department's needs are. So we were actually blending two positions that were vacant into a position that'll provide her better flexibility, better communication with the sheriff's department, and hopefully create better succession planning within her office. So I think there was a lot of opportunities there for creative solutions, and our department heads by and far came to the table looking for ways that they can help and partner and looking at that long-term goal. In terms of revenue projections, I did increase a revenue projection, again, trying to remain as conservative as possible. Our final fund balance initially was estimated at $1.5 million. That was kind of where I thought we'd close the year out at. After reviewing what our revenue intake has been, and again, I'll make a note to the board that primarily due to the strength of the amount of Measure C funding that we've received through this fiscal year at year end, I increased the amount of the cash carry or fund balance that I estimate to be by another $1.5 million or $3 million that we estimate to be closing the fiscal year at. I'm still asking for a transfer of funds from the general fund reserve of $1.485 million, and again, tying that specifically to disaster recovery as the most legitimate and direct source of needing to use our reserves. And then also backing up. So what that would do then is bring us to the minimum 5% of appropriations still on the general fund reserve. Current balance in that account is $4.463 million. And so again, I've requested basically to take 1.4 of that, so bringing us down to about $3 million within the general fund reserve account. I'm also asking for $1.82 million from the Teeter Fund. The current balance of that fund is at $6.4 million. One of the requests that also came from the hearing was to hear back from the Visitors Bureau on funding that they receive from the county. And I know this, in order to address the closeout of this, I think it's important that we get to the Visitors Bureau presentation. They're here today to present what the board asked them to do. So I'll ask Lisa Bolton, the Executive Director of Visitors Bureau, if she and any of her board members would like to come up and provide a presentation to the board. And just for clarification's sake at this point, this budget was built with, per the hearing request, a zeroed out Visitors Bureau allocation. And so this is really looking at direction from the board on how you would like to proceed.
Ms. Bolton, can I ask, how long is your presentation? Can you give me an estimate? 20 minutes? Half an hour? Okay. All right. We're going to take a break for 10 minutes, folks, before we start that. That'll give you an opportunity to pick up the handouts and read what's in there if you'd wish, and then that'll give them time to set up. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. We're going to be dimming the lights so we can see the visuals. I think we can proceed.
Thank you. So I know that I came briefly earlier in the year expressing to a presentation and it was all right. Hello. Lisa Bolton, Executive Director of the Calaveras Visitors Bureau. This is actually my 5th year. And this is one of my board members.
Mary Jane Ginocchio, District 2 with John Garamendi.
You have your own microphone, Mary Jane. There you go.
She just like to share.
I said I wasn't going to speak. However, I will.
So as you know, I came earlier in the year to give a presentation to the board expecting that I would be on the agenda, and unfortunately I wasn't. And so I just gave you an annual report printout. And I wouldn't be surprised and I wouldn't blame you if you didn't have a chance to read through it. But what we have here is a different presentation because this gives the entire fiscal year. Now we're at the end of the 16-17 fiscal year. So it gives more detail. There was kind of a different approach on the last presentation. I gave you more detail on how we arrive at the marketing initiatives that we work on every year, and the partnerships that we have. For this presentation, I'm giving you a lot more detail on what we achieved. So, as a reminder of our mission statement, the Calaveras Visitors Bureau is Calaveras County's core tourism promotion organization dedicated to creating long-term and sustainable economic growth for the region and its members through innovative tourism programs, promotions, and partnerships. Now, that's a mission statement that was established by a board of directors and voted on by our memberships. I do want to point out that the vast majority of Calaveras County's tourism businesses are small and owner-operated, and the CVB provides the marketing representation that they could not otherwise afford. So how are we funded? The CVB is a 501c6 nonprofit organization, so that's a business nonprofit. We provide support to business. We receive TOT tax from the City of Angels Camp, as you can see on the first column. TOT tax from Calaveras County. We have paid member advertising in our experience guide. Basically, the advertising in the guide pays for the publication. And we also have gift shop sales at the Visitor Center. This is, I'm so sorry, this is the earlier presentation. This is not the accurate one, I don't think. So I'm just going to log out of this. Well, there's only one error on there, so I could go back into it. I was using two different computers this morning, and so I got a little bit confused here.
Ma'am, I'm going to ask you to speak with the microphone there.
So I was using two different computers just in case we had problems, and so I ended up saving it in two different places, and then I made some corrections, and so I need to make sure that I'm actually presenting the correct presentation. So let's go here. There we go. That's the correct amount. So the total funding for the 2016-17 fiscal year was $394,403. And that does include our gift shop sales at the Visitor Center, although we do have a high cost of goods sold, so it's not as an impressive funding source as it looks here. So our marketing investment, these are the areas in our budget that we invested in. You'll see that the guide is a large amount. And then really the very much largest amount is the in-house marketing that we do. These are items that we don't contract out, we do them ourselves. Those include social media marketing, website development, ad design for print and online, guide design, promotional giveaways, email marketing, destination blogging, and photography. And you'll see that our budget is 81% marketing and 19% admin. So these are the stats from Dean Runyon for 2016. We don't have them for the first half of the 2017 year yet, but you can see over here that tourism generated $385.5 thousand in TOT from county lodging and $1.1 million from Angels Camp TOT. Visitor spending in the county overall was $179.6 million, up 2.5% from 2015. So this is the visitor spending that took place. Food service generated the most income, followed by lodging, entertainment and recreation, retail, transport and gas, and groceries. So the visitor center serves a very important function. We're open 7 days a week in downtown Angels Camp. We provide concierge services. We also use it as a one-on-one opportunity to provide real estate information for people who are especially delighted with the county. And we also refer them to any business development information if they're at all interested in opening a business in Calaveras. So we've given you a few little bits of demographic information. Top international market is the United Kingdom, and I promise you that's not just my family coming over. Next is Canada, then Germany, Taiwan, Australia, France, Belgium, and then I grouped Scandinavian countries together there. So our top domestic markets, California is 55%, Washington is 5%, Oregon is 4%, Nevada 3%, Texas 2.5%. It's quite surprising. And Arizona. And actually we pull from the entire United States, but of course the majority of our visitation comes from right here in California. So this graph shows the annual visitor center visitation trend, and I have a little quote down here that represents so many, many quotes that are exactly along this vein. This is the friendliest and most helpful visitor center we've ever been to. We hear that weekly. We also hear that Calaveras County is the friendliest place they have ever visited, which is delightful, and that helps us to promote tourism in the area. So as you can see, the red line is 2016. The nice thing about that is that it shows that our season is extending. So in the past, we had a very robust summer season, and we tended to drag off on either side of that. But you can see that we're also now have a higher spring season and a lower dropping off on the fall season into winter. For 2016-17, we served 14,696 visitors. 947 of those opted into our VIP program. That's 6.4%. The VIP program gives them discounts at businesses around the county that helps to incentivize them to visit those businesses, but it also allows us to capture those email addresses so that we can then market directly to those people who have signed up for VIP. Let's see, an average of 16.5% of our visitors opted to sign our guest book. So that's a self-selected list. So you have to realize that a self-selected list like that is going to skew towards people from further afield. So local people who are just from neighboring counties are very much less likely to sign our guest book. Let's see, so from the set, it was 12.5% international and 87.5% domestic visitors. So one of the primary marketing pieces that we put out is the printing and distribution of the 80,000 Calaveras Experience Guides. We do that on an annual basis. So this is the guide for the second half of this fiscal year. We had a different guide in the first half. Where do we distribute that? Well, we distribute it through certified folder display and through motherload marketing. We have the Northern California Summer Sports Program, so that goes into REI, Sports Chalet, all over Northern California. San Jose corporate offices, so that goes into the HR departments as recommendations for people to come and visit out here. Oakland Airport, San Jose Airport, California Welcome Centers, and then county distribution points as well, like local grocery stores. Travel and trade show distribution. This last fiscal year, we did do the California State Fair. We did cancel it for this year, which is for this upcoming fiscal year. But we did distribute a lot there. We distributed at the Bay Area Travel and Adventure Show and the LA Travel and Adventure Show. Those are the two largest travel trade shows in the United States. And then Sunset Celebrations Weekend is an invitation-only trade show that you go to if you advertise with Sunset Magazine. And basically, it's the embodiment of the magazine. So it's the subscribers are invited and the general public, but it includes all of the travel and food and everything that Sunset Magazine represents. We also get requests from our business, from our website. We had 909 in this fiscal year. Visitor center handouts were 9,395. That's about 80% of people that come in get one of those guides. Print advertising, we receive leads from our print advertising, and we send out visitor guides to those leads. We sent out 1,077 to Sunset, 1,140 to VIA, and Visit California Guide, which is the state's official guide. We sent out 497 from those leads. So people opt in to receive our guide, and we send it to them. We attended 3 consumer shows: the Bay Area Travel and Adventure Show, the LA Travel and Adventure Show, and Sunset Celebrations, as I mentioned. We produced and published 2016 Calaveras Holiday Shopping Guide in print and online. We represented every area of the county and with recommendations on places to shop. We sent that out, I think it was in November. We have annual print ad contracts with Sunset Magazine and VIA Magazine, the top performing advertising outlets for travel. We do co-op print advertising with Gold Country Partners. That's where we share an advertising space. Usually we'll do advertorial, where they'll bring out journalists, and we get the final say on what kind of information is included in there. We did that with Visit California Guide and the San Francisco Chronicle. Seasonal radio advertising with Capital Public Radio, and we have ongoing Facebook advertising featuring Calaveras as a Four Seasons destination. So obviously one of our largest platforms for marketing Calaveras County is our website, which has a huge visitation rate. We had 222,584 sessions. I believe that works out to about 17,000 a month. We had 587,373 page views. That is up 6.3% from last year. And that's pretty astonishing. I'll tell you why in a few minutes. Countries of origin, these are people, so we can track where people are coming from to visit our website. So we've got the United States, Spain, UK, Australia, and Canada, which correlates fairly closely to who is actually coming out, if you notice from our visitor census stats. States of origin, California is #1, then Massachusetts, then Texas, Nevada, and Washington. And our top pages that people visited out of the something like 650 pages we have on our website were the Natural Bridges Hike, the calendar of events, Caves and Caverns, Frog Jump, and Calaveras Big Tree State Park. Another top page that I didn't put in there was from when they re-aired Hotel Hell, which was a reality TV show that we brought out to Murphy's a couple of years ago with Gordon Ramsay, and that was a very popular page as well. So what kinds of people are we attracting? Well, our audience is 59.5% male for our website, and female is 40.5%. And then you can see the age ranges down here. So the majority of visitors to our website are between the ages of 25 to 64. And that's a nice wide range. So content marketing, and I put information in this in the annual report that I gave you earlier about how content is king. It's very important. So why do we do travel blogs? Well, we do travel blogs to inspire visitation to the county and city for the benefit of the local economy and our tourism businesses. We do it to demonstrate our expert status in our field, and that results in higher rankings by search engines, which translates to high web visitation and more likelihood of visitation to the county. We do it to provide content for us and for our community to share on our social media platforms and to deliver to our e-newsletter subscribers. All of those stories that we write, they feature local businesses. They are shared by local businesses. To help visitors, and we also do this to help visitors discover hidden gem areas and attractions that they otherwise wouldn't know about, allowing us to drive tourism around the county. Imagine if we weren't covering any of those lesser known attractions. Probably they wouldn't receive any visitation at all. It's really important that we get the message out. So, and of course, each blog is search engine optimized for higher rankings. So how many blogs did we publish this year? 34. And 34 blogs is 34 journalistic stories. And we published those to our website. We emailed to an average of 10,000 newsletter subscribers, and we shared them and boosted them on our Facebook pages. So what is the audience of our Facebook page? Astonishingly, 38,440 people follow our Facebook page. That is a huge audience, which means we have a huge reach. We actually, this year, have increased our Facebook fans by 53%. Instagram, we had a 203% increase in Instagram because we did a really serious push this year for the first time on Instagram after we went to the Tech Summit and we realized what an incredible asset it is for obtaining user-generated content, which is the most popular content to be shared for travel online. So we now have 2,703 Instagram fans. We increased our Twitter fans to 1,042. How many posts did we do on Facebook? We did 472. So the CVB made huge strides in social media with a focus on user-generated content. So what were our top 3 performing Facebook posts? Now, every month I put out a report that shows the top performing Facebook posts, and these are the ones that were the top performing for the entire year. So in January 2017, the iconic Sequoia tunnel tree brought down by California storm was a shared article. The reach was 147,239 people. There were 7,140 reactions, comments, and shares. That is huge. Now, you might think that that is a negative story, but we actually turned it into a really positive story. We allowed people to share their experience, their memories, and their fondness for Calaveras County by sharing pictures of themselves online at the Pioneer Cabin Tree, and it was a really, really good story. For August 2016, which was the second top performing, we had a shared video, so user-generated content that we obtained from Instagram, a virtual tour of the Arnold Rim Trail, and the reach was 184,837. The reactions, comments, and shares were 3,755. Again, huge numbers. And that is because we have 38,440 Facebook followers. November 2016, the little town in Northern California that might just be the most unique town in the world. That was a shared blog. That reached 65,574 people. That had 3,728 reactions, comments, and shares. By the way, we don't get to determine what resonates with people. So we do blogs about everything in the county and everything that's of interest, and we put a really positive spin on it, and we love to promote quirky little events, but they don't always have the audience of these big-ticket items or these big tourism attractions. So, and I mentioned in my annual presentation that we're in marketing partnerships with Visit California, which is the state's tourism organization. Here's the benefit of having the Calaveras Visitors Bureau as the official DMO, Destination Marketing Organization. We are the only organization that is integrated in the state's tourism organization's marketing programs and works directly with their media relationship coordinator and our regional representative. And we actually submit content for their consideration quarterly, which I didn't include in here. But what did we achieve with our partnership with Visit California? Well, we were featured in their web video series, California Dream Eater, promoted on their website, social media platforms, and e-newsletters. I was at the California Outlook Forum where they had a list of all of the different destinations that were included in that promotion, and Murphy's was at the bottom. It was the last one they did, and everywhere else was like Santa Barbara and San Francisco. So our partnership with Visit California really pays off. We were also featured in their Hidden Gems video series promoted on their website, on their social media platforms, e-newsletters, and itineraries. That was really a big deal too. Time Inc. came out and videotaped that. That was a 90-second slot, and they also pushed it out in a road trips, a California road trips series that they did. So we got huge play for that. We hosted Bucket List Publications digital influencer Leslie Carter for a fam tour. Visit California reaches out to us regularly with journalists, digital influencers, travel tour operators, and recommends that we hook up with them and we create these trips for them, and then we get the feature. We were included in USA Today .com online story, picturesque small towns in every state. We were included in 15 California destinations to add to your summer bucket list story for 52perfectdays.com. And we're currently working on Backpacker Magazine Fam Tour, which we are hosting next week. And that will be featuring the Arnold Rim Trail. So the rural tourism marketing group that we work really closely with, the one that we work the closest with, is the Gold Country Visitors Association. Here's just a partial list of what we achieved. And by the way, we're the only ones that can be involved in that organization. We had marketing representation at International Powwow, which is the largest international travel marketplace and generator of travel to the United States that takes place in the United States. We had marketing representation at the Visit California media reception with all of the top national media outlets. We did cooperative marketing in the San Francisco Chronicle. We did itinerary development and fam tours through the Gold Country. And we even got new, fantastic professional photography of some of our Gold Country assets: Ironstone Vineyards, Calaveras Big Trees, Murphy's, and McCullamy Hill. The High Sierra Visitors Council is another of the regional marketing groups that we work really closely with. Again, the CVB is the designated destination marketing organization, so we have access to these programs that no one else does. We have marketing representation through the HSBC at Visit California France, which means that we are getting French tour operators learning about us constantly. Calaveras Big Tree State Park was featured on the new HSBC brochure. Don't forget, High Sierra includes Tahoe and Mono and Tuolumne, but we're on the cover this year. We're also being considered for Calaveras Big Tree State Park, Arnold Rim Trail, and the Ebbets Pass National Scenic Byway to be included in the Visit California's 360 video for the Western High Sierra. And, of course, we are represented by High Sierra also at Visit California sales mission and trade shows, which means we get double duty for every one of those things. And they are doing a website redesign for High Sierra Visitors Council with more content from each destination, including links to our social media marketing. So one of the things that we do is fam tours. Those are familiarization tours for travel journalists, vloggers, or travel tour operators. The top 3 that we did this year, we did 6. They're quite a lot of work. We hosted Mark Smith from 30 Day Adventures. His platform was blog. The result was 4 articles. He was shared on Facebook, and these are the numbers of shares that he received, which is very high. Twitter, Pinterest, StumbleUpon, Instagram. And then the content for his story was Murphy's Natural Bridges hike, Moaning Cabin zip lines. We also hosted Leslie Carter, Bucket List Publications. She's a blog too. She did 2 articles and 4 Instagram posts, 4 tweets, and even just her Facebook shares alone were 402. Content was Calaveras Big Trees, Meadowmont Inn, Dogwood Restaurant, V Restaurant, Moaning Cabin, Courtwood Wine Tours, including Twisted Oak, Chatham, and Aerial View. And then the last top performing of the fam tours that we did was with Jason Scott Deegan of Golf Advisor. His is a blog also. The result was 2 articles, 2 videos, 12 tweets, and 4 Instagram posts. The content was for Greenhorn Creek, Saddle Creek Resort, Murphy's, The Caverns, Tipsy Frog Wine Bar, Copper Office Town Square, Griff's Barbecue, Murphy's Poorhouse, and Bear Valley Mountain. So we also produce newsletters. We produce actually more than 1 newsletter per month. As you can see, we produce 14 visitor newsletters this year. We had a 21.2% open rate, which is above tourism standards. We produced 14 member newsletters with an average open rate of 33.4%. Let's see, I did a few interviews. Now, these are just interviews on the Visitors Bureau and tourism, which is not what we market, by the way. So I did 1 Stockton Record interview, multiple Calaveras Enterprise and Union Democrat interviews, conducted 2 KVML interviews, and 1 Calaveras Community TV interview. This is brand new. we have just, okay, so every county in California has a window display at the state capitol. Has anybody been to the state capitol window and been disappointed with it? Hasn't been updated for many years. We've been working on it for a couple of years. We finally have it finished. I actually have a better photo than that I just received this morning. But here we go. We have a replica of the ironstone gold nugget, which they were kind enough to donate for the exhibit. We have Mark Twain replica. We have wine. We have frogs all over the place. We have information about lakes and events and just you name it. Plus, one really cool thing about our window is they're very popular with school children coming on school groups to go around and look at all of the Capitol windows. We're the only one that has a little activity for them, which is we ask the viewers to count the frogs and email us the number. If they get it right, they get put into a monthly drawing to win prizes. As in... Yeah. Oh, yeah, I didn't mention this. It's written up there. It's absolutely directly opposite the governor's office. So we really need a good display there, and so I feel like we really have... That's not the finished product. I can show you as soon as I finish, if I have time. Let's see. So how are we involved in the community? We're also in high demand to be on committees and boards. One of the ones I'm excited about right now is a group called Accelerating Business in Calaveras. It's a network between us, the Chamber, Destination Angels Camp Business Association, Calaveras Business Resource Center, Central Sierra Economic Development, NEC Small Business Development Center, San Joaquin Delta College, and the Valley Sierra Small Business Development Center to provide assistance to new and established small businesses in Calaveras County with free consultations, workshops, classes, and referrals. It's really important to us that tourism businesses succeed. When we see them start to falter, we will immediately get this group involved. And we're starting to put on workshops. We're actually coming up with a schedule right now. So I've been on the board of Destination Angels Camp since 2008, when it was called the Angels Camp Brand Leadership Team, back when I was marketing director for Cave and Mine Adventures. Right now, that organization is dedicated to economic development, business attraction, and retention. I also serve on the Angels Camp Business Association, on the Angels Camp Commemorative Committee, helping to develop and market the Mark Twain Wild West Fest. And then I'm also involved in a new group called Active Transportation Group. This is a group working to improve mobility around the county with bike trails, hiking trails, bus routes, and more. This ties into the work I've done with helping to develop the Saturday Hopper bus service with Calaveras Transit and starting work on promoting recreation trails in Calaveras and Amador. And I recently obtained all of the files that Pat McGreevy has been working on over the years, and we're starting to pull that all together for our new website. We also provide free social media consultations. We have a small office, but when we have time, Cadence and I are both willing to offer individualized consultants to county businesses because we're passionate about helping them succeed. So this is the new big project that I've been working on this year that has held up some of the other marketing initiatives because those need to take place after this is completed. But it's something I'm extremely excited about, and it should be launching really, really soon. So this is the splash page. Go on to another page here. So each key town has a page that describes an overview of that town, its top attractions, the outdoor recreation you can find there, festivals and events, history and culture, and weather. We've divided it into 9 key tourism areas: Angels Camp, Copperopolis, Murphy's, McCollum Hill, San Andreas, Vallecito, Valley Springs, Arnold area, Bear Valley, and Upper Highway 4. And it is fully responsive to beautifully display on any platform. We had a problem a couple of years ago where we decided to invest in a mobile site, and we had problems with the mobile site, so we decided to scrap it and go with a responsive site instead. And so this is what we've been working on for this fiscal year. Each destination includes full details on every tourism business in the area, serving as their web page if they don't already have one. So you've got an example of a business list there. That's a Valley Springs one for Villa Bakery. So here are the features for the business listings. This is Brownell Ceramics, which is in Mountain Rouge. We put it into the San Andreas area because it's a better known name. And what we've got here is the content is fully search engine optimized, so it gets really high rankings. We have a custom engaging write-up of unlimited length. We've mapped it on Google, so you click that little map up there and it'll show you exactly where it's located. The ratings, we've pulled in ratings averages from their Facebook, Yelp, TripAdvisor, and Google reviews. And we also have price range included for hotels and restaurants. And you can sort by those as well. So the business contact information panel includes website, email, phone number, review pages, and social media, hours and dates of operation if appropriate, cost if there is an entry fee. We also have icon links if there are VIP, dog-friendly, kid-friendly, have free Wi-Fi, do weddings, etc. And those link through to specialized pages that explain what those different icons are for, and give you more suggestions on other things to do within that category. So we also have in the write-up links to other nearby attractions or businesses, so we kind of put in a little bit of itinerary information in there as well to help drive some more business in that area. And then we also link to other articles on our website featuring that business. So we did an article on Brownell Ceramics last year, and we also included them in our holiday shopping guide, so links to both of those are there as well. And then on the right, in the blue column, you can see a live CVB Facebook and Instagram feed, which people can click through to. So it shows what we're marketing currently. So the new website also features some new content. The page on the right here is called Hop Lightly. It is linked from every outdoor recreation page to help our visitors practice leave no trace principles, so we can help keep Calaveras beautiful and keep tourism sustainable. That Hop Lightly hashtag is also used on any wilderness or nature posts on our social media platforms. So we actually give tips for how to behave in our parks and on our trail systems. We also give them incentives to behave well, and we also tell about how to experience our wilderness areas, including safety tips. So the idea is to, and the way we've positioned this is we've made it all about preserving the habitat of the wildlife, because I think sometimes people, if they are connecting with the wildlife, they're more likely to preserve the environment. So other new special pages include kid-friendly dedicated pages, dog-friendly dedicated. We have an entire new section on weddings, and we have a Calaveras foodie section. And we've always had photo galleries that were available to media. We've been really, really ramping up our collection and our producing photo galleries as well, so that we can just market this beautiful, beautiful environment we have. So now what we've implemented is a login page where media professionals, when they pull any of our photographs, they have to give us details on where and when they'll be using that media before we let them into the photo galleries. That way we can track who's using our media and where they're using it, and what the value of that media is. So in summary, the CVB delivers outstanding marketing for the funding received. Money is saved by the county and city on destination marketing because of the substantial amount of in-house work that we do. This fiscal year, in-house work has contributed tens of thousands of dollars worth of website development, professional standard photography, advertising, design, and travel blogs, and most destination marketing organizations farm all of that out. We do it in-house, and we save. Our social media marketing results are highly impressive. Compare our results to any destination marketing organization, and you'll be astonished at our success, especially given our very limited funding. We actually have lower funding than most other destination marketing organizations. The funding of the CVB is an investment in tourism that returns dividends in TOT dollars, local taxes, local jobs, and provides vital support to local businesses. And then who are we? So the CVB has a 9-member board. Our current board members include Shelby French, Executive Director of the Calaveras Wine Grape Alliance, And just so you know, we like to include representatives on our board from every district and from every tourism asset. So what we've got here is with Shelby, her industry sector is wine and her region is Murphy's. Lisa Schwartz is the owner of Gold Country Roasters. Her industry sector is restaurant and retail and her region is Murphy's. Danielle Gerhardt is a new board member. She is the marketing director for California State Parks. And her industry sector is recreation and attraction and actually retail. Her region is Arnold. Michelle Griffith, owner of Griff's Barbecue and Grill, industry sector restaurant, region Copperopolis. Heather Ginn is the VP of Marketing, Cave and Mine Adventures, industry sector recreation, attraction, and also retail. And her regions are Vallecito and Mountain Ranch. Mary Jane Ginocchio, director, Calaveras Arts Council, retired, but not really. Industry, she's still up on everything, so she's a great board member. Her industry sector is arts and entertainment, and her region is McCollum Hill. Sarah Lunsford is an independent journalist. Her industry sector is news, and actually her region isn't just the county, it's the wider region. Betsy Utley is the general manager of Worldmark by Wyndham. Her industry sector is lodging, and her region is Angels Camp. And then Gretel Allen Tiscornia is the owner of Pickle Patch Deli, industry sector, restaurant, catering, and the region is San Andreas. And this is really important because you might think that the CVB just works on these projects and comes up with these budgets, but we have really in-depth discussions with our board members. We are ruled by our board members. They help us keep within our guidelines. They help us to determine where our marketing programs will be occurring. There are some of the best industry leaders in Calaveras County, and so we don't work in a vacuum. Who's the CVB team? It's a small team. Until May 2017, we had 1 full-time employee and 4 part-time employees. We now have 2 full-time employees. I work, obviously, all the time. And Cadence is our social media manager who works 4.5 to 5 days per week. So we actually have a new hire this year in May, and that was Caitlin Linker. And the reason we invited her to join the CVB team is because Cadence Eaton came on as a visitor services and social media person. She is excelling at social media. You can see it in the results that we have. We decided we wanted to bring her on full-time and bring in somebody else to do those visitor service tasks so that she could really get into following her passion and her knowledge. So that's it. I think we're at the end.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm sure you have questions.
Can I get you to turn the lights on for me, please? I'm starting to go batty here.
Gary Tofanelli said that, not me.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, great presentation. Thank you, Lisa. Any comments by the board on the presentation?
Yeah. Lisa. I'll start off with the wonderful disclaimer that I figure I got a year to use this, right? I'm new to the board. I get to ask all the dumb questions. People who come here at regular meetings have probably grown after a while hearing me say that. I have some specific questions. First off, I do not question the quality of your work. It's clearly you guys are doing a great thing. The reason that I think this came up during our budget is because everything, as you know, we are in great budget crisis, and everything needs to be evaluated for its return on investment to the county as a whole. So comes that, but more to, so that's how it comes forward, but my questions are mostly around good government and governance. And what is the accountability to our, these are transit occupancy taxes. They go into the county general fund. We could use them for librarians. We could use them for police officers. We could use them for fixing potholes. But we put them back into the Visitors Bureau. So I always have the question of, how are we accountable to the taxpayers and the citizens of this county, primarily. So we have to be able to do that. And, one of the things that struck me was that, we don't have an agreement with Visitors Bureau. We have for decades simply given a third of the money directly over. So there's no accountability to the taxpayers. We don't have people sitting on your board. We don't have an official. This isn't a joint powers. We quibble about $20,000 for things like, UMRA or CAMRA, all these organizations that we actually have a vote on and that we can be held accountable. So these are the concerns that, I think we need to work out. In my perfect world, let me finish. In my perfect world, I would like to, find a way that we could sit down together and figure out a way that there can be accountability to this county government. I noted several times in your presentation that you are the official destination marketing organization. How do you become the official destination marketing organization? I don't remember that vote coming forward. Is it sometimes because you're the only marketing organization? If that's the case, let's figure it out. I have concerns. Our window in the state capitol is literally across the hall from the governor's office. We have a big state as a county government. Half of our budget comes from the state of California and the federal government. The mandates, those are things that we ought to see as an elected board because we have that interaction. So finding a way that we can work together, I think, would be really important. And also coming up with metrics for return on our investment. We need to be able to return our investment, tell people what we're doing and where it is. I have additional concerns. Our funding that we give is about the same as what Angels Camp gives. We bring in, by your numbers, was it $385,000 in TOT tax. Angels Camp brings in $1.1 million, so they're obviously paying a far less percentage of their transit occupancy tax than we are. So, I have concerns about good governance, and I would want to see out of this sit down with you and the CAO and your board and figure out a new partnership and actually put that in. And I also know that our neighboring counties are having the same conversation with their visitors and marketing bureau. So those are my concerns. I feel like we have a responsibility to the citizens of this county to have accountability for our taxes and show people what the return on our investment is.
Respond to any of that?
Yes.
So,
all of it if you'd like.
So, it's interesting. You and I had this discussion a couple of months ago about return on investment, and I talked to you about wanting to see if we could provide some of that. But if you talk to any destination marketing organization anywhere in the entire world, you will not find anybody that is able to measure a return on investment for marketing. It's just not possible, especially in this era where a lot of it is social media marketing. I don't know if eventually that will be the case. I happened to attend a California Outlook Forum. That's the State California Tourism Organization. I attended a seminar specifically on this after you and I had our conversation. I went in with a group of experts who analyze data and who provide these services at exorbitant prices to destination marketing organizations. And it was astonishing and shocking to me to find that none of them could say that their data that they provide is definitive. None. And and these are people that provide those services. The data can be easily overinflated. The reason I don't like ROI studies is because they are overinflated. You can take your top number and make it look as if everything you're doing is bringing in tourism. We know that we bring in tourism for sure because you can't have a business that succeeds if you don't market it. However, we don't bring in everything. Some of these individual businesses are doing their own marketing as well. Some of the businesses that can afford to do their own marketing are doing it as well. But they are not marketing the region as a whole the way we are. We're marketing the region as a destination. That's a little bit different from everybody's individual businesses. But as I say, the ROI studies that have been done are inaccurate. They tend to be overblown. I am a person of integrity that doesn't want to provide overblown numbers to a board of supervisors just because they're available to me, just because I spent a bunch of money to do an ROI study. So one of the leading experts in this field, Carl Roboto, I asked him about it, and he said, and this is the reason I came to you guys with this suggestion just a month ago, the only ROI study that you can do that has any accuracy to it is an ROI study on your website performance. So that's something we wanted to implement as soon as we have the new website up and running. But all of the rest of it, it's not proper science. And it's the data analysis and the algorithms that they use do not provide accurate information. And this is what I learned from the seminar at the Calaveras Tourism Summit. And it was disappointing to me because I wanted to be able to come back and say, hey, we can do it. We can invest this amount of money and we can find out, what the return on investment of every piece of marketing that we do is. So we can benchmark some of those things. We can attribute a dollar value to some of the marketing that we do based on statistical evidence about, if somebody's coming to our website and they're actually downloading our visitors guide, there's about an 80% likelihood that they'll come out to Calaveras County. But where's the actual real data? Now, I'm scientifically minded, and I don't like that kind of wishy-washy number stuff. I want real numbers. If we're going to present real numbers, I want real numbers. I don't want to present overinflated. I don't want to present inaccurate information. So an ROI study, we could do one, but I would be very unhappy to do it simply because I feel like it's going to overinflate everything. You'll look at the numbers and you'll say, well, there's no way this is accurate, and to me it seems like the idea that we came up with, which was to contract with a strategic management group and just do a $15,000 ROI study on our website usage. He has a formula that sounds like it makes real sense. All of the other stuff that I heard about at the conference was just disappointing, and I just don't really think I don't think it's doable yet. Maybe eventually. I'd be completely in favor of doing it because I know that we are doing good work and we are definitely an economic driver for tourism in the county.
Would your board be willing to sit down with representatives of the county and come up with a new governing structure that might have us be an official part of it if you're going to be the official marketing agency? I mean, if I was putting a third of the money into an organization, I'd want a seat on the board.
Well, I actually offered for you to be on the board if you're...
I mean, an official county-sanctioned seat. I mean, I think we got to come up with more like a joint powers authority than what we're currently doing is sending you a check that may be big, may be small. I would also like you to contemplate, I know we asked you for how much money do you need, and you did not answer that. You were not willing to tell us how much. You said a third.
I said that I will, because we are hitting a momentum, and our marketing results are very positive right now.
I have you speak in the microphone for me.
Sorry, I would not want to see a diminishment in our in our tourism funding. How do you suppose all of the tourism businesses in the county would feel if I came in and I said, "Oh, we'll take this major cut"? They would be very unhappy. They would be very worried. We have the backing of the tourism industry in the county because they know that we do marketing for them that they could not ever otherwise afford.
I do not question the integrity or your importance to the work. What I want to know is I just don't like the idea of us giving you a blank check for a percentage of a tax that the county collects. So, maybe over the course of the next couple of months, we could come up with a budget. You could say, I need 65, I need 100, whatever the number is that we come up with, but we don't just say open-ended. Would your organization be willing to do that? Sort of retool the whole structure.
I think that it probably is not within our bylaws to do that. We are a nonprofit organization. We are not connected, in this way, in an administrative way. However, it's not off the table as far as I'm concerned, but I don't know. I have previous board members here and board presidents here who would have a better response to that because I'm just the executive director. I'm not in charge of what's legal for the CVB to do. I have obviously read our bylaws. I do know our bylaws. Never seen anything like this. What distresses me about what you're asking about is not that you want to come to the table and discuss what would work for us. You want to come to the table and discuss what the very least we could use would be. And here's the problem with that. When you cut tourism funding, TOT goes down. And when TOT goes down, the businesses that are involved in tourism are going to see a cut in their business.
No, I think what I'm asking is that if we're going to spend tax dollars, taxpayers have a stake in this process.
I think the
And that we
taxpayers should
set
be
a budget.
asked.
I would never turn to any department in this county and say, well, just, you'll get 1%, and we'll see how it goes. We don't do that as a budget
We're
process.
not a department. We're not your department.
I understand that, exactly.
Yeah, and I would be curious to know how you think the CVB being a department would work, or how it would be of benefit.
I'm suggesting that we find a new way to work together, that we come up with regular budgets, that we come up with a way to be accountable to our taxpayers. Not asking you to join the county, but what I'm trying to do is find a method where it's just not a blank check with, whatever the money comes up with, because we have a lot of needs in this county, and we're cutting back a lot of people. We've got labor that needs raises, and we don't have money. We've got a lot of needs. We've got a sheriff that needs to patrols, and we don't have money. We need to be accountable for every nickel.
Of course you do. And here's the thing, the TOT, funding the CVB brings more TOT into the county. So I would say to you that if you're concerned about a lack of funding for those other items, our portion should be increased. And that's not for me, that's for the business organizations.
Maybe a proportion from Angels Camp should be increased.
Well, Angels Camp actually provides more TOT than the county does.
In absolute dollars.
Yes, in absolute dollars. And
Right.
the reason that, do you know the history of the TOT allocation from Angels Camp?
Pardon me?
Do you know the history of the?
No, I'm new to the board. I declared that up early.
So
I'm going to interrupt here for a moment. We can carry this discussion on a little bit more, but I think Supervisor Toff, I hate to cut you short. Supervisor Toffenelli?
Well, I just have a couple things, and Lisa, I've had conversations before. We've had similar kind of discussions. But when you mentioned the TOT from the city, I've got the figures that you provided here in front of me. The building you're in, who owns the building you're in?
the City of Angels Camp.
And do you pay rent?
Yes, we do.
And you pay in excess of $1,200 a month for rent?
I think it's just under $1,200 a month.
So you minus that out from the TOT, they actually pay less than we pay because we don't pay you rent, or you don't pay us rent out of our TOT fund.
That's a benefit to you, isn't it?
Yes, but when we have dollar for dollar, they actually pay less, and they bring in $1.1 million more. So I thought I would clarify that just for the conversation. But I'm very interested in a couple things on your presentation. And I'm looking at the business, accelerating businesses in Calaveras that you presented. And I don't see Valley Springs ABA on here at all.
Sorry, class. It's very surprising. I have not this over.
So in promoting the western end of the county at all, even through all of this here, there was one little blurb about Valley Springs and a picture of the lake. There's no, even I went to your website, there's 3 lakes down there.
Oh, yeah.
That bring in lots of tourists.
Okay, so.
And they bring in gas tax. They bring in a tremendous amount, maybe not TOT taxes. And I would like to be able to go to your website and see more than just a little blurb. And I did see the fireworks because I just got off your website, what you were giving your presentation on. And it just, you had to search for that, and even define that. Most all of this is generated, and I've had this conversation before way back with you about promoting the west end of the county on not only your website, but brochures and everything else. This all seems to be geared towards the upper end. Okay, you're shaking your head no, but I'm going to website, and I'm going to what you just presented. And maybe your new website will take that on.
Yes.
from some of your presentation that you presented, but currently in the one that's up there now does not really reflect a lot of that. So I'm hoping if we work something out here today or going forward, that we will be able to have as much presence on your website as the other areas of the county, because those lakes during this time of the year right now generate a lot of income for this county, especially gas tax, because you can't get in the Chevron station or the Zippy Mart or anywhere else during the height of the weekend trying to get gas, or even at Marvell and some of the other businesses down there. Even Dollar General now is generating.
We have completely addressed this on the new website. You're going to love it. I mean, I recently was supposed to, my board insisted that I take a week off work because I've been working so much. What I did on my week off was to go to all of those lakes and get gorgeous photography. And so now we have information on every one of those lakes. We have, as I mentioned, and so this is the new website, and we will be launching it very soon. The idea was to launch it before the end of this fiscal year. We're just a little bit delayed. We have, so for each of those areas, we have an overview. So that's a page that talks about all that you can see and do in the area. Then we have the top attractions. The top attractions for Valley Springs area are Lake Pardee, Comanche, New Hogan, and La Contenta. And there's a full write-up in every one of them, beautiful photographs. We do the festivals and events. And here's the thing, and the history and culture, so I got a whole history section on the history as well for people that are interested in that. And then we give the weather. And then once we launch this website, we're not just launching it and leaving it there. We want your input. We're going to be actively asking, what would you like to see in addition on this website? So we'll launch it with all of this additional information, which will be much more user-friendly. We're especially focusing on the lower lakes this year, since we don't have the upper lakes open yet. So we're doing a lot of promotion of that currently. But this new website is a whole different animal. I can't wait for you to see it. And I want each one of you to go on there, look at your district, and say, what's missing? What do I want? I want to have full listings of everything that you would love to see on our website. I would like, because we don't know every single thing that there is out there. I think we do. I mean, I've done a huge amount of research on doing this website into everything that there is in these local areas. But I'm going to need the community to step in and say, hey, my business should be on there too. And we'll be happy to include that. And in fact, as I mentioned, for all of these different businesses, we're providing full write-ups with very high SEO content, so that even if they don't have a website of their own, we're such an egalitarian organization. Even if they don't have a website of their own, they'll have a full website basically within our website.
Okay. Supervisor Mills, I understand you have a comment or two?
This almost should have been an agenda item in itself. Nevertheless, I don't want to sit on your board. I think that the folks that are working, that I see on the list, are fully capable of handling the work that needs to be done, and I understand their passion for what they're doing. The thing that we need to keep in mind, too, is in a recovering economy is the time when you want to start really heavily marketing your future. And if you start pulling back from it, you're just going to send yourself back into a doldrum. So whatever is being done is critical, and I think that the board is committed to an economic development coordinator in our budget next year. That's also what a down economy needs to bring it back, and I understand that. I don't think that we fully have grasped what we're going to get on the TOT for Airbnbs. That's something that just came about, and I will tell you right now, knowing what I know, and that's probably very little, it's going to be Murphy's. It's going to be your big generator. And so the Angels Camp and Murphy's corridor right in there is going to be the biggest generator of TOT tax in the county. And that is for a reason, because that's where the tourists are going. And so if you try to market areas, you're going to have to build the periphery as you go, but you're going to market to your strengths, not to the periphery. And so I kind of understand why there hasn't been a big push in the past on that, and that you'll work in that area in the future. But you really have to depend upon where am I getting my biggest bang, and that's where I'm going to put my dollars. That's the return on investment piece that I think is critical. So thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. I think that's absolutely true, but I would point out as well that one of the things that people really love to discover when they are booking their travel itineraries is to find those hidden gems. And so that's why we like to pull in some of those other areas as well. We do have to focus on where those TOT dollars are coming in. That's really important. I mean, if we send people out to an area that doesn't have any way of collecting any taxes, doesn't have any infrastructure, it's not selling sports equipment, doesn't have hotels, why are we sending them out there? We need something to send them out there for. So developing those infrastructure pieces is really important if we want to get everybody around the county. And that's why we started something called the Tourism Task Force, looking at what's lacking in the different communities, like parking in McCollum Hill, for instance, when they get really busy now. There's not enough parking out there. Like getting all of the trail systems out in the Blue Mountain area, up on our website. Like it just goes on and on. We need restrooms in Murphy's. That's becoming overcrowded now. So we've identified all of these areas. There needs to be lodging in Copperopolis. So I would love to be talking to you about all of those problems as well. I think it will take the Board of Supervisors to resolve some of these problems, especially the low-income housing for people coming in to those lower-paying jobs in the hospitality industry. We need to keep our tourism industry sustainable. And so that's why we also developed the Hop Lightly campaign, so that we could educate people coming from areas where they don't have to take care of the environment to what you do when you come out here, and to keep it beautiful.
Thank you. Supervisor German, any more comments?
No comments, action suggestion.
Any further from the board, staff? I'll open this up to public comment.
Tad Follendorf, Arnold Meadowmount Lodge. I believe I'm the longest motel owner in the county, over 40 years, and this has been started. The basis of it was designed to keep government out of it because it didn't work with government in it. And so I think that what the Visitors Bureau has brought in over the years, the controversies they've gone through, are kind of being reheard again, and a lot of it's been settled. And I don't think that the benefits that the Visitor Bureau has brought in should be diminished. They are kind of paid by the reward of how much they bring in. They get the 33%. The county gets the rest, no questions asked. You can give it to the police, the libraries, or whatever you want. The more money they make, the more money the county makes, and increases the sales tax. And I believe that this, going to the City of Angels, you're talking about a 6% and a 10% tax. They took it to the vote of the people, and they have to divide it up in 3 ways. Is that right? Fire, police, and tourism. And the county has never settled. We have to renegotiate. And thank God it's not a political year, because the first thing we'd be asking is what's your stance on TOT? So you don't have to get involved with that, but I believe you can, if you want government to be part of it, I think you have to give us a guarantee. I think there was a few years ago they tried to put it on the ballot, and they divided it all up, and pretty soon there was no TOT. The Visitors Bureau had no money to work with. So what I was going to tell you before I got here is different than I'm telling you now and what I've heard. I believe, a meeting of some kind of with the board. The board members are the ones that also have to live and depend on their livelihood, and they work hard to make this organization work. Every organization has some sort of a problem, and time goes, but this one has come back, corrected them, and I think that the work that Lisa has done to try to keep her board and her members Some think they should get all the 100%. And this becomes an argument and a dispute among the hotel motel owners who the tax was designed by the state of California to be collected by the hotels, and the county was to disperse it for the purpose of what the Visitors Bureau is doing.
10 seconds.
And they're going up, they are able to do that with their 33%, and I think that should be kept until further studies are
Thank you,
done.
sir. Mr. Couch, I believe,
No, after you. I can be patient. Not first.
no offense, but he was standing up there a long time.
Almost 3 minutes. Then Stopper District 5. From what I understand, conservative projections are doable with ROI studies at the country level. They've been done. Much work, very hard to do, but they are doable. You just have to stay conservative. High projections wouldn't be prudent, as you said. I heard the number $400,000 for Calaveras County, approximately on TOT funds, and then $1.1 million for Angels Camp.
That's not what we get.
No, I'm talking about the generation of TOT funds. So the way I understood it, I have to agree with Gary and Jack somewhat in the point that we are donating more money towards this than Angels Camp, the City of Angels. So at this point, we aren't seeing the return that Angels is seeing. They're seeing more than double that. Now, I can see you being defensive of this and the fact that we do need this type of service to continue. But at the same time, where does it become Calaveras' responsibility, and where does it become Angels Camp's responsibility in providing the services when they're receiving what? It's looking like 220% compared to what we're receiving at the county level. There are multiple campgrounds around Hogan. There's campgrounds up at Big Trees and farther up the hill that I don't believe we collect TOT from because they aren't set up like that. But these are services and places for people to stay. They're out beyond the motels and everything that bring people money, revenue, and like Gary said, people to the gas station, buying gas and Snickers bars and keeping people employed here. And we need to think about more things like this, and definitely it is Highway 4 corridor. That's what you do. And you're in Angels Camp, and I can understand that, but we need to think about the rest of the county as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Couch?
I don't know, I can get this done in 3 minutes. First and foremost, I think there needs to be a base. Oh, Stephen Couch, Ironstone Vineyards this time. There needs to be a basic understanding about what the TOT is, and we're talking about this disparity between the two. Angels Camp collects 10% TOT tax. The county collects 6%. So you have a disparity right there. It's also based on the number of hotel rooms that is there. If you look at and divide it up, Angels Camp has a majority of the hotel rooms, even compared to the rest of the county. So you have two disparities right off the bat when you're looking at this and trying to break it down. You asked about a return on investment and how you break that down. I'll come back to you and say, look at the increase in hotel stays over the last 10-year period due to a direct result of the marketing efforts by Calaveras Visitors Bureau. And there's an initial that you can look at on the increase in the return on the investment that's here. This was voted on not by the county and the supervisors. This was voted on by the people, and it was broken out as to a third, and a third. 1/3 of the tax goes to the Visitors Bureau for marketing and promotion of the county. 1/3 goes to the general fund, and 1/3 goes to roads and improvement and services. And that's how this original agreement was broken out. And what we come back for every year and argue are 1/3%. So the county is getting 2/3 of the whole thing. When you also look at the funds that the Board of Supervisors spends and look at the return on your investment, you have two businesses in this county, if you take out the assessor's office, that are generating funds for the county, the dump and the Visitors Bureau. So the money you're putting in to generate, to get visitors here, is bringing those tax dollars and jobs and everything that is so important to this community and this county. We could sit here and argue all day long, and those who know me for 8 years as board president know that I promote Calaveras County. It's not Murphy's, it's not Copperopolis, it's not Pardee. It's Calaveras County. And this Visitors Bureau has done a tremendous job promoting all the county. And I think they grow and develop as there's more opportunities there. But you have to look at what you're getting. And Jack, you bring up a great point. How do you put a finger on that return on the investment dollars? You say, I'm writing you a blank check. You're writing a blank check that is dollars and cents that is generated by the night stays of the hotels and businesses that are there. You want to generate more money for this county? Increase the TOT tax. There's your first way to do it, and give the organization that's generating the dollars and cents return on that their fair percentage to do it. So there's a lot of opportunities as we grow and develop, but there's a lot of myths that are being kicked around here. And the first one is, yes, there's a higher percentage in Angels Camp.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Callen.
Hello, Rebecca Callen, Auditor Controller. I just wanted to, there was a gentleman earlier that was talking about the campgrounds in the county. The TOT is, it's allowed under Revenue and Taxation Code. And Revenue and Taxation Code does not allow us to collect transient occupancy tax on state or federally ran campgrounds. If it's a private campground, like a KOA or anything like that, then yes. And the treasurer isn't here today, so that's why I ran over there. So if it's a private campground, yes, we can. If it's a state or federal campground, which we have a lot of those in here, you cannot collect TOT on those.
Thank you, Ms. Callen.
Okay.
Afternoon, Ms. Renke.
Vicki Renke, Angels Camp, and I'm going to kind of piggyback on Mr. Kautz's. I was going to get up and say the same thing about the differences between the county and Angels Camp is that we have a timeshare there that generates a lot of TOT. We have hotels, and that's the difference between Angels Camp and the county. And I know that in the past, and I can't say I understand the whole issues, but in the past there were requests to build, or at least on the plans to build a hotel in Copperopolis and a timeshare there as well. And those things, as far as I know, never were approved. So there we go. Opportunity for us for tourism, opportunity for some TOT tax, opportunity to bring some economics to our county. So anyway, think about that too. And thank God Angels Camp does have those hotels and timeshares. And by the way, the timeshare is just down the street from where I live. And I know people say, oh, we don't want a timeshare because there'll be too many people coming in. Never, ever have we noticed any disturbance in traffic or anything. It's just a good money generator. It helps our restaurants. It helps our golf course. So anyway, think about that for the future too. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am.
Bill Wilson, Angels Camp, District 1. Tourism. Except for frog jumps, a few things up county. If you go into Angels Camp on any night after 6 o'clock, except for a bar and a movie theater, there's not anything going on. Well, you can go to Save Mart, get some chicken barn, Mike's Pizza. Those aren't even downtown Angels Camp. Angels Camp is a tourist attraction without the frog jumps is a bump in the road. Murphy's, on the other hand, businesses. At night, streets are lit up. People are walking around. Go to San Andreas. You don't see anything after dark. There's nothing in San Andreas. You walk down the street, you're all alone. Go to Valley Springs. There is, Marval? If you're not camping, you're not doing anything. If you go up country to Arnold, there may be something up there. I haven't really been up there. But tourism around here is something going on. If you have wine tours, if you have, God forbid, cannabis tours, you'd have a lot of people. We're world-renowned for cannabis and wine in this county. We don't even want to hear cannabis. But, again, tourism. If we need tourism, we can get it. You can bring them in. You have to have a room for them. You have to have some place for them to stay. Angels Camp's the only place. By the way, the grand jury recommended that they be unincorporated, too. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry, what?
Bertha Underhill, and I'd like to speak a little bit about tourism from two counties, because for 19 years I worked over in Tuolumne County selling advertising in the Visitor's Guide, and I also had a stay with the Calaveras Visitors Bureau. Let me just tell you, this annual report is outstanding. And let me correct you, correct someone, the most TOT comes out of Arnold. And you know why? Because of the rental of the second homes. That's where your TOT comes from. So Arnold is always in flux as far as businesses are concerned. They come and they go, ask Mike. But we're always working on it. You just are going to help repair White Pines Park. Where are your tourism dollars coming from? Those people buying gas, buying the candy bar, or the hot dogs. So we're working on tourism all the time. We have a very active Greater Arnold Business Association. We have, leaps at, increasing the lodging like Lisa wants for the people who work at the restaurants or the hotels, what have you. But it's necessary. We need the TOT.
Thank you.
I don't know if I can get past the 30-second mark this time. Michelle Plotnick. I'm not representing anybody besides myself, but I have a lot of interaction with the CVB because I'm a representative of the Murphy's Business Association and the Ebbets Pass Scenic Byway Association. And, those associations are both here to promote the Highway 4 area. And we couldn't do it without the CVB. We couldn't. We are volunteer organizations. I'm not a marketing professional. I'm an architect. But I'm spending lots of time every week trying to promote my region, make the place I live a prosperous place, a place to be proud of. And really, the CVB is there to do really the heavy lifting. So, Gary, just, a few weeks ago when we heard that there was so much storm damage that we wouldn't be getting into any of the upcountry lakes, there was a great blog post and newsletter that went out from the CVB talking about our lower lakes and how there was no reason to miss out on water in Calaveras County. So they are promoting what they can promote in places that aren't big tourist destinations. And to suggest that the campgrounds maybe, we're not collecting a TOT from them, that's a problem. That's not a problem. Those people are still here spending money in our county. We want to market those. We want those people here too. We want people here to taste wine. We want people here to go climbing. We want people here staying on their way to Bear Valley where they're going skiing. We want people to come here and admire our beautiful place, this beautiful, quirky little county with all its little ups and downs. And we shouldn't worry about whether we're competing with Angels Camp and who's paying more and who's paying less and who's getting their fair share. That is childish at this point in our, when Angels Camp rises, the county rises. When the county rises, Angels Camp rises. We're all in this together. And Jack, I don't really know you, so I don't get to yell at you. And you're new here. But everyone else, well, Mr. Clapp, I don't know you either. But the others are fair game for me. Really, you don't know the background. You don't know the long, sordid history of the TOT. If this county wants more money, raise our TOT. If this county wants more money, go after all those vacation rentals that aren't paying their TOT. Thank you. So I just want to say that the best investment we could have is putting some money into the CVB. And I am totally sympathetic to the idea that we need to have some kind of formal, maybe, relationship in order to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Perfect timing.
Hi, very quickly. I noticed your Calaveras experience guides go to the Oakland and San Jose airports, and I was wondering if there was consideration to the Stockton and the Sacramento, a little closer to our area.
So those actually have a much higher, Sacramento Airport tends to be business people coming in, and they don't generally come out to this area. That's why we didn't consider Sacramento Airport. And those other two airports actually perform a lot higher. So we took the stats from the company that we contract with to put our guides out there, and they told us these were the two best value that were likely to have the best results for us.
Okay, thank you. Mr.
Oh,
Couch,
yeah,
could I have you go to the microphone so the folks on TV land?
Sorry, I was just going to add a touch. The reason that those two airports are selected is that's what Yosemite does as well. Those are the two #1 destination for vacation traveler airports, as Lisa said. The others are tended to be more business driven. So it makes sense to go after the vacation traveler at those airports. As long as I'm here, if I got 30 or 20 seconds.
Not anymore. Sorry about that, Steve. One shot at this.
I would like to say in response to that we capture a lot of business from visitors traveling through Yosemite. So it's very important to us to reach out to that Yosemite traveler as well. And what we like to do when we get them in the Visitors Bureau is to have them stay in Calaveras County for a while. And sometimes we can actually talk them into that. So,
thank you. Is there any more public comment? Could you just raise your hand for me, please? Okay. Supervisor Tofanelli, you can make your comments. No, we hadn't yet. I'm trying. Go ahead, sir. Next speaker. I know.
I'm Steve Fairchild, California Caverns and whatnot. At one time, I was the president of the Golden Chain Council. I've been the president of the Chamber of Commerce here. All the time, going back and forth, I have never seen the Visitors Bureau run as well as this one. And cracking up. Excuse me. Two good decisions I made. One, I hired her. Two, I let her go to work for you guys. I don't look back. It's a great idea.
Thank you, Mr. Fairchild. Mr. Fry.
I can't believe it's my 40th year living here in Calaveras County. I first set eyes on this county in the summer of 1968, and I moved here permanently the 10th of October, 1977. With regard to the TOT, Angels Camp, at the time they raised it, they only had a population of about 2,000 people to vote on raising it. Twice the county has tried to raise the TOT, and they had a population of somewhere between 30 and 35,000 people. And I don't say this disrespectfully, but the people that were voting in the unincorporated area of the county had it in their minds that it was going to cost them more money. They couldn't figure out that it was a transient occupants tax on the hotels and motels. I don't know if it's ever going to be done again. It certainly would be nice if we could get this done. The other thing about Angels Camp, they got a built-in thing with the thing there at in Angels Camp where they have all those timeshares. I mean, that's a boom for them. So that's the kind of things you're looking at. Jack, I can appreciate what you're talking about, and there probably needs to be some kind of, taking a look at that and seeing what can possibly be done. I understand where you're coming from. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fry. Any further public comment? Are you seeing none? Supervisor Tofinelli, I believe you were first.
Yes, I'm sitting here looking at the supervisors. I'm probably the one that has the most history on the TOT and the Visitors Bureau because
Mr. Tofinelli, could you speak
we had this same conversation, it seems to me, about 5 or 6 years ago. If you remember, Lisa, right when you came on, and Lisa Mayo was at that time in charge of the Visitors Bureau. But if I recall, and Steve, you probably remember too, at one time, the Board of Supervisors did have a seat on the board, but it wasn't a voting member. It was like ex officio seat that we had on that board, and then it kind of just, nobody participated. Do you remember that?
Yeah, we actually have Mary Kelly, the city administrator, as an ex officio on the board too. I think it would be highly, highly beneficial to have a Board of Supervisors member. And those board meetings are public. You can turn up any time. So they're not closed off at all.
And then my other comment is it possible, I'm in favor of going forward. I see the benefits, I've seen the benefits, and I'm more than willing to promote the Visitors Bureau and here on this board continue with the 1/3 allocation of the TOT taxes. But is there a way that to satisfy maybe some of the members on the board that you could commit to quarterly reports to us at the board, come here quarterly and give us a report on what's going on in the Visitors Bureau, how the money's being spent, those types of things, instead of...
Oh, we'd be happy to. We'd be happy to. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Mendy. You got additional comments?
Just really quick, ex officio, if you're on the board, you got to be voting on the board.
Have you speak.
Yeah, Ms. Plotkin, I do not believe that being accountable for taxpayer dollars to the citizens is childish. I think it's our duty.
That's not what I said.
Just putting that out there. I think that, I would suggest that we continue with this process and look at this in our final budget in September, have our CAOs sit down and see if they could hammer out a budget with the Visitors Bureau and then take it up in the final budget.
You're talking about September?
Yes.
So we have a fiscal year too.
You've got $190,000 in the bank. You can make it to September.
Well, those...
Folks, we're not going to get engaged in a conversation right now. Maybe we can save that for later. But Supervisor Clapp, did you wish to speak?
Yeah, I guess I would. Hogan Spring is probably more than most of the lakes in the whole county, including the high country. Calaveras River is the best trout fishing river under 3,500 foot. I don't ever see that. Paraglide, the Power Paraglide is the world's biggest event is in Hogan's, that people from all around the world comes to it. I think I do not go downtown in the evenings to Hogan's, to the shopping center because you can't get in on during the summer months. Winter's a little different, but once the camping starts, you cannot get gas, food, or anything during the daytime. So I always hear Valley Springs area is so underrated that it just totally overwhelms me. I can't believe where the people come up with this stuff. And I would suggest that you maybe talk to Nick from the Valley Springs News because he usually runs front page on all the events that happens, and there's a huge amount of events down there that generates lots of money.
We have somebody working 10 hours a week specifically on the calendar, and if we haven't been hitting those targets for Valley Springs, I apologize. I'll take a look through. But we work very, very hard to make sure that we get every single item on the calendar that could possibly be of interest to a tourist. So, but I will talk to Nick and see if there's anything we're missing. And we do have to hunt down that information. It's
Yeah,
not
Nick
easy.
has most of it, and he quite, he helped me quite a bit.
Supervisor Mills? Thank you, Supervisor Collette.
I think the best thing to do here is to continue with our commitment as we have over the past years and in the preliminary budget so that you can go forward in your budget with that commitment. If we want to make some adjustments to it in the final budget, then that's going to be a subject of discussion over the next 90 days. This is not just for the CVB, but also for others as well, is that they come before us, and this is an ongoing fight year after year after year. And I think it's critical that the CEO and the board sit down and establish some policies so everybody has a clear understanding of what it is that the expectations are and stop the fight. If we just sit down and decide what do we want, what are our priorities, because budgets are exactly that. Budgets are goals. And what are you trying to accomplish, and how much do you need to get it done? So if we just continue this commitment now so we don't upset the apple cart and know that between now and September, we can get maybe a couple of members of the board and the CAO or whoever and sit down and have this conversation, develop some kind of policy that can go forward from here, then this won't be a year-over-year event. I've sat out there. I've watched it happen. So that's my only comment. I just would hope that we go in that direction.
Thank you, Mr. Mills. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we've discussed this pretty thoroughly right now. I've had comments, but they were all made by our folks in the audience. Appreciate that. Stole my thunder. So we're going to take about a 10-minute break right now. Have you folks get ready to pick up your equipment and stuff, and we'll get back in 10 minutes. Rise. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're back, and CAO Lutz. CAO Lutz, yes.
Yes, thank you. CAO, not supervisor.
I'm trying.
Yes. So following that, I think the direction at least was clear enough from the board on, for the Visitors Bureau piece. The way that I built the budget, I did put contingency funds within that particular budget org. So then through just a regular budget adjustment, I can put those back to a contract for the send out line for the Visitors Bureau. I did get a chance to speak with Lisa at break. She and I will set up a meeting, and again, the goal is trying to set up a long-term arrangement contract and also talk about potential performance metrics that we might be able to look at for what the board might want to see.
Is that the direction that the board wants to go? I didn't know we had a consensus.
We could poll the board if we'd like.
That, if you would like to, that would be.
Supervisor Tofinelli? Is that the direction we want to go on the statements made by CAO Lutz?
So you're specifically saying, what do you say that?
I'm specifically saying at this point, for purposes of consistency and keeping operations going for the Visitors Bureau, that we put in for the recommended CAO budget, or what I would make the adjustment for is to continue to fund the Visitors Bureau between now and September. We'll have an opportunity to meet with them, try and set up a more formalized contract, and also have discussions about moving forward performance metrics, what we'd like to see continue to happen with them to make a final recommendation when we get to September.
Well, I don't agree with that.
I'm sorry, Mr. Supervisor Tofinelli's.
Yes, I'll agree.
Supervisor Clapp? Yes. Supervisor Mills?
Yes.
Supervisor Calaveras says yes.
So then, moving on closing off the main budget request, what I'm asking the board today to do is approve the CAO recommended budget for 2017-18 fiscal year with total appropriations of $158,830,535.87. I'm also seeking input from the board if they have any additional input or comments. I recognize that the next couple of months are going to be critical. I will be working closely with the department heads and fiscal staff and really start to identify, as we've discussed, long-term solutions. I would expect that I'd be bringing some regular items back to the board throughout this period, looking for guidance, recommendations, and the ideal is the culmination of these meetings and the proposed structural adjustments and direction would come back to the board and be discussed during the strategic planning and goal setting meeting that we have in August, where it really gives the board the opportunity to drive the direction for the county as we move into the next few fiscal years and really start to focus on righting the ship, so to speak, and setting the course that the county needs to be on for fiscal sustainability and fiscal health. I would also recommend a development of a county-wide employee budget savings and efficiencies committee. I think this would be a beneficial opportunity to include our frontline staff, who really are often in the best place to see areas of inefficiencies, waste, and to leverage their knowledge and dedication to the county to help us make better decisions. They can then provide recommendations to either the board, my office, or both. I would like at the end to at least have some type of a present out from that committee on some recommendations that they would develop. And ideally that would be comprised of staff from all departments, hopefully representing a good cross-section of our workforce to really be able to provide a wide range of potential input for us to consider. And beyond that, that was the end of my discussion. I would be happy to entertain questions from the board.
Questions for CAO Lutz? Supervisor Garamendi, your light's on. You wish to comment?
Well, you know me, I can't miss an opportunity to ask a question. You know, Tim, as we were looking at this, there's just minor adjustments. For example, economic developer or the spaces in OES, we're not going to have those hired tomorrow. They're at least a quarter, if not 2 quarters out. So there's, we use salary savings in a couple places. We need to make sure that that's not going to balance the budget, obviously.
OES does have that. You'll note the salary savings is an OES, and I think part of the economic development is going to be, and I'm going back and forth with HR. I think we're going to have to look at a strong recruitment strategy for that and do that differently in order to get a strong qualified candidate. When I went back and forth on do we include the savings or not, we know we're going to have some expenses associated with startup. And so I think it's at the 156, it's still a pretty lean budget for what we might be asking this person to do. So startup costs might be higher in that initial piece.
We'll be bringing forward the final, what we final decide to do with the job description work order when we get closer. Also, we transferred $1.5 million of Measure C funds into this budget to balance it, correct?
Well, transfer is kind of a misnomer in terms of when we look at fund balance, the $3 million fund balance estimate assumes that that's money that we've collected this year,
right,
that's sitting there that we don't use to close our books. So instead of transferring it, so to speak, we basically recognize it in the budget and leave it there as fund balance, and that is correct.
Right, so it's Measure C, and we are using those to help, obviously because this board is moving towards a ban, we will not be doing renewal fees for cannabis cultivators, so we're obviously going to run out of money sooner than later as we go through abatement and enforcement. So in this budget, that moves that money over to the sheriff's, or to the whole marijuana control team, which keeps us in business for another year.
The excess Measure C funds would, if you unit conveniently titled or numbered 10, 10, 10, 10, the cannabis regulation budget unit, that the total amount there does exceed what is remaining for the urgency ordinance funds. The remainder would be picked up through excess Measure C funds unless this board were to direct a different action for those positions in that program. That's going to be part of what comes back when we look at the September final budget on what the ultimate structure is for the abatement program within the county.
But for right now, this allows, there's 26 positions, sheriff, code, environmental health, those 26 positions to continue through this fiscal year.
Those are all in there for this budget. Again, September will be the ultimate determination for the remainder of the fiscal year. And a number of those are still vacant per our last discussion.
I just want to make sure that my constituents know that these teams are continue to be in existence so that, we are able to make some enforcement efforts over the summer and into the fall to get rid of illegal growers.
We started hearings this week actually, and we're in full swing on 8.06 and are doing abatements as fast as possible at this point.
Thank you.
Further comments? Supervisor Mills?
Well, I think that looking at Wednesday afternoon and all of Thursday, I've beat this budget to death in any way that's possible. This is a preliminary budget. This is not a final. And I think that as you, as a CAO, continue to work with the departments, you're going to find other pieces in this. There'll be those aha moments, I'm sure, as you work through it. So I'm not concerned at this point. I think that this is just all part of the process. And as we begin to identify our goals and our strategies, you'll be able to probably meld that together better before that final budget number is put out there. So I'm looking forward with a great deal of confidence that you have a great grasp of what needs to be done here. And I also know that there is enough funds laying around. If we just make good use of the allocations, we'll make it happen. So that's my comments.
Thank you. At this point, I entertain, well, actually, I take that back. Public comments. Is there any further public comments on this issue? Mr. Fry? I think he beat you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I just have a question. During the preliminary budget hearings, there was going to be a transfer into the CAO's office of some museum things or something. Did I catch that right?
The request was a move of the archives.
Yeah, archives.
Under the CAO. That doesn't change the budget per se. What that does is change who is over it. So it didn't change the allocation or the expenditures within there.
Okay, that's what I was wanting to know.
Thank you, Mr. Fry. Thank you. Mr. Trone?
Good afternoon. Bill Petrone, Regional Director, SCIU 1021. It's good to see that the county is not going to freeze positions and eliminate jobs, but the employees have been asked once again to forgo raises due to fiscal uncertainty. The employees have not caused this fiscal uncertainty. This fiscal uncertainty is being created by the board or by the people you've entrusted to track your money. But once again, it's the line staff who's being asked to suffer. Since 2011, employees' wages on average in this county have increased $1,872 a year. During that same time frame, the medical costs for the employees in this county have increased $3,658 each year. Staff continues to lose money. You have a 50% turnover rate in line staff since 2013. 40% of the line staff's classifications are paid below the median. That increases to 60% when you compare to Amador County. SEIU has made proposals to the county that will hopefully stem the tide of departing employees who take their knowledge and experience with them when they leave. These proposals would not add a single dime to the unfunded pension liability that has been shown to be a concern to county management. But it takes two sides to negotiate. The contract ends on Friday. The union has not received one financial proposal, nor one financial counter-proposal, or even a rejection of the union's financial proposals to this point. We will not bargain against ourselves. If the Board of Supervisors cannot see their way to supporting the employees of Calaveras County, I cannot recommend to the employees, nor to my organization, to support any of the Board of Supervisors moving forward. Just earlier, there was conversation regarding the Visitors Bureau and the concern about taking care of the people coming to visit. But you need to stop and take care of the people who live here, your employees. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Further public comment?
Good afternoon, Vivian Satcher, District 1. Today we would like to restart from last week's comments from Supervisor Mills' intervention on the Sheriff's Office budget challenges and overall considerations on establishing goals and targets for the Sheriff's Office and other departments. First, a technical notation. Last week, the Board of Supervisors discussed the turnover cost, overtime cost, and the time and cost to replace and fill positions as separate elements. In actuality, overtime and replacement costs are two components of the above key header cost line, cost of turnover. They are not the only ones, but surely two of the most significant ones, as they are also the most tangible and material. Our second remark is more philosophical in nature, but surely not less important. In your speech last week, Supervisor Mills, you talked about implementing improvements by assigning goals and targets. Are you absolutely certain that a top-down traditional managerial style, outdated in a 21st century knowledge economy context, is the most adequate and effective leadership approach to address performance issues such as turnover and overtime, and the improvement of working conditions in a given workplace? You have often been referencing lately to fancy last-generation business tools such as just-in-time and priority-based budgeting. Supervisor Mills, these tools are a reflection of the continuously changing 21st century knowledge economy and its fundamental need for agility in order to effectively support these continuously shifting change requirements. We do not know when you last worked in the corporate environment, which you keep referring to, but if you had worked in the continuously changing global world, both public and private sectors, you would know that an agile and continuously changing performance improvement reality cannot be faced with an outdated top-down performance target-driven managerial style. Agility and continuous change require a performance management approach oriented to the true understanding of root causes, the whys of why things need to be improved, not the what levels of performance need to be achieved without understanding the real context behind them. For example, why do we have these levels of turnover? Why do we have to continuously work overtime? Why do we need to improve the working conditions of our workplace? These levels of understanding cannot be achieved with a simple meeting where budget goals are assigned. And then what happens next? If these targets are not met, surely people will be blamed, if not even threatened to be fired unjustly. Supervisor Mills, what happened in this chamber a few weeks ago in relation to staff being blamed for not delivering the ban ordinance draft on time is a good example of this culture. Surely a blame and hire and fire culture is not the most conducive culture to improve workplace conditions in this day and age. As a training and negotiations facilitator in your previous corporate past life, you should already know this. In conclusion, gentlemen, and with all due respect, in observing the ongoing dynamics with a corporate hat on, we quite frankly do not see the adequate leadership capabilities in significant parts of this board in order to achieve and sustain the operational and financial improvements that this county desperately needs. And all these budget improvements simply will not happen and certainly will not sustain themselves. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Bill Wilson, District 1. I know where you can get $2.9 billion in taxes. Allow 5% of Calaveras to be under cultivation. $56.3 million, 1% of the area of Calaveras County under cultivation. We can use the stalks to make hempcrete. We have a great place over here called the cement plant. We could use that area. We could make the stalks a viable commodity. We could also make alcohol from the leaf. The rest of the plant already has a place to go. Doesn't need anything, but we get the taxes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ben Stopper, District 5. I'd like to start out by apologizing to the chair. I was misinformed when I spoke at the public comment at the beginning of the day today. I did not know there was a line item containing the Measure C taxes. As far as I know now, they're under excise taxes. So they are being shown in total with other taxes. So I did speak out of turn, sir.
Not a problem.
Second, some things of concern. The reserve funds that are being used. Which funds are within the reserve fund? Are some of these restricted? Do we have to pay them back in the future? Another concern is as we go into different departments and we start to go into their reserves, building department, planning department. A lot of these take a 4/5 vote by the supervisors to move forward by extracting these funds, from what I understand. Things to keep in mind as we move forward, gentlemen. We can put out a lot of good ideas, and the conversation should continue as how we should solve these, but we need to stick to the process set before us. There are rules, and we need to remember to follow them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bonnie Newman, Double Springs. I want to talk about a group of employees that have not been mentioned anywhere or any time during this budget process, and of course it's represented by a union, almost 400 employees. SEIU 2015 has failed to adequately represent its members. We've been ignored since 2009 with no pay raises except minimum wage increases. And so my concern is, in this budget, I don't think there has been any addressing of this oversight or lack of attention. So I would just like to bring your attention to the plight of the home care worker, $10.50 an hour, no negotiated contract since 2007. So we're floundering and not moving ahead at all. Just for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Further public comments? Excuse me a moment.
We were just...
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Is there any further public comment? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board for any further discussion before seeking a motion. Seeing none? Oh, I'm sorry. Let's...
Yeah, I just wanted to provide clarity on the reserve question. The reserve specifically that was utilized this year is a general fund reserve that is completely discretionary revenue that is set aside from the general fund throughout a number of years. So there is no, it's unrestricted in its use. And then the other piece was the teeter fund, which also is unrestricted in its use. Typically we use it for infrastructure capital projects, but in the last couple budget cycles it has also been used within the general fund. And again, it doesn't have a designated use per se.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Sheriff, looks like you need to have a moment to speak.
Well, I'd like to know if you're going to allow staff to make some comments before you guys make a vote.
You're part of staff. You can make your comments.
Well, that's why I was just checking.
Go right ahead.
All right. I have a few items I wanted to talk about. I know that Mr. Mills, Mr. Toffanelli, and CAO Lutz, we had some meetings to discuss budgets, salary savings in particular for the county. I had some items I'd wanted to address in the proposal that I made. Part of the proposal that I made, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Lutz, on the AB 443 funding that I have, I did not see that monies added to the budget, but those positions that were tied to it haven't been changed.
That's correct. We did not, the only thing I changed per our discussion was the estimated salary savings that Maria was able to clarify with you. This budget does not reflect anything that we discussed on AB 443 because we didn't have a final agreement on, and we aren't freezing any positions within this budget. So
Okay.
it doesn't impact any of those positions.
Okay. And again, I'm not super concerned about those positions because if you didn't fund them, then the monies were, it was never a salary savings at that point. The other issue is, and it's not tied to the general fund budget, but when we talked about the marijuana funds, I talked to you about setting aside those 3 deputy positions for the lieutenant's position so I can have some overview because in light of 806 that's coming up, that was not addressed. I want to talk about that, and you had 2 trailers that were in there, the box trailers I requested. You have those under general fund when those are actually marijuana funds.
And that was the 2 trailers that would have been an oversight. We tried to catch everything and work with departments to make sure we catch it.
Right, and that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, there are definitely, with that budget particular, this is we had a week and a half to kind of pull it together.
Right.
I would expect when we come back to the board in July that we need to do a much broader discussion about the abatement program. I think there are a couple, when we look at now that 8.06 is going, there might be some structural adjustments that need to be made, and I would expect that to probably come to the board in July so we can have a broader discussion, probably that second meeting in July.
Okay, and the reason I bring this up now is because of 806 and the momentum that we're going to have with 806, I really wanted to see if I could get the approval for that lieutenant's position today, so that, because you got to understand, I have to get a hold of HR and do the announcements so that we can do the testing. So it's a process. So if we wait another 4 weeks, it's going to put me another month behind in getting that process started and done.
I was looking back at Judy, my thought being, and this is something that I wanted to talk to HR about anyway, if I know that the board is going to support adding the position, if we can start recruiting for it now, even without the actual vacant position, knowing that we'll come back in July to clean that up, I think that would at least get your needs met on moving through the recruitment process, and then we can do the cleanup to actually have the position by the end of July. Judy, if you want to, I know she's going to strangle me for putting her on the spot for this, but it's out of the box.
Typically, HR does not recruit for a position that we don't have a position control number for. If we are given direction by the board today to move forward with this, we will move forward with the recruitment. And to get this going, I can have this position on an agenda item for the 11th if the board clerk allows me to. So
there might be more cleanup to do.
Exactly.
So I would rather wait until the second meeting in July to make sure we get everything together, and we're already past the deadline that I've been trying to hold people to.
If I can help out, there is a position control number associated to that because that was one of the positions that we were going to move out of the 88 JAG.
So you already have a vacant position, you just want it in cannabis, or?
Well, yeah, that's a position number that we can move over to. Okay. Maria, correct me if I'm wrong. Get my budget analyst up here. She's a heck of a lot smarter than I am. But there's a budget control number for that position right now, is there not?
Maria Henze, Business Manager for the Sheriff's Office. Hello. There is a position that is available, but it is assigned to the ADA JAG position, ADA JAG fund. In our budget request, we had requested the possibility of the board considering that position be moved over. With that, it would be used for the lieutenant, if everyone so chooses. I think the sheriff had thought to set aside the 3 deputy positions in lieu of the lieutenant.
And that was what we discussed when we met, yeah.
Yes, and that packaged together with the transition of the position from ADA JAG over into the MCCRP unit with funding granted through MCCRP.
Then my suggestion would be we already have a position. We recruit based on that position number, and then we do the budget correction. Would we look at the that actual fund, the 10 fund, to actually make any corrections we need for what's in there in funding? Is that agreeable? I mean, you're
Hawkins?
We will still need to correct the position control number, but we can go ahead and have the Sheriff's Department do a request to fill for the position, and then we will add it to the list.
I just don't want to delay in getting it open and going.
Yes, we can move forward with that.
That's one of the issues. One of the other issues, and again, here I am trying to save our county some money. I have, you laugh, but it's true.
Rick,
and I was riding a bicycle to and from work today.
Before we leave the subject, though, I don't think it was brought up to the rest of the board that what you intend to do with the lieutenant is actually a $128,000 savings.
Yeah, and it's actually more than that because I'm willing to use 25% of my AB 443 funding to also pay for that lieutenant. So the cost savings are actually higher than that.
You're right.
Okay.
You agreed to do that.
Yes.
That's what we had in that discussion.
Correct. And the other thing that I had not brought to your folks' attention that we missed our meeting because you were buying donuts or something, I don't know. I can say that I'm a cop. Anyhow.
I don't eat donuts.
Yeah.
I was buying them for you.
I have, we have 5 correctional officer positions, and this is what I wanted to talk about at that meeting on Monday. I have 5 correctional officer positions that we've not been able to fill. So in order to save the county some money, I wanted to change 3 of those into correctional technician positions. The savings are, 1, the actual cost of the employee, and it allows me to put people into my control booth so that I'm not having to pull correctional officers off the floor to work in that control booth. So it's a savings there, and it saves me from having to bring a correctional officer in on overtime to cover that hole that we don't have right now. And Ms. Hawkins, she's still here. When you don't have to get up, I just want to reiterate that I had talked to her and Shirley Ryan last year about bringing on 5 correctional officers, 3 sheriff's technicians, and a sergeant for my jail staff, and we settled with the 5 correctional officers. It's now becoming apparent that we're having a hard time hiring those correctional officers, so I'd like to switch 3 of those over to correctional technicians, again, in a savings to the county. So that's something I'd like to look at. It's not something I have to do today like we did the lieutenant's position, but I definitely want to address that in July because I think it's imperative that we start saving that money in overtime on that aspect. Maria, was there anything else? Or that? I know there was a couple of other things that I know I'm not remembering. Oh, yeah, the extra hires. I just want to be clear. We have 2 extra hires on the budget that you said that we were not going to be taking those extra hire positions off, but we showed those in the budget as a savings of $19,659 a person. which is an approximate 4-month chain or savings times 2. I want to make sure that that's not on there, so that if I have to have an extra hired person for the jail, I can.
I did not remove any extra hire positions. We were just based on vacant positions and the amount of time that you indicated you thought you would carry between.
And that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. And I guess we'll go back to discussing AB 443 after the fiscal year starts in.
Sheriff, one other thing. Are you going to change your strategy then on vehicle purchases?
Well, I might, for the simple fact that AB 443 money that we were going to be getting back, I was going to be purchasing non-patrol units for.
Right.
My understanding is the 4 patrol units are still on general fund, so it's going to tie me.
Well, I was just saying that could be part of a discussion here between now and in our next meeting or whatever, to take a look at that as well as part of this overall.
We definitely need to talk about that, because we definitely need the vehicles.
No question. I just wanted to be sure you were still on the same strategy that we talked about previously.
Yeah. Well, my strategy was to get my 443 money back so I didn't have to worry about buying those vehicles with the salary savings that I saved.
No,
I remember, be able to do that.
I remember our 443 conversation.
Yes. So. Okay. Hey, Gary keeps shaking his head because I'm pounding on that 443 money. Those are general fund positions. That's right. Yes.
So you acknowledge that we did have an
Oh,
agreement?
absolutely, absolutely. Okay. The other thing I have. Thank you very much, Maria. See, that's why I have her here. Okay. We have 2. Well, no, we already just talked about the correctional officer to the CTs.
Unless you wish to go for 3.
You're right. Okay. The correctional officers' positions were going to be 2 for 2 CT positions, correctional technicians, not 3.
Okay. Discussion over?
I believe so.
Excellent. Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you for your time.
Not a problem.
Any
further
questions
discussion by
from
the board?
anyone?
Do we have an understanding?
Well, is the sheriff needing a board direction on the lieutenant and the 2 CT ones? Do you need that right now?
The CT positions I can come back to as I talk to Mr. Lutz about in July, but the lieutenant's position, yes.
Okay. Can we poll for that?
Well, just for clarity, and council can weigh in, today's meeting, particularly at 5 o'clock, I don't think we're going to be able to make those changes in this budget right now. So, I mean, you can poll the board on if they would like it. I'm assuming they would. Okay, I just want to make sure that we're not trying to, recognizing that it's not going to be in today's adopted recommendation.
Okay. We'll conduct a poll of the board.
And that's fine. And again, as long as we can start the recruitment process. Right.
Yeah.
So, all right. Thank you.
We don't need a poll.
My only concern is the recommended budget has to be approved. The resolutions adopting the recommended budget has to be completed by the 30th. So if what I'm hearing is that what you are proposing is not in the resolutions that are in front of the board today, we have to make those modifications to the resolution and have those resolutions approved before the 30th. So just so I'm clear with what you were proposing is you are approving what is before the board, the resolutions as presented, and then you're going to be bringing back a different item at a different meeting. Okay, that's fine.
Because he does not need the funds now, today, but we're going to poll to give him the go-ahead to start recruiting, and Judy to make the adjustment on the position.
Are we clear on that, all that? Ms. Hawkins, are you clear?
I'm clear.
Excellent. If you're clear, I'm ecstatic.
Thank you.
All right, we'll conduct a poll of the board for that issue and that issue only at this time. Supervisor Tofinelli?
Yes.
Supervisor Garamendi?
Yes.
Supervisor Clapp?
Yes.
Supervisor Mills?
Yes.
Supervisor Oliveira indicates yes. Now, we have a vote to adopt the board, hi, staff. How are you?
Hi, Kelly Zonnizer, Public Works. I just wanted to confirm, this afternoon we brought you a revised budget, and I just wanted to confirm that that was going to be what was going to be considered for this vote.
No, that is not. That is That was,
So,
the way that the agenda was written today from Public Works was not a budget adjustment
Okay.
request, so
I
that
just
will
wanted
have
to
to come back
confirm
or
that.
be reflected. At this point, you've been given direction to be able to send the notices and make those changes. If you have enough appropriation and you think we can wait until September, we can verify with the auditor's office that we can wait until the September final.
my only concern was that we have a request in with the Calaveras Council of Governments to get funding for the local transportation funds, and if the budget doesn't match what we're requesting.
It has to match what was adopted today, so you will need to do an actual adjustment then to come back.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Just to make sure that we have all of our speakers, there is no more public comment, is that correct? See, it's not correct. Oh, staff. Any more staff then? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board and entertain a motion.
Actually, can I make a comment?
You sure can, Supervisor Garland.
I really do. I think you guys have done a great job in trying to fill what was in excess of a $6 million hole in our budget, and that was no small task. We seem to be balanced at this point in the preliminary budget, which is great. I have grave concerns about the reserves. I have grave concerns about contingencies, because obviously we spent all our contingencies last year, and we had twice as much money in that account. So I'm concerned about labor and our various unions. So this doesn't make me happy, but I think it's a good move for where we are. I point out that we did taste the forbidden fruit here. We're pulling cannabis dollars out of the taxes to balance this thing. And we just always need to keep in mind that, nobody's doing this to us. This is a choice that we're making to have this budget. But other than that, I'm good to go on the budget. And that's a motion to adopt. Thank you.
Okay. Second? Second by Supervisor Clapp, motion by Supervisor Garamendi. Any further public discussion? I don't believe there is. Any staff discussion? Don't believe there is. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion passes 5-0, unanimous. Madam Clerk?
So my understanding would be that we are now jumping back to item 30.
Or we're just going to take the rest of the budget items because they're all part of the budget
I'm
package.
asking.
I would assume at this point that you would just take them in order since we're on budget.
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay.
I think we're going to 31. No, 31's
I- Item 33 is from the Administrative Office to adopt a resolution approving fiscal year 2017-18 recommended budget for districts governed by the Board of Supervisors.
Any further staff discussion?
Yeah, and again, this is referenced within the board agenda item, but just for the board's edification, wanted to make sure that you were aware what you were voting on for this piece. This is the special districts that fall within your purview as the Board of Supervisors. The total appropriation for those budgets comes out to $2.605 million, and that includes your Fund 2020, which is Arnold Lighting, 2030, which is McCollum Hill Lighting, 2040, Murphy's Lighting, 2050, San Andreas Lighting, 2060, Valley Springs Lighting, 2070, West Point Lighting. And then it also includes 2100, which is CSA number 9, Sunrise Point, 2110, which is CSA 1, Rancho Calaveras, 2112, which is CSA 12, Golden Hills, 2115, which is PRD number 1, Woodgate, Indian Creek, 2120, which is CSA number 2, Bar 20, 2140, which is CSA number 4, Diamond 20, and 2180, CSA number 8, Spring Hills.
Okay. Thank you, C.R. Lutz. Comments by the board? Supervisor Mills.
Yes, I recall in a previous year that there was some concerns over the GAN limits on one of these districts. Are we in any danger of exceeding a GAN limit? And I speak specifically to the Murphy's Lighting District.
You know, I wasn't aware of we having a historical problem there, but I will be happy to look into it and see if we need to make a requested adjustment within the GAN limit. So you're thinking that ties to which one?
Murphy's Lighting District.
Okay.
So my point is let's go ahead and just adopt what's here. And if you feel that you need to have some structural changes because of a GAN limit problem, we can address that later. Okay? Thank you.
Okay. Public comment? Seeing no public comment, I'll bring it back to the board. Entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Mills.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Tofinelli. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed by saying no. Motion carries 5-0 unanimous. C.O. Lutz.
Item 34 is from the Administrative Office to adopt a resolution approving fiscal year 2017-18 recommended budget for the certain county designated funds.
Also within the purview of the board and requiring adoption each year or designating those funds per GASB statement number 54. We're bringing before the board the designated funds that we're requesting the board to continue and basically accepting those as designated funds. Going through the list, and I'll try and do it briefly, but for the record, it's important to go through the list. Fund 5204, which is our 27th payroll fund. 5216, which is our liability self-insurance. 5217, which is FSA unspent fund. 5219, which is deferred building maintenance. 5420, which is Sheriff Inmate Welfare. 5434, which is Sheriff Civil Fees. 5442, Building Department Reserve Fund. 5445, which is Survey Monuments. 5446, which is Special Technical Training. 5454, which is Vital Statistics Fund. 5455, which is Tax Collectors Costs. 5465, Solid Waste Capital Improvement Projects. 5466, which is Recorder Modernization Fees. 5467, Murphy's in lieu parking. 5469, the Sheriff Narcotics Seizure Account. 5472 is the Microfilm Fund. 5474 is the Duplication Fund. 5479 is the Airport T Hangar Construction Fund. 5448, Criminal Justice Facility Construction. 5483 is the SLESF Sheriff Fund. 5486 is the Milton Jenny Lind Road Fund. 5526 DUIRR Program Fund. 5530 is the Teeter Capital Improvement Fund. 5567 Animal Control. 5575 is the Environmental Fund. 5579 Assessor's Data Sales Revenue. 5580 is the Sheriff Jail DNA Identification. 5587 is the 2007 Certificates of Participation Fund. 5588 Social Security Truncation. 5589 is DA Environmental Fund. 5597 is Animal Control Medical. 5598 is County Side Fund. 5599 Adult Literacy Fund. 5600 is the MCCR, or the Cannabis Fund as we more commonly refer to it. 5624 Asset Forfeiture. 5635 Red Hill Emergency. 5810 is the local community corrections, and 5840 is corrections PERF. And that concludes the funds.
Any comments, questions, discussion by board and staff? Seeing none, any public comment? Seeing none, bring it back to the board. Entertain a motion. Moved by Supervisor Mills, second by Supervisor Clapp. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0, unanimous. Madam Clerk.
Item 35 is from the Administrative Office to adopt a resolution authorizing the purchase of certain capital assets at fiscal year 2017-18 recommended budget.
Yes, this is really bringing back what was presented during the budget hearings. Total capital asset requests for the fiscal year are $2.759 million. Again, a lot of those projects are where we look at using designated funds to try and purchase capital, although there certainly are some general fund expenditures in there too. An example being the necessary sheriff patrol vehicles, in addition to an animal control truck that again, same type of situation where we need to update the vehicles that are on the road for safety of our workers and being able to respond to community incidents. I don't need to read all of the requests at least, so yes, that is included with the agenda and copied with the resolution as attachment or Exhibit D.
Okay, thank you, CEO Lutz. Any discussion by the board, by staff? Seeing none, any discussion, actually, public comment? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. Entertain a motion. So moved. Moved by Supervisor Mills.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Tofinelli. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0. Unanimous. Madam Clerk.
Item 36 is from the Administrative Office to adopt a resolution approving fiscal year 2017-18 recommended budget for the Air Pollution Control District.
CEO Lutz.
Yes, this, as stated in the agenda, is a request for the Air Pollution Control District Fund. The total appropriation request this year, $585,165.
Discussion by the board. Discussion by staff. Hearing none. Any discussion by, actually, public comment? Seeing none, hearing none, we'll bring it back to the board. I'll entertain a motion. So moved. Moved by Supervisor Mills.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Tofinelli. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0, unanimous.
Item 37 is from the Administrative Office to adopt a resolution approving fiscal year 2017-18 recommended budget for the In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority.
I'm sorry. CEO Lutz, do you have a comment on this?
Yay, last one.
Yeah, well, for you.
Well, last one on budget. The, again, this is requesting approval for In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority Fund. The total appropriation request, $666,087.
Okay. Discussion by board. Supervisor Garamendi.
You know, I recognize that we are the In-Home Support Services Public Authority. I've never met the executive director nor heard a presentation. I would like to hear a presentation sometime near future regarding their programs, and I'd like to know when the last time we evaluated. This is our employee that reports directly to the board. When was the last time we actually took a look at the whole package? So I'd like to, if the consent of the rest of the board, when it's convenient for the CAO to set that up, I would appreciate it.
And I'm looking over at Kristen, since the director I know reports directly to her. I'm sure we can set it up.
Yeah,
fairly quickly.
Thank
but,
you.
you know.
That was Christian?
Yes.
Comment, Supervisor Garamendi, I seem to recall there was a presentation maybe to the prior board from this, probably about 6-8 months ago. I recall that. Yeah. But I think the new board should hear from him, so I concur with you, Supervisor Garamendi. Any further board discussion? Oh, we want a poll? Sure, we can have a poll. We can have a, yeah, flag. You'll start it off, Supervisor Klein.
The microphone, please.
Sir.
About that, gentleman, does it work? I'd like to just maybe put a time frame on it too, how long it goes. Would that be good with everybody here? We do that? Okay.
That might be a good idea.
So I'd like to have it as soon as we...
15-minute presentation?
Yeah. So I'd like to have it done, as soon as we could. It'd be sort of nice to have it, and I'd like to have some kind of a time frame on it too, so it doesn't go for hours, and we know, so it's not a schedule breaker.
I would suggest a 15-minute time frame presentation. Would that be a...
Well, 15 minutes, yeah, that'd be good too. No, the length of that presentation.
Okay. We can include that in the poll. Okay. Supervisor Clapp, are you for or against on the poll?
I'm for it.
I'm for it. Supervisor Mills?
Yes.
Supervisor Tofinelli?
Yes.
And Supervisor Garamendi? Supervisor Oliveira, yes. That completes our poll.
And that was 15 minutes?
15 minutes, max. Having done that, is there any public comment on this issue? Hi, Bonnie. 3 minutes.
No, they only give me 3 minutes. I had a chance to review this budget, and I noticed there was an extra hire. That means there's 2.5 people working for this program, which is already the second most expensively run public authority in the state per capita. I think an evaluation for their effectiveness and their efficiency is way overdue. And I would like to suggest that maybe we could revisit the study session that County Council did on this committee several years ago, because at that time they recommended a streamlining of this program. And as we're looking to save money in administrative costs, I think it'd be a good time to take a real hard look at those recommendations and decide, is this where we want to spend a whole lot of money when we're looking at the real workers of the program, the ones that are in the trenches, not having any increase in wages in 7 years. So I'd just like to find out what the justification for the additional half-time employee is when I already think they're overstaffed. I think we got 2 people working in a position that could be handled by 1 qualified employee, and we'd probably save half the budget in this program. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie. Further public comment? Okay, Mr. Fry, thank you. Seeing no further public comment, I'll bring it back to the board. Further discussion, comments by staff or board member? Supervisor Garamendi?
Make a motion approved.
Motion by Supervisor Garamendi to approve. Second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Tofinelli. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0, unanimous.
Item 38 is from Human Resources to adopt a resolution authorizing changes to the position control list for fiscal year 2017-18 recommended budget effective July 8th, 2017.
Madam Clerk, have we heard item number 32 yet? Yes. 31? Oh, it is a budget item?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I stand corrected, I apologize.
Judy Hawkins, Human Resources and Risk Director. So I'm bringing before you the changes to the position control list for adoption. All of these changes that are listed on the position control list are the changes that were brought up during the budget hearings, June 13th through the 15th, and are reflected in CAO LUT's budget. We also have attached are the job descriptions for the new positions.
Thank you. Any questions of Ms. Hawkins by the board or staff? Any discussion by the board or staff? Seeing none, public comment? Seeing no public comment, hearing no public comment, I'll bring it back to the board. Entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Mills. Second by Supervisor Clapp. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Motion carries 5-0, unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hawkins. Madam Clerk.
So now we are jumping back to item 30. This item is from the Administrative Office to approve the issuance of Series C bonds for the Bret Harte Union High School District in an amount not to exceed $750,000.
Do we have a presenter on this item?
I don't believe anyone came from the school or the firm selling the bonds. This is really an administrative sign-off for us. It goes through our office, but again, there's no financial impact to the county. This is debt issuance that's already been approved by the voters. This is just to issue the next series.
Okay. Thank you, CAO Lutz. Any discussion or comments by the board? Hearing none, any comments by public? Any public comment? Seeing and hearing none, I'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Mills.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Tofinelli. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0, unanimous.
Item 31 is from the Administrative Office to authorize the board chair to sign a letter of support for Congressman McClintock's call for the USFS to expedite the reopening of Forest Service roads, including New Spicer Reservoir and Board Crossing roads.
Mr. Moss, how
Yes,
are you?
sir. I'm doing fine. How's the board this evening?
We're hanging in there.
Can't believe I asked that question, could you? Anyway, thank you, Brian Moss, Administrative Office. Very quickly, this is an item that was brought to our attention that Congressman McClintock was looking for support for opening up Forest Service roads in Calaveras County. The reason being because of storm damage in the winters, storm damage we had in the 3 significant storms. And in Calaveras County, that includes certainly New Spicer Reservoir, Valley Reservoir Road, and Board's Crossing. So this was something I contacted the Congressman's office with. They were looking forward to a letter when I was drafting this at the time. And again, it's just a letter of support for his efforts, requesting that the Forest Service roads in general be opened and taken care of as a priority.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Moss.
Yes.
Questions by the board? I have comments. Spicer Road will be open tomorrow for the U.S. Forest Service. I received a contact communication this morning at 6 o'clock from the ranger in charge. Repairs are made. Vehicles will be allowed to traverse that road starting tomorrow morning.
Very nice.
This is a project that we've been working on for a while with McClintock, with Congressman McClintock and the Forest Service. The information passed out by the forest order involved all forest roads, and specifically in Calaveras County it was Spicer Road. But those repairs, once again, have been made. They're temporary repairs. Traffic safety control devices have been in place, and the road will be open tomorrow. That's very good news for District 3, Highway 4, and Calaveras County. Although we have that road open, I still see the need for the letter. We have other roads and byways in this nation, if you will, and I recommend that we modify the information on the letter to thank the folks at Forest Service for Spicer Road, but we have other roads to take care of.
Understood, certainly can do that, and that is really great news that New Spicer Meadow Reservoir Road is part of the North Fork project and is very, very crucial, and we had made a really impassioned plea about the importance of that. So this is really great news, and we will take care of the modification of that correspondence.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Moss. Any further comment by the board? Public comment? Any public comment?
Ben Stopper, District 5. Bertha Underhill, she's not here anymore, but a few weeks ago she asked, people drive up Highway 4 and take a look at the trees being taken down near big trees. This all has to do with the Highway 4 corridor, and I just want to say special thanks to Mike for staying in touch with the Forest Service and moving forward on getting that done for your district. We all appreciate it. I love going up in that area and doing my high country fishing, big trout fisherman here, and I know how valuable and beautiful that area is. I've been going up there since the early 80s. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Any further public comment? Hearing none, we'll bring it back to the board. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Moved by Supervisor Tofinelli.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Mills. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion passes 5-0, unanimous. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we need to check with our video. Are we in a position to continue on, or do you need a change? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 10-minute break, change the tape, and come back. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're about ready to reconvene. I want to make a quick announcement. Due to some needs by board members and staff, we will continue this till 7:30 tonight. And that's the latest date, and if we have to, we'll reconvene tomorrow. Madam Clerk?
Item 39 is from the Planning Department. Conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution upholding the Planning Commission's denial of the appeal of the Planning Director's denial of commercial cannabis registration 2016-717 for James Hansen on APN 046-017-098, file 2016-717.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, our procedure will be, this will be a hearing. Staff presentation and board questions of staff will occur first. Presentation by the appellant or representative and/or. Presentations by member of the public shall be limited to 5 minutes per person. That'll be the public comment period. Summation and rebuttal by appellants will be 15 minutes allowed for that, a maximum of 15 minutes. Staff summation and rebuttal. Sir, rebuttal by members of the public. That'll be another second public comment, if you will, the rebuttal. We'll have board questions, then we'll close the appeal hearing, and then board discussion deliberation. Having said that, Mr. Maurer?
Thank you. Miguel Contreras will present this item.
So this is Miguel Contreras with the Planning Department. I'm here to present the mentioned item.
Miguel, I'm going to ask you to speak real loud.
How's this? Better?
Excellent.
All right. This is an appeal for a Planning Commission denial of an appeal of a Planning Director's denial. This is for James Hansen, application 2016-717. The subject parcel is located on the north side of Highway 12 across from 622 Highway 12 Valley Springs. And essentially what happened was upon review of the application for commercial cannabis registration, it was noted by planning staff that the appellant never submitted a NOI to the water board, which is a September 7th requirement. He was denied for this reason. At the Planning Commission hearing, or with his appeal for the Planning Commission, the appellant submitted a date stamp photo that showed that he filled out an NOI. The photo also showed a check addressed to the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board for the amount of $2,500. And he also submitted a second photo showing an envelope with the regional, or the water board's address at their Reading office. However, the water board never received the NOI. They did not receive payment or of any sort. The appellant claims that he mailed this out in June 14th of last year, and he claims that he met the provisions of the urgency ordinance by simply mailing it out. However, there's no evidence of the water board actually receiving this, or there's no evidence of him actually mailing it out, for that matter. And this determination that the Planning Commission arrived at was that it was his due diligence to somehow procure a receipt or any other form of evidence, his checking account, that the money had been cashed, and he wasn't able to do any of that. Therefore, the Planning Commission upheld the Planning Director's denial for that reason. And that's all there is to it. If you have any questions.
Thank you. Any questions of staff by the board?
Yes, I have two questions. So from our side, how did we find out the NOI was not filed on time?
The water board gave us a list of NOIs that they had received. He was not on the list. We contacted the water board to clarify, perhaps his name was not on that list for whatever reason. The water board clarified that they never received an NOI or payment for it.
So was there anything on file with the water board with the applicant's name or the appellant's name?
Not with the water board, no.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Miguel. They said they mailed it in on June 14th?
Correct, June 14th,
And
2016.
the deadline to be able to show that was September 7th?
September 7th, correct.
Okay, so there's almost 3 months.
Correct. He had 3 months to get some sort of documentation that showed that the water board received payment and the NOI.
And how much is the payment?
$2,500.
So 3 months to recognize if a $2,500 check had cleared or not.
Correct. Many other registrants, the way they went about it is they contacted the water board and asked for an email confirming that they were in receipt. Other applicants asked for receipts. Other applicants brought in a cash check received from their bank or a bank statement. However, the appellant did none of that. So he could have easily avoided this if, come July and he noticed that $2,500 was still in his bank account. If he would have contacted the water board, perhaps this would have been resolved prior to the September 7th deadline.
Thank you.
I have a question. What was the date of inquiry of the water board by the planning department?
That was, actually, let me get that out.
And is that documented? Is that a documented response?
I believe so.
Okay.
But either way, we do have a list from the water board themselves that his name is not on.
And what was the date of that list?
That was, it gets updated, or it used to get updated constantly. So there was some from October, November, December of last year.
Okay.
Actually, it doesn't seem like we have an email.
Okay.
We don't have it in this file.
All right. Well, that was made by email?
Yes, it was done by either email or phone call. If it was done by phone call, we do have a log at the planning department's
And
drive.
planning department can produce that or code compliance. can
Yes.
produce that log on request?
Yeah, we should be able to.
And also emails, if it was done by email, we can go through our IT department and get that if we need to?
Perhaps if it hasn't been deleted because of the 60-day.
Okay, understand. Any further comments by staff?
What you note in the discussion, or it is noted in the discussion about a conversation with Trey Sherrill with the Central Valley Board here.
Yeah, and like I said, I just can't, it's been a while since I've looked at this, and I can't recall if it was a conversation through phone or through email. I wasn't the one that had that conversation.
Thank you, Supervisor Mills. My battery's dead. Okay, any further? We'll have a presentation by appellant or representative and or both. Is the appellant here? Is any representative of the appellant here? Hearing and seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board for discussion.
One thing also I think we need to ask is, was the appellant able to provide you with a canceled check or any proof that he'd made a payment?
There's no proof whatsoever except those photographs that are date stamped June 14th.
Okay.
And the Planning Commission found that that was insufficient as proof.
Okay, at this time, we'll open up to public comment. You'll have a 5-minute period. Are there any speakers?
I just have one question. What's a NOI?
Notice of intent.
Oh,
You're welcome. I have trouble with those acronyms also. Any further public comments or public speakers?
Bill Wilson, District 1. I don't know, they didn't even show up. I guess they kind of figured the board's going to be set with planning's thing. Again, they said he had a canceled check or had a picture of a check, but never got it mailed to somebody. That's a pretty sloppy business practice, I'm sorry. But again, it's a piece of paper. When was the time, was he inspected? Was the rest of his packet clean? And he just missed the water board, $2,500? Water board hasn't even been included in our inspections. The guy that we're talking about, Trey, now works for a company in Calaveras County. Griffin's the guy up there in charge now. They didn't show up. I wouldn't vote for them. Sorry.
Thank you, sir. Any further public comment? Hearing and seeing none, we'll come back to any summation and rebuttal by the appellant. And once again, I see no evidence of the appellant attending or his representative. We'll come back to staff summation and rebuttal.
I just wanted to clarify that now that I recall, it was a phone conversation that one of the office techs had with the water board, and there is documentation of that conversation if, for whatever reason.
Okay, once again, that can be produced upon request?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Any rebuttal by members of the public? Hearing and seeing none? Any board questions? Seeing no questions from the board, no questions from staff, we'll close the hearing. This time the board will have discussion deliberation. Is there any deliberation by the board? Any questions of the board? Any questions by the board? Supervisor Tofinelli.
Mr. Chair, at this time, I would move to uphold the Planning Commission's denial of this appeal.
Second.
We have a motion by Supervisor Tofinelli to uphold the appeal by the Planning Commission, second by Supervisor Garamendi. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0 unanimous.
Was that to uphold the appeal or uphold the denial?
Uphold your denial, I'm sorry. I'll make sure we get that right.
Thank you.
It's been a long day.
What he said, but I said denial.
Madam Clerk.
Item 40 is to conduct, it's from the Planning Department, to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution upholding the Planning Commission's denial of the appeal of the planning director's denial of commercial cannabis registration 2016-827 for Joshua Moore at a site approximately 2 miles north of State Highway 4 at the Stanislaus and Calaveras County line, APN 050-036-003.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the same rules apply here. This will be an appeals hearing, and I'll open the hearing now. I'm sorry. I'll give you folks a chance to get ready. I'm sorry.
Just a moment to set up for a few minutes.
Oh, thank you.
I'm here, James Hansen, for the case. I just ran to get something to eat real quick.
That's okay.
I didn't make it back. I've been here since 9 a.m. For James Hansen, I'm listening on the live cut broadcast, and I heard the whole case. I wasn't able to make it back soon enough. If you guys could revisit the case, I'd like to present from my side if possible.
I don't believe we can do that, sir. We've already voted. Counsel, any comments on that? I don't think we can.
We're not on break.
Ultimately, the item was called. Certainly, there are reconsideration provisions within the board rules and procedures. Under the circumstances, the board can, if any board member wishes to reconsider this item to allow him an opportunity to be heard, that would be certainly within your discretion to exercise your reconsideration under your rules and procedures.
Thank you.
Landon was also here for 3 hours.
Sir, give me a moment, please. In lieu of this information, I would elicit comments by the board members.
I would entertain the thought to have him present his case.
Supervisor Garamendi?
Generally, no, but it's in Supervisor Stefano's district.
I've seen him in the, he has been here all day, so.
I would go along with Gary, but I'd like to kick it behind the gentleman's up right now because he has attorney and stuff and it's costing him on the clock.
Supervisor Mills?
I would agree with Supervisor Clapp. We'll hear the case after.
I would agree with that also.
I would agree with that also. Sir, we're going to hear your comments after this next case. So, did you get something to eat? You're not going to go anywhere.
I had to eat all day.
That's okay. It's all right. All right. Well, we'll give you an opportunity to speak, sir.
I appreciate it.
Madam Clerk, could you call the case one more time, make sure we're on the right one? Absolutely. Even though it's the last one.
So item 40 is from the Planning Department to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution upholding the Planning Commission's denial of the appeal of the Planning Director's denial of commercial cannabis registration 2016-827 for Joshua Moore at a site approximately 2 miles north of State Highway 4 at the Stanislaus and Calaveras County line, APN 050-036-003.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the rules still apply for the appeals hearing. We'll stick to that same schedule. And as soon as we can get our IT department working,
Slide your slide. Your door might not be open. Thank you. Ethan, is the door open on? Is the door open? Yeah.
I appreciate everybody spending the time, folks. We're not going to make this an all-nighter, but we will be adjourning here at 7:30 if we go that long, and we'll continue tomorrow. As long as the machine works.
While the projector's warming up, Paul will go ahead with the overview of it. What we can.
Okay, we'll open the hearing.
Very good. I'm Paul Groen, with the Planning Department, and this is appeal number 2016-827. Jason Molinelli of Archer Norris on behalf of Joshua Moore is appealing a denial of a commercial cannabis registration by the Planning Commission. Now, the reasons the project was denied by the Planning Commission were the registrant did not produce evidence that no later than May 10, 2016, cultivation, grading, or earth moving commensurate with the area proposed to be developed occurred on the site. And also the application for registration contained false or misleading information. So there we go. We've got a picture. Cool. Now the location, we're located out on the west side of the county. This is Highway 4, right where it hits the Stanislaus County line. If you were to stand right there at that point, at the county line, and go 2 miles north, you would be on the site. And actually, between that stock pond and the drawdown here is the cultivation area. This is actually a full section. It's 640.35 acres, and it is actually section number 4 of Township 1 North, range 11 East. Paul, I'm going to interrupt you for a second here. We did have a last-minute request for continuance, and it's probably appropriate that the board consider that request first before we get involved with the details of the appeal itself. So perhaps Mr. Moore's representative can present his request for continuance, and you can decide on that first. And then if you decide to continue with the hearing today, then we can move forward with that.
Okay. Council, we'll have to adjourn the hearing and hear the continuance matter?
You can hear that all within the hearing.
Okay. Thank you. With no objection, as chair, I would agree with Mr. Maurer and hear the issue of continuance.
Thank you, Chair. Jason Molinelli for appellant Joshua Moore. Good evening, board, council, staff. Thank you for your time to be here. So I had contacted planning, requested a continuance for a few reasons. There's a few more reasons that have come to my attention that I'll address as well. The first was I had a horrifically challenging trial schedule, still ongoing. I left that in the hands of other counsel while I'm here, and I take this matter just as serious as any other matter that I have. Nonetheless, I requested that continuance. For that reason, although I'm here now, but I'd also move to continue this hearing. Also of my doing, I delivered a brief, the appeal brief, very late in the afternoon yesterday to Mr. Grow. I don't know if you all have had a time to review that. There's a lot to digest in there. I don't want to prejudice your ability to render a informed decision. I don't want to prejudice my client's ability by not allowing you all time to properly analyze that. So if additional time would be helpful to the board. Also, there is a request for a remand to the Planning Commission in the brief, which may take additional time to analyze and consider. And if it would be helpful for the board to take additional time in that respect, also move for the continuance on those grounds. And also, although we've worked hard to generate necessary evidence in support of our appeal, there's still more out there that we have been unable to obtain. We provided a few declarants whose declarations were unsigned at the time of filing. However, I did bring signed declarations with me now, but had their schedules permitted, we would have liked them to be here to testify in person. There's additional, we'd like to make a more detailed search for historical photographs, because that is the central issue here. We were not able to obtain any of that, but we'd like to continue that search and to also contact further potential declarants or witnesses. We do have, we did bring one live witness with us. Very kind of him to be here today. And also, with all due respect, I gave you guys my brief so late. However, I have not seen this to date. Planning's brief and presentation, and I can sit here and analyze it, and I think it's easy enough for me to follow, but I would like some additional time to take a look at this as well. This is the first I've seen that, so that I could be better prepared to respond to planning's brief as well. And so basically, those are the grounds of, that I request continuance of this hearing. Should you decide not to continue the hearing, we're here and ready to go, and we'll do the best that we can under the circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions by the board? Supervisor Mills.
Yes, Ms. Mullaney, is that, did I pronounce it correctly?
Molinelli. Yeah.
Molinelli.
Close enough, no problem. Yes, sir.
When were you retained as counsel for this case?
I would say 6 weeks, 4 to 6 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago maybe. Is that about right? Yeah, about a month ago. At some point after the planning, within that time period of 15 days, I believe, after the hearing in front of the Planning Commission.
Thank you.
Because there was a day, we had a day to get the request for appeal in, so a month ago. Yeah.
Further questions? Mr. Moore, I apologize in advance.
That's all right.
Morinelli?
Molinelli.
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 Jason.
Mr.
I'm,
Anderson.
I'm fine with Jason.
I
No,
apologize.
sir. No, sir. That's all right.
Could you go into more specific information on, you mentioned items that were yet to be discovered, yet we've talked about items. Could you be more specific on that? We're going to be talking about items that were presented to the Planning Commission on the first appeal.
Will we be talking about items presented to the Planning? Yes. And that raises a great point. I don't have the full application. I'd like to get that from planning because there are items in there that I would submit do constitute proof of commensurate cultivation, receipts, and that we'd also like to get prior aerial photographs in the possession of planning or through planning, not necessarily in their possession. There's a June 3rd aerial photograph, but we'd like to go back even farther and attempt to scrutinize aerial photos from 2015. In addition, Mr. Moore is going through old phones, many of that don't work, and just really doing what I think is a great job of looking for historical photographs that predate that May 10th deadline. We've had some issues with old iPhones that aren't coming back to life, and so we've combed through emails, just shadow boxes, photo boxes, looking for photographs that would be sufficient to establish prior cultivation commensurate with the activities in the application. So those are some of the evidentiary items that we think are out there, but we haven't been able to obtain.
So it's my understanding that that evidence was not presented at the appeals hearing for the Planning Commission, correct?
No. You are correct. Double negative. Well, may I back up? Some of it, I presume, may have been. I was not a party to that hearing. So I guess in that respect, it's a little bit speculative, but I presume that some of the items we're referencing, receipts and other documentation may have been, that were in the original application may have been part of the Planning Commission hearing, but Mr. Maurer may know more than I on that.
So, just so I make sure that we understand each other.
Sir.
There was evidence presented at the appeals hearing, but in addition to that, you may have further evidence that you would have this board consider. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you understand, and I'm not, please, this is not, I don't want to insult you, you're an attorney. You understand that we may have that discretion to consider that evidence or not consider that evidence. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
Is there something that would justify the continuance that you're not prepared to bring forth today?
Well, to answer that question, I would say that there is further evidence that I don't have here today that I believe exists. Further receipts, paperwork, documentation, permits, all which predate the May 10th, 2016 deadline, which would be, which we would say proves prior cultivation. And the two declarants who did sign declarations, they were unable to be here today. I would love for them to be here because they're articulate, great gentlemen. And photographs that I believe do exist. Mr. Moore knows they exist. It's a matter of accessing them, which we've had great difficulty doing.
I need to ask your client some questions. Could you have him come to the microphone, please?
No problem. Mr. Moore, how's it going?
Sir, how are you?
Pretty good. How about yourself?
Good. A little tired.
Yeah.
I need to ask you questions regarding your, were you at the appeals hearing with the Planning Commission?
Yeah, I was.
Were you represented by an attorney at that time?
No, I was not.
Did you represent yourself?
I represented myself.
Did you present your case?
Well, I tried to, but these guys tore me up pretty good.
Okay. Did you feel you had all the evidence you needed?
I didn't have any of my receipts. I have other people that know we were cultivating up there last year. I have my landlord here that knows we were cultivating up there last year. Prior years, even before that, we've been cultivating up there. I have no picture evidence. Nobody takes pictures of this stuff, or used to not. So I don't have any photo evidence on me.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Staff, did we have anybody present at that appeals hearing? Ian?
Yeah, we were all here. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Board Chair,
Yes.
I would just want to remind the board, under our rules and procedures, no issue which was not addressed during the hearing upon which the appeal is based, so in other words, the Planning Commission hearing, shall be part of the appeal hearing. All relevant and known facts must be presented to the Planning Department staff and the Planning Commission. So all relevant known facts had to have been presented during the Planning Commission hearing. Between the Planning Commission hearing and the board hearing is not a time for a fishing expedition, for lack of a better way of saying it. Our code does allow that in the event that new information is presented on appeal. So for instance, if new information was not known at the time of the appeal hearing and that information is presented to the board does have the discretion to remand it back to the Planning Commission. But our code is very clear that all relevant and known facts must be presented during the time of the Planning Commission hearing.
Right. And I think we're operating in the body of what was not known at that time. Certainly, Mr. Moore was not represented by counsel, and there's an inequity there I think at this point I'm sorry. I think, I was just saying that at this point, I think we're operating in the realm of what was not known at that time, and that we have new and discovered factual evidence that we're attempting to obtain. And when I was speaking quietly, I was just making note that at the time of the hearing, Mr. Moore was not represented by counsel, which represents somewhat of an inequity, and that goes into what was known and what was not known at that time. And so I agree with Madam Counsel, and so that we're speaking of new facts that we've been attempting to generate, and have done made a good effort of it, and we're close, but we have not yet obtained that evidence that we're searching for, that we know exists. We're pretty sure it does.
Counsel, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's get back to our issue right now, and that's the issue of the continuance. Supervisor Mills, your light's on. Would you like to comment?
Well, Mr. Molinelli, a question is are you in possession of all of the documents that were presented at the Planning Commission hearing? Do you have those in your possession?
I do.
Okay. And so if we were to take up those pieces of information that were presented in the Planning Commission and those pieces of information only, you feel that there is no adequate defense?
No, I do not feel like that. However, I'm sorry.
Well, I was going to comment on an issue about him not being represented at the Planning Commission. That was by his choice. Totally his choice, and how he approached and went about it. So I think that's totally irrelevant to bring up. That was nothing to do with this board or even the Planning Commission board.
I understand.
So, and the fact that you're telling me that I don't think that's the intent of our ordinance, is giving you time to go try and dig up more new evidence. It's in the light of some new evidence comes to light, not going and spending time digging, trying to find more evidence. That's not the intent of this, in my opinion. So I'm not in favor of going forward with delay. I think we need to hear the evidence that was presented, that you testified, that you said you do have the evidence that was brought before the Planning Commission at this time. I think we need to go forward with that.
If I may, I completely agree and understand. Ready to go right now. If I had $1 for every time I told a client, why didn't you come to me earlier, I wouldn't be here right now. And that goes for all of us. I mean, how many times it happens in life where you think you can plow the field on your own, but then you get into it and you realize you're over your head. And so that's why I make that, because it's something that I come across so often. And it's self-serving for a lawyer to tell somebody, why didn't you come see me first? So, yeah, that was his choice. And with respect to a continuance, it's not just based on our difficulties gaining that new evidence which we know exists, but I also raised the issue of a potential continuance for your benefit and for my client's benefit, so that everybody here is fully informed and has an opportunity to really analyze the facts and legal citations in this brief. And if we're ready to do that, I'm ready to do that. So that really was the basis. We're ready to go. Shouldn't take up any more time of this. I know we all have families to get home to.
So, as I understand this, you're ready to go, so you're withdrawing your request?
I'm not withdrawing my request. I'm saying if the board so chooses not to continue this, if the board feels they're ready to consider our appeal at this point in time, we're ready to deliver it.
Counsel, poll of the board on the continuance issue?
Certainly, that would be a poll of the board. I would want the record to reflect that we did receive the legal brief from Mr.
It's okay. Jason.
Jason, I'm sorry.
Jason.
Our office did review it. We did provide it to the board last night. Our office I have briefed this board on that legal memo. With the board polling on the continuance, I would also ask that the board poll to direct staff to come back to change, because our office unfortunately does see legal briefs in all kinds of appeals, not just cannabis appeals, that come the day before the appeal hearing. And so I would just ask that the board, that I poll the board to direct staff to come back with either a modification to the board rules and procedures or to the county ordinance to specify a date certain when any legal briefs need to be filed with the board to prevent any delay, and allow my office sufficient time to review the brief the board on our position, as well as for the board to have sufficient time to review the opposing brief as well as my office's brief.
Thank you, Councilor. Supervisor Tofinelli, you were like first.
What's sufficient time, 3 days?
72 hours.
72 hours, 3 days?
72 hours would certainly be sufficient.
These are two separate pollings. You had your light on. Supervisor Garment?
Oh, I'm sorry, I was going to agree with it. No, hold my comment.
All right. So just so I'm clear, Supervisor Tofinelli, your poll answer is?
For which one?
For which?
There's two briefs.
May I?
On the continuance issue? And do you want to make that a modified
Sir Chair.
poll, or would you like two separate polls, Council?
There would be two separate polls,
Okay.
one as to the continuance, and then the second would be my requested poll to direct staff to modify language in the future regarding briefing.
Chair Olivera, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I failed to mention again that this is 18 pages. I've never seen this. It wasn't produced to me last night or today. It was produced to me right now. And in that respect, I feel that myself and my applicant are prejudiced here at this appeal. I'd like, and I don't want to walk away from here for an hour and come back in an hour, but I'd like time to, which would also be another basis of the request for continuance, I'd like time to analyze this so that I can effectively respond on behalf of my client.
Understood, sir.
Mr. Chair, just like to clarify that. This is not new information. This is the same information that was presented to the Planning Commission, just packaged up slightly differently. So it is the same information that was provided to the applicant 2.5 months ago, and there is no new information in there. I'd also like to point out that Mr. Molinelli has been in contract with the appellant for at least 2 months, because he filed the appeal on April 27th. So, 27th. So there's been at least 2 months that Mr. Molinelli has been able to prepare for this hearing. In fact, we agreed that this hearing would be held this date back when we discussed extending the maximum 45-day appeal period or time frame to hear the appeal back in early May. So there's been plenty of opportunity. He knew this was the date that it was coming. There's no new information that we presented to him. The only thing that's new is just the packaging of the presentation of the information that was presented to the Planning Commission.
So as I understand it, the appeal was filed by counsel for the appellant
By
2 months ago.
counsel on April 27th.
April 27th.
And I apologize because I did say that I know that he retained me 1 day before that 15-day period was over,
Okay.
which was after the appeal, and whether it was 4 months or 8 months, I mean, I misspoke, and my time flies. So
I understand, sir.
I might.
Supervisor.
Yes, when was it denied by the Planning Commission?
The commission
April
denied the
13th.
appeal, yeah.
April 13th? When was the appellant notified that they had been denied? At the Planning Commission?
They were February 28th was the denial date. It was appealed on March 15th, and the appeal hearing was April 13th.
Well, does your clinic currently have a crop in the ground?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't believe so.
Sir?
I think we're speaking about
Have you
last-
planted for the season? No?
Okay, we're going to direct this back. Supervisor Tofinelli, do you have any further comments?
No.
Then let's deal with the first poll. That is the issue of continuance. Supervisor Tofinelli?
I'm not in favor of continuing.
Supervisor Garamendi?
Not in favor of continuance.
Supervisor Clapp?
Not in favor of continuing.
Supervisor Mills?
Prepared to hear it today.
Unanimous. All right, having said that,
Second.
we will be going back into the hearing process. We'll open the hearing back up. Oh, we're going to include it. Okay. It's been a long day.
It has been a long day.
Council? Okay.
The second poll would just be to direct staff on bringing back either a modification to the board rules or to the ordinance specifying a 72-hour advance filing for any legal briefs, and that would also include providing any PowerPoint presentation that staff would be making on any appeal hearing.
Just so I understand, would that be a poll or a vote of the board?
It would be a poll because I would be directing staff to bring something back at a future date.
Thank you. Board understand the issue by council? Supervisor Tofinelli?
Yes.
Supervisor Garamendi?
Yes.
Supervisor Clapp?
Yes.
Supervisor Mills?
Yes.
And I agree and concur, unanimous on the poll.
Very good.
I think we can start our hearing
Very
again.
good. Thank you, and my apologies to the appellant for jumping ahead of that request for the continuance. I'll get back. Let's just take it from the top here. Okay, that's fine. That's okay. So there were two reasons for the denial. The first was based on County Code Section 1795-165 N3A and B. That requires the appellant to provide date stamp photographic evidence dated no later than May 10th of either grading, earth moving, cultivation on that site commensurate with the amount that was applied to be developed. Mr. Moore provided these four photographs that you see on the screen here. The first one up in the upper left is basically an index photograph for the other three. The other three photographs show holes being drilled into the ground. And again, all of these photographs are dated April 11th, 2015. It's basically a flat site from what you see right there. It appears to be a flat site, an open field. Holes are being drilled into the ground. You can see the auger mounted on the Bobcat. One thing I want you to note is there's no evidence of water or a drainage in this photograph. And the other thing in the photographs that you'll note is that the grass is pretty dry. It all appears to be pretty yellow at this point in time. Given that April 11, 2015 group of evidence photos, we went and started looking at aerial evidence. Again, this site is a whole section. We have a whole square mile to look over. Based upon what we found in later photographic evidence, our attention was drawn to this area right here. And this is a county aerial that's taken on June 3rd, 2016. Pretty typical of what we're going to see in all the photos. You're going to see the stock pond. You're going to see a drainage coming out of the stock pond, the draw. There's some trees in the drainage right here. Down in the lower left, you'll see there's a corral. And one thing I want you to note is if you go to the upper left-hand corner of the corral, there's a fence line that takes off, crosses the draw, and over in this area in the future, we're going to be seeing a cultivation area. But as of June 3rd, 2016, there was no cultivation or earth moving in the draw. We didn't see evidence of that there, or on this hill across from the corral. Moving forward, we went to August 20th, 2016. And in this photograph, again, same topography, same site features. We see no cultivation or earth moving in the draw down along here. But across from the corral, following the fence line up on the hill, we see that there's some sort of cultivation in progress. the layout of that and the color of that, it's very suggestive of what we see in the evidence photographs that the appellant provided. So, having seen the aerial evidence, the aerial imagery, and comparing that to the evidence that the appellant had provided us, I took it upon myself to call Mr. Moore and have him explain why wasn't I seeing what I expected to see, especially back in the June 3rd photograph. I didn't see any evidence of cultivation. So I contacted Mr. Moore on February 17th, 2017. That was a discussion between him, the appellant, and myself from the planning department. What I asked him was, where are the holes shown in the photographs located? He explained to me that the holes had been made along the draw between the stock pond and that corral area. He also explained that cultivation of cannabis for personal use had occurred in the draw under the trees for years. I then asked him, why did he have photographs from 2015 to meet requirements that were not established until 2016? That seemed odd to me. The appellant explained that he did not have photographs showing cultivation when he became aware of the June 30th deadline and evidence requirements, meaning those evidence photographs. He explained the date of April 11th, 2015 was added to his photographs as a historical reconstruction of cultivation in the draw in previous years. Based upon that discussion and examining the aerial evidence, and there not being any evidence of any other photos that were submitted other than the photographs of the holes to show that there was other cultivation or grading or earth moving going on at the site, the applicant was denied for failing to meet the requirements of providing that date-stamped evidence showing grading, cultivation, and earth moving. Also, because the photos didn't accurately represent actual conditions on the ground, on the parcel, and because they purported to show evidence of activities, earth moving, that were required to occur on the parcel prior to May 10th, he was denied for providing false and misleading information. Subsequent to his denial, he did file a letter of an appeal to the Planning Commission. In that appeal, the appellant explained he did not understand why the denial letter stated the photographs were false and misleading. And he also asked why planning had accepted his application fee in the middle of July after having had the photos since the beginning of June. And actually, I believe we had those for about June 30th, and he was called back in on July 7th to submit his fee and complete the application. At the appeal hearing, Mr. Moore testified to these statements right here. At the appeal hearing, he said the four evidence photos were not false, but were in fact taken on April 11, 2015. The holes in the photos were dug in April so that he could do an outdoor cultivation. He excavated approximately 10,000 square feet when he excavated those holes. After he had done that, he then decided not to grow. He abandoned those holes, filled them in to prevent injury to his cattle. After doing that, he returned down to the draw where he did his traditional personal grow. Over the winter of 2015-2016, grass grew over the holes, which is why, Mr. Moore said, they were not visible in the county aerial of June 3rd, 2016. Also, as of May 10th, 2016, he testified he was not cultivating on the parcel. But after receiving his pending registration on July 7th, 2016, and being advised by his environmental consultant to move the cultivation 250 feet away from the draw, he established his 2016 cultivation area in what he's quoted as the exact same spot where the holes were drilled in 2015. Okay? So, What we saw in 2016, we should be able to go back and find holes in 2015. So what we have here is an aerial that was taken July 3rd, 2015. This is 3 months after the holes were drilled on April 11th. And what we see is there's no holes in the draw, as he told me during our telephone conversation. And there are also no holes at the same spot, which is across from the corral and the draw and in this hill area right up here. So we didn't find what he claimed as far as the cultivation in the same spot. This makes it a little clearer, although I wish that screen was a little darker up there. Corral, fence line going across to the cultivation area of 2016. The same spot would be from the corral here going across the draw. We should be able to see something right there, but it's not there. Furthermore, the idea of that grass being yellow, that was also an issue at the Planning Commission hearing. The evidence photographs purport to be taken on April 11, 2015. The aerial you're looking at on the screen right there is a Google Earth image that's taken on March 29th, 2015. This is 13 days prior to the evidence photographs. And if we were to say that, as he first told me, those photographs were taken in the draw, there's actually a nice green strip coming right down that draw. Those holes were actually, excavated there from what he told me on the telephone. And if we go to what he said at the Planning Commission meeting, those holes were excavated on this hill over here, which shows quite a bit of green on it also. So, Commission finding on the photographic evidence, and that was based on County Code Section 1795, 165, and 3A and B, and that requires that the registrant provide date-stamped photographic evidence of grading, earth moving, or cultivation no later than May 10th, 2016, which is commensurate with the area proposed to be cultivated. What the Commission found was that there was no evidence of cultivation or grading shown in the photographs to begin with. The holes purportedly dug in 2015 were filled in, abandoned, and only the personal grow in the draw was cultivated. Even if the holes were dug, filled in, and abandoned, this was not evidence of earth moving. Also, the personal cultivation was not commensurate in size with the 22,000 square feet of cultivation area applied for. And therefore, the Commission denied his appeal based on the photographic evidence requirement. On to false misleading reasoning here. There's a little further discussion. At the appeal hearing, the planning commissioners asked the appellant, did you verbally inform planning staff that the holes had been filled in before today, before the date of the hearing at the planning commission? That question was asked of Mr. Moore directly 3 times and indirectly one more time. And his responses were contradictory. The commission then asked staff, that being me, did the appellant tell you that the holes had been filled in before today? And my response then and today is that that day at the Planning Commission was the first day I heard the story about the holes being filled back in. So, the Commission finding on the false and misleading reasoning comes under Section 1795, 170A4 of the County Code. That states that registration of a medical cannabis cultivation site may be invalidated by the planning director if the application for registration contained false or misleading information. The Commission found that because the appellant had not informed staff that the holes had been filled in, but had instead submitted those hole photos as evidence with his application, the appellant had in fact submitted false and misleading information. And those were the findings of the Planning Commission. Do you have any questions?
Okay. Any further presentation by staff? Presentation by the appellant or representative.
Hello again, all. Jason Molinelli for appellant Joshua Moore. At the outset, there's plenty of information in there I've never seen or heard. I dispute the contention that that was all in the planning packet. If so, it's been amended and reconfigured, and there seems to be a good deal of information that was in that presentation that was not in the appeal packet that I received. Having said that, I'll get to the merits. Before I do that, actually, I have to raise an objection, and I do it with all due respect, that I perceive that there is a potential conflict of interest here through the dual representation of county council as counsel to the Board of Supervisors and counsel to the Planning Commission. And I say that as it's a potential conflict, and I reserve my right to further object if at any point in time in the future that potential conflict is proven or shown to be an actual conflict. And I say that with all due respect again because I have great respect and admiration for county council. However, there is a perceived potential conflict of interest here that can't be ignored. And again, if that is found to be an actual conflict, I would object to this hearing taking place under those grounds. There's evidence there that I had not prepared really to address, but I just want to raise one point. While I have it, it's in what I see as page 3. This photograph.
Let me go back. What's excuse me?
Evidence photographs, County Aerial, June 3rd, 2016. Any one of those, really. Any one of those is fine. There, right there.
Yeah.
Just in response to the position of the commission or planning that there's no holes to be seen, it was brought to my attention that that little white, what looks like a cow, is not. It's a 16,000-gallon water tank, which to me means it's massive, and it looks tiny, such that it would appear that under no circumstance would any holes in the ground be visible through that aerial photograph that would refute Mr. Moore's testimony at the prior hearing. So I would state that is insufficient evidence to show whether or not there are holes in the ground. So moving forward, as we spoke of a little earlier, I provided you all with a brief yesterday afternoon. It was a lengthy brief. There's significant law and legal citations in that brief to digest and interpret. I take county council's representation that she did so and conveyed that interpretation to you. But I do want to apologize for giving that to you so late. And I want to apologize to county council for the late drop as well. I know it takes a lot of effort to get through that. But I can boil it down really into one very simple doctrine of law without citing all the sites. And before I paraphrase the law in that brief, I'll represent to you that all the law in there is properly interpreted and depicted and is not cited in any misleading fashion. And I want to say that before I paraphrase the law because I don't want you to get the wrong intention. And county council can certainly advise on the law as they see fit in the brief, subject to my prior objection. But to put it in a nutshell, because we can argue the law on another day in court, or if it may come to that. But for the purpose of this administrative hearing, it really relates to the doctrine of substantial compliance. If you ask, there's not many people left in here, but if you ask basically anybody what's their take on the laws, they would tell you that they're punitive and restrictive, and for the most part they are. But in California, in this great state, not all the laws are punitive and restrictive. In fact, some are encouraging and helpful, and that would be the law, the doctrine of substantial compliance. That's cited in my brief. And in a nutshell, under California law, under that doctrine, substance prevails over form. When there's compliance as to all matters of substance in a statute, technical derivations are not to be given the stature of noncompliance. And that is why we're here today, because it's our position, as our brief sets forth, that Mr. Moore substantially complied with the urgency ordinance. And speaking to the urgency ordinance, we're in a bubble right here. And in that bubble, surrounding us is the urgency ordinance and California state statutory and case law and local law that's applicable to this issue. I leave politics outside the door because there's no place for that here. It may be that this is all for naught, that the future holds legislation where this is done, where there's no importance, a ban, for instance. But I ask that you set that aside today and operate inside the bubble, the universe where we're obligated and have a duty to contemplate this appeal hearing strictly under the terms of the urgency ordinance and applicable local and state law. Chairman Oliveira, I heard you say, I'm not going to say how many months ago because I'll get it wrong again, but it was quite a while back in a public hearing, citing your prior law enforcement experience. You spoke on the sanctity and the integrity of following the law, and it was your duty to do so. And I'm not trying to gain favor, but that gave me goosebumps because that's the principles on which I operate too. And I just want to remind everyone and ask that we honor that sanctity and that integrity and determine this on the merits under the urgency ordinance. So again, substance prevails over form. Mr. Moore complied substantially and actually with the urgency ordinance. While he was unable to provide photos of prior cultivation under 1795-165N3, he provided other evidence of prior cultivation, which included receipts in his application, which are there, permits, other documentation. He provided oral testimony on the phone to planning and at the appeal hearing, proving that he was cultivating prior to May 10, 2016. We've attached two declarations, one of which includes a statement, a sworn statement that that declarant, Tony Borba, was aware of the prior cultivation. We brought a witness, Mr. Dave Zuwalt, who also is the landowner of that 600 plus acres, who also can testify to the prior cultivation going on that parcel in commensurately that same area and commensurately in that same fashion. And I provide the definition of commensurate in the brief, which you can refer to. It's not an exact, precise, it doesn't have a precise meaning. Planning also had evidence in its possession, the permits, the receipts in the application, notes from the oral testimony, that they had knowledge and proved that he was cultivating prior to May 10th, 2016, commensurate with the activities under his application. And as I stated earlier, We had intended to continue our search for more evidence, which we believe is out there. Nonetheless, you have evidence in front of you that would substantially comply with the urgency ordinance that he was cultivating there under the Compassionate Use Act, the medical marijuana program. As such, Mr. Moore, he substantially complied with the requirements of the urgency ordinance, and his application should be granted. As my brief points out, which I hope you read these portions carefully, we cite precedents here in Calaveras County, many other examples of applications and appeal hearings. There's 3 to 5 sites in there of prior examples where other applicants have passed with similar substantial compliance, and they're there for your reading. And some of those examples are with respect to the exact same section of the urgency ordinance. Substantial compliance doesn't apply if the intent of the statute is frustrated. The urgency ordinance has a stated intent. It's in the statute itself, which include protect the public health, safety, and welfare of the residents of the county of Calaveras, eliminate the potential for significant additional impacts on the environment, and unmitigated growth pending the adoption of an environmental impact report, and reduce conditions that create public nuisances. There is no better candidate, no better applicant that satisfies the spirit of the urgency ordinance than Mr. Moore. The cultivation is located basically smack dab in the middle of 600 acres, surrounded by, or on a 5-piece parcel of 1,600 acres. There's no negative impacts. There's no neighbors. It's not in a residential area. There's no neighbors who can smell the odor. The only thing smelling the odor out there is the cattle. And there's no traffic in and out of residential neighborhoods. There's no impact in that respect. His environmentalist, who we had hoped to have here, who was not, she would testify, and Josh would be happy to represent and testify as well, that when she saw the cultivation area last year, she thought it was beautiful, the best she's ever seen. No runoff. They have a stock pond. What's more, not only are there no negative impacts to the community or the environment, there are positive impacts that this applicant brings to the community and the environment. Created the stock pond, and you can read the declarations from his neighbors. And when I say neighbors, it's not like my neighbor who's, I could look out the window and see him next door. It's the other gentlemen who have the other land around them, the agricultural preserve. They'll tell you how much they rely on Mr. Moore and have come to really appreciate his and value his place in that reserve there. He's helped with roads, with water, with cattle. He's genuinely friendly and helpful and supportive of his neighbors. In fact, the declarations you have, those declarants, they're not cannabis people per se, as, you know, for lack of a better term. And yet, they sign their name to those documents saying, hey, this is a fellow that we rely on, and if there is a candidate that we would support for cultivation in this county, it would be him. So in that respect, the impacts are beneficial. And again, it may be all for naught that cannabis cultivation is banned at some point in the county, but right now it's regulated under the urgency ordinance. Mr. Moore has substantially complied with the urgency ordinance. He's a stand-up guy. He's a family man. He's hardworking. He takes care of his neighbors. He's got a cultivation that only positively impacts the community environment. And for those reasons, we would ask that you grant our appeal and reinstate his application with the planning to, for further grant or whatever processes they may endeavor. That's all I have. I'm certainly open to questions. Again, I have the landowner here, quite a gentleman who'd be happy to speak to the prior cultivation, his knowledge of that, and to the value that he places on having Mr. Moore on his land. Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Counsel.
Sir.
Did the landowner testify at the planning commission?
No, sir.
Counsel?
But wait a minute. I don't know. I'm sorry. I shouldn't say.
Peter, did
Okay.
the landowner?
Ladies and gentlemen, one at a time, please. Supervisor Toffenelli, your question?
Yes, did the landowner speak at the planning commission?
I don't recall, I don't think so. I don't remember the landowner speaking.
Sir, could you stand up? Is that the landowner?
Come on up, sir.
Is that the landowner?
Yes, sir. Mr. Sewell.
Any staff member recall him being there?
I remember being present in the audience, but I don't remember I don't think he spoke.
Okay. That answer your question, sir?
I stated something about between the pictures, they said they could see no cultivation, that there was 225 cows and calves through there. You couldn't see sign.
Sir, you'll have an opportunity. We need to hear from county council first. We're going to address issues as they were brought up by appellate's counsel. Go ahead.
A couple of issues that Mr. Molinelli brought up was the potential conflict with my office. And I would just like to advise the board there is substantial case law, specifically Whitcomb Ranch v. County of Sonoma, that actually identifies the role of county council, and a single county council or deputy county council can advise the planning department, the planning commission, and the board, as long as that advice is advisory and not prosecutorial. We have taken substantial strides to make sure that we do not cross over from advisory to prosecutorial, to the extent that Ethan Turner has advised the planning department and has represented the planning department in any of the appeal hearings. He does not speak to me or the planning department, the planning commission council as it relates to these hearings. So we do take a significant amount of strides to ensure that there are walls, that my representation of this board is advisory, that my office is advisory, and to the extent that Mr. Turner does cross over to prosecutorial, there are walls within my office that we do not cross. Specifically, I have not talked to Mr. Turner about this appeal, and I would like the record clear that I have not talked to Mr. Turner about this appeal.
Thank you, Counsel.
The other thing that I would like the record to be clear about is substantial compliance. And as the board knows, the board determines how strict they interpret their own laws and whether they want to interpret things strictly or broadly, and what evidence they consider sufficient to meet the requirements of our own county code. You just have to be consistent when making or rendering your decisions. And finally, just I have this on my notes, so I want the board to remind me when we get to this point. If there is going to be an adoption of any resolution, whether it's approving, granting, or denying the appeal, I would just ask that a finding be added to that resolution regarding the denial of the continuance. I have drafted some recommended language for a finding based on what was asked and what was said in this hearing. So when we get to that point, just remind me and I can read it into the record what I would recommend a finding be added for that resolution.
Thank you, Counsel. Any further, Supervisor Clapp, do you have a desire to speak? I'm sorry, sir. No. Supervisor Mills?
Is this time for questions?
We do have, I want to wait down to where the board has inquiry and discussion. At this time, we'll have presentation by members of the public. They'll be limited to 5 minutes per person. And sir, now's the opportunity that you can address the board. Yes, sir.
My name is David Swall. I own the property that the cultivation's on.
I'm going to ask you to speak right into that microphone, sir. So.
My name is David Swall. I own the property where the grow is, or my trust does, I guess now. But like I say, that one tank is 16,000 gallons. Water tank, been there for 21 years. Where they said the grass was dry, it was a drought that year, and I had them disc it before they drilled the holes so they wouldn't start a fire, and I didn't want any fire things. And my little brother had been growing pot down there since 1977 on the same water system.
Thank you, sir. Any further public comment?
And Josh has been growing down there off the spring.
I didn't.
Josh Moore grew the last 2 years down on that low ground along the spring too, using the same water as my brother used to.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Further comments by the public? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to summation and rebuttal by the appellant. 15 minutes, sir, for each appellant. Do you have any further information?
I would waive rebuttal.
Okay. Staff, summation and rebuttal?
Yes, there are, excuse me, Peter Maurer, Planning Director. There are a couple of points I'd like to make in response to the presentation by Mr. Molinelli. First, he stated that you couldn't see the holes, but you can clearly see the holes that were dug. Granted, there are plants in there as well, but if there were holes in the ground, you could see those. We've seen hundreds of these photographs, aerial imaging, and you can see where the holes are. So I would dispute the fact that because you can't see them, they're too small. That's just not the case. We could see them. Secondly, when it comes to the substance over form and substantial compliance with the ordinance, the intent of this ordinance was to freeze cultivation as it was on May 10th last year. It didn't mean that someone who was growing a small personal plot could suddenly grow 22,000 square feet or any other amount. Unless it was to relocate it away from the 75-foot setback, that was the only provision in which you could move your cannabis cultivation area. This clearly, if he'd been growing, and there may have been a few plants down under the trees in the past. I don't think we're disputing that. But clearly, this is a significant expansion of whatever might have been growing previously. And it occurred after May 10th. And that was not only a strict prohibition of the code, it was the intent of the code to stop grading, to stop new cultivation until we had an ordinance in place. If this gentleman was such an upstanding citizen that he wanted to comply, he should have waited until a new ordinance was in place. He could have continued his personal grow as was allowed under the code. But the whole intent of the ordinance, the substance of the ordinance, was to freeze cultivation as it was on May 10th. And the whole purpose of the process that we went through and are continuing to go through is to document that they were indeed growing in the area that they're now cultivating in. And so I would disagree that he met the substance of the code and the intent of the law. Clearly, this was in excess of that. I think that's all that I have to say, but I know that Mr. Turner has some points that he would like to make. I don't know if Mr. Molinelli is aware, but the Planning Commission videos are available online on YouTube and on the Planning Coalition website. And had he watched them before this hearing, he would have known that several of the statements he made contradicted statements made by his client during that hearing. At 1 hour and 38 minutes in, 1 hour and 46 minutes in, Mr. Maurer asked him a series of questions to clarify his position. He said, were you previously growing in the draw? Mr. Moore said yes. Had you grown in the prepared cultivation area? No, we hadn't. And these are questions before, as it relates to activity before May 10th. Mr. Maurer said, this is a new cultivation site. He said yes. And then Mr. Moore moved the grow to an entirely new area where it didn't exist before, and Commissioner Wooster followed up with a question saying, if those holes were drilled, where they purport to be, what would the entire cultivation area be? And Mr. Moore said 10,000 feet after explaining he drilled 99 holes that were 10 feet apart. And so that's substantially less than 22,000 square feet, which is the applied for area. Mr. Molinelli also, in his brief, cited several other applications. I reviewed the photos that were referenced in those, and they are not as he characterized in his brief. He cited 2016-114. Those photos were not demonstrably false. They showed the cultivation area, and upon inspection by code compliance, they were found to depict exactly what they purported to depict. And in he also alleged that the date stamps were not visible on those photos, or that there were no date stamps on those photos, and there were. I looked in the data scan files, date stamps are right there. And the other two are just not applicable because they show what they purport to show. They're found to be totally accurate when compared with aerial imagery, and when code and compliance went and did their inspections, they were found to contain cultivation sites that were the same square footage as was requested on the application. And I also want to discuss what we call the nightlife issue, which is the name of a case wherein lawyers within a single office at a county council, or might have been a city, I can't remember in that particular case, talked to each other about a prosecutorial activity where one advised the planning commission, I believe it was, and the other advised the planning department, the prosecutorial body. And we strictly observe those restrictions. We never discuss these cases. We both received a brief yesterday, and neither of us discuss it with one another at all. And that's how it is with every single case that is heard before either the planning commission or the planning or the board of supervisors. And I would like Paul to flip back, if he could, Paul, to the image of April, where the grass is obviously green.
You want to go forward to the...
Yeah, before. Yeah, this photo is 13 days before the holes were purportedly drilled. It's clear that the grass is green. And I grew up on a cattle ranch at 1,000 feet up from sea level, which is similar to this, and never in living memory has the grass been brown like that in April. Not even after a 6-year drought. It's been green as it was in 2015 in this image. And that concludes my rebuttals. Paul, do you have anything else?
Yes, I think the only thing I'd like to add to this is there has not been any substantial addressing of any of the evidence that was part of the denial, the original denial, or the appeal to the board. Mr. Molinelli has not discussed those evidence photographs, reputed them one way or another, and also the aerial evidence. The factual evidence has not been addressed here, and that I would like to see, if there's any entertainment by this board at all to overturn the Planning Commission's appeal.
Councilman, let's respond to those inquiries.
Thank you. First, with respect to my prior objection, I was fully satisfied by Madam County Counsel's explanation. Didn't need that from counsel here, but thank you. He misinterprets, misleads his analysis of that, completely ignoring Mr. Zawald's testimony that he did something to it, some agricultural term, dissed it. So that would explain that, and there's no reason why it would be any other way. But appreciate the comments about the cattle ranch. With respect to Mr. Maurer's comments about substantial compliance, and the intent of the statute, the intent is stated right there in the ordinance. I appreciate that Mr. Maurer has some opinions and feelings about what the intent was, but I think on the face of the statute, it's clear what the intent was as it was stated. That's the best kind of intent in a statute. You don't have to look at the legislative history. You don't have to guess. It's stated in the statute itself. And with respect to his analysis related to substantial compliance, that's a legal doctrine subject to a legal analysis. And with all due respect, I don't think he satisfied that analysis. Those little, the marks that they showed on that last photograph that they, again, say those are holes in the August photograph. Those are not holes. Those are 200-gallon pots, which are massive and would show up there such that holes would not. And there's commensurate, what is that? Commensurate parcel. With respect to the substantial compliance, saying that there was no compliance, and Mr. Turner said that I made some mistakes, some misrepresentations that were contrary to some prior testimony from my client at the last hearing. In fact, I was not mistaken. The term commensurate is ordinarily defined by Merriam-Webster as corresponding in size, extent, amount, or degree. 1795-165N3 states that, quote, medical cannabis applicants, quote, must provide evidence satisfactory to the planning director that no later than May 10, 2016, he or she has taken demonstrable steps towards the development of a commercial medical cannabis cultivation site on the parcel, not in the exact same place, on the parcel, commensurate with the application. Commensurate does not mean precise. Commensurate means corresponding in size, extent, amount, or degree. So that wasn't conflicting to what my client said earlier. And when you read that together, you see that he is in substantial compliance with his prior grows, which may or may not have been in the same place. Sounds like they weren't, but a little confusing. And Mr. Grow, yes, sir. With all due respect, the factual evidence is the factual evidence. We have addressed that. We said that the evidence presented at the Planning Commission hearing was substantially compliant with the urgency ordinance, and that's the argument. So I think that's my time. And again, always a pleasure to be in front of you all. Thank you. And I appreciate all the work that you do nonetheless. So thank you very much.
Okay. This time we'll have public comment rebuttal, rebuttal by the members of the public. Is there any speaker?
Bill Wilson again, District 1. 600 acres. Didn't you say you wanted 600-acre minimum lot size for possible regulation, Mr. Tofinelli? Definitely big enough size. I understand a lot of people were very leery before 2015. You didn't take pictures. I happen to have a picture of my grow, my wife's grow. It has a background of the Butte fire in it. Definite photographic evidence. Unfortunately, we weren't able to expand. We didn't have the money to. We would have loved to. This gentleman grew or didn't grow. Looks like he may have grown. I don't know. I need more. I need your glasses. I need mine. I need a better photograph. I need to do a physical inspection of something to say, yeah, looks like there was earth movement there. Was it before May 10th? God, I don't know. I hope so. Some of this looks like there was. Some of it looks like there wasn't. He says he's not even growing right now. he's kind of complied with everything. You know, you denied him, what, almost a year after he applied? Again, we can kick everybody out, you know, it's hard to keep some people in. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Any other speakers on this issue? Seeing none, hearing none, we'll bring it back to the board for questions of the appellant, counsel, or staff. Supervisor Mills?
Yes, this would be for Mr. Molinelli. Yeah, you are aware that the planning department, planning commission videos are on Google, and you can get them and review them at your leisure.
Is that on that internets thing I've heard about?
Okay.
Yeah, no, I was not aware of that, but now I am. I do appreciate that.
They're on YouTube, sir.
Okay, super. I am aware, I do from time to time watch your meetings. I was not aware that planning or any other agency in Calaveras County was also on the internet.
So who added the dates to the photographs?
I think that was admitted by Mr. Moore. And in fact, he admitted it. It wasn't an intent to mislead. It was a historical recreation. And to draw a comparison, I did the same thing on an application for another fella and brought it into planning. He said, how did those, not one of these gentlemen, says, how did those dates get there? I said, well, I put them there with the computer. He said, well, that's not going to do it. So I was afforded an opportunity to then go back and to go to the client and say, we can't put this historical recreation on here. That's not meeting the standards of the planning. How are we going to do it? Planning gave me a tip. They said, take a screenshot with your phone. I didn't even know what that was, but they told me how to do it. And so that's what we did. Mr. Moore did not receive that benefit. But outside of that, I recall when I was a kid, you'd get the photographs developed and there'd be a date on the back. But now there's no dates on photographs. We don't use cameras. We use phones. Nothing's dated except for a screenshot. And so that was why I spoke of earlier. We're trying to revive some of his old phones to try to take a screenshot of an old photograph. So, long answer.
Thank you for your answer. I understand that even on old phones, the digital record is there of the date in most of the older systems. The holes that were being dug, I'm looking at an auger that was probably 3 feet deep, 16 inches deep. And you stated that you put the dirt back because of the cattle. The question would be, how did you put it back? Okay. So when you're doing that, you're really not compacting to anything close to native soil. Well, when you put dirt back that's been dug up, especially with an auger, sir, I've done undergrounding for years, and you've got to be able to achieve a 92% compaction rate to prevent divots or evidence, even later in that same season from occurring. So when I look at the picture of August right there, I could see something, but I see something another piece that's more interesting. And for Mr. Zwalt, who understands what I'm talking about, is when you drive over ground like that, you leave tracks. You can't avoid them, and years later, they're still there. Now you back up to the June tape, and I don't see any tracks. I don't even see tracks between the angled road and the one going up to the corral, much less talk about tracks going further up.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but we cannot hear on the video one thing that the appellant is saying.
Oh,
he should stand at the microphone.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, we can't hear anything you've said.
So what I'm trying to figure out is that why we don't have any evidence of tracks or ground disturbance that would be showing on that picture. It doesn't fit in my world that something didn't happen there.
I mean, there's the road coming in right there. You can see it's highly traveled right in the middle of the screen.
I understand. I see where the water tank is, but I'm looking up beyond the water tank, and I'm not seeing any evidence of vehicles that had driven in that area recent to that photograph. You follow what I'm thinking?
No, I follow what you're saying.
Okay.
Correct. There's no tracks in there. Now, number two is that when you turn in your app.
We were going in the ditch at that point.
Sir?
We were in the creek bottom at that point. I didn't have a permit June 3rd. I had nothing.
Okay, so even if you had done the auger work in the year previous,
Yeah.
I would see on that photograph, if I were to blow it up, I would see pocketing or evidence of pocketing because you never did truly compact it back close enough to native after doing the auger work.
There's 300 cows up there through the winter.
I understand.
You think you're going to see that divot the following year after it's rained
Multiple
all the way
divots
Yeah.
will eventually, yes, they do show up. I'm just trying to make some points here. In your application, this would be on packet page 548 of our agenda. It says something of an admission of need to put in a 6-foot tall fence with gates. I don't see any evidence of a fence being put up here. Even if you were to take and shine the sunlight at an angle like you do with the water tank, as you can see, there's a shadow on the water tank. So I don't see any fence around that at all. Am I not seeing something here? Maybe this is a question to staff too. Did you put up a fence?
Yes, 100%.
It just doesn't really show that there's a fence there.
There's a fence there.
So on page 548 of our application, of your application, the dates, the signatures that are there, where the landowner and you signed off on it, what is the date that you signed off on it in the application?
If you could let us know, we don't have that in front of us.
Okay. Because I'm seeing a date, both of you signed off, or somebody signed the same date, and I think it was the same person that signed it, at 7/7/16. July 7th, 16. In fact, at the bottom of the pages, and I go down 3 more pages, it says received July 7th, 2016. This is for the application to grow.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay. I was put on a waiting list because when I came in to turn my application, there were so many people in here. I turned it in not even expecting to get a permit. They said, we'll call you back when we can run through the list of people. And they called me back in like 2 weeks later after the June 30th deadline because there were so many people in here turning their applications in that they never could get to me that day. So they waited and called me like 3 weeks later.
Okay, so
That's when I came back.
it does show a stamp of received on June 30th on the top of the application, but then there's a subsequent receipt of the full application then on July 7th, correct?
That's when I came back in and paid them.
Okay. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Mills. Any further questions by the board? Seeing none, we'll close the hearing. We'll have a board discussion and deliberation. Any members would like to speak up, deliberate on this issue right now? Seeing, I'm sorry, County Council?
I would just like to add, because I was present in all of the hearings and everything when the urgency ordinance was adopted, I need to advise the board that the intent of the urgency ordinance was not to allow a grower to pick their grow up from one location and relocate it. The whole point and intent of the urgency ordinance was to stop the expansion and to stop new grows from starting in the county. New grows or expansion of grows or relocation of grows, the intention was that would be handled under a permanent ordinance. The urgency ordinance was to freeze things as they were on the day that it was adopted on May 10th. So the intention was not to allow a small grow to expand in a different area of that same parcel. It was to allow them to continue operating what they have historically operated in this, but for the setbacks, that would be the only option for relocating or moving their grow for the proportionate distance to accommodate the setback. But the urgency ordinance was intended to freeze cultivation to what it has historically been, not to expand or not to move, or not to create new gardens.
My question would be to you then, that had he grown in the draw, and that was in the wrong place, and shown that he was growing in the draw, and then moved it off of the draw to get away from it, that substantially would have been, as long as you maintain that size, everything's fine. Does that make sense?
Potentially, yes. The draw, I don't know why it would be moved from the draw. I don't know. But the only requirement for moving the location is setbacks.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, counsel. I'm afraid we're not. I'm sorry, what?
WQBC, you can't eat within so many square.
Oh, sir, we can't hear that evidence. I'm sorry. I thought you mentioned something about the clock.
I would just note that the urgency ordinance does not address moving a grow in order to meet the requirements of the WQCB, the Water Quality Control Board. It does not address that. It only allows for moving a grow to accommodate setbacks.
Yeah, you rose a good point. I'm sorry. I thought you meant we're gonna continue until we hear the comments here. I hope the board understands, the staff understands. Otherwise, we'll be coming back tomorrow. And I think we can accomplish this today if that's okay with everybody. I'm going to address council. Does that present a problem for you? That's fine. And of course, Madam Clerk, I know that you're not happy about this, but I don't want you to come back tomorrow.
So
you have to come back.
just so that we understand that we also have to hear the other appeal.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Having said that, any more deliberation by the board? I entertain a motion.
I would move to deny the appeal based upon the findings as the Planning Commission had found, and also to make a notation of the denial of the continuance, which I would ask County Council to insert into it due to our discussion.
Motion understood by all members. Second? Any second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Supervisor Clapp. Any more public comment before we vote? Seeing and hearing none, we'll bring it back. All in favor of the motion by Supervisor Mills to uphold Planning Commission's denial and the modification dictated by council, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion passes 5-0, unanimous. Thank you. At this time, we're going to hear from the appellant. Madam Clerk, could you, for the record, at least read the agenda item?
I can. Item 39 is from the Planning Department to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution upholding the Planning Commission's denial of the appeal of the Planning Director's denial of commercial cannabis registration 2016-717 for James Hansen on APN 046-017-098, file 2016-717.
Okay, sir, I'm going to ask you to take a position at the podium. And just so we understand, your matter has been heard and has been voted on by the board. The board may or may not take that into consideration, but the opportunity to speak in your behalf is afforded right now.
Okay, absolutely. Thank you for letting us hear this again. I was here all day. I was hungry, and I was watching it on the video camera, and I was driving back. I was listening, so I thank you for that. Okay. My name is J.J. Hansen. I'm the owner and CEO of Dang City Collective. My application was denied due to the water board not receiving paperwork that I had put in the mail and mailed off, as that was one of the methods that was acceptable. Either you could go online and pay online, you could walk the the paperwork and the payment into the office physically, or you could mail it in the mail, which I did. It didn't say it had to be registered mail, or else I would have done that. And I snapped photographs of the day that I did it. I believe it was June 14th of last year. And I snapped photographics of the letter that I put inside the mail and the contents that was in the letter, which was the filled out documentation to the water board, and then the $2,500 check. After I did that, honestly, I thought it was taken care of. I didn't know I had to follow back up with them to see if they had received it. It didn't say in any paperwork that, how they would respond to say that they received it. In all due honesty, I was up at the farm, and I heard in the video when I was driving back here that they said if I didn't check my account to see if a $2,500 was deducted out. We don't have internet access up there, and to be quite honest, we were in such a scramble from getting the permit. I probably didn't even check my account until after the season in October. I was just putting money barely in there to pay my bills and stuff. So I wouldn't have recollected the $2,500 getting taken out. I might note that I do have over 500 patients that have signed up on my membership now at Dang City Collective since 2015. And to deny this paperwork over what I feel would be a technicality in the mail would be a tragedy to all the patients that depend on medicine from Dang City Collective that I was able to cultivate here in the county. So I ask you guys for a way to grant me this. I'm sorry, I lost my place. I do have here my landowner too. I'd like to have him step up and say a few things about character witness and whatnot, so you guys could take that into your decision as well.
I think right now the issue is whether or not you paid your $2,500 fee and how that got processed. So
right. So the next,
not to be rude, but
okay, yeah,
I think we're dealing with that issue, sir.
Not a problem. So the first time of me hearing about anything about my application since I had got the application granted to me, I think at the end of June, I believe it was, or at the end of May, whenever I got my permit, was when they contacted me in March about the water board not receiving the paperwork and the check that I had sent off back in June. So I think that was the first time them reviewing my application was in March, 10 months after I got my permit. So that's the first time that I had heard that the water board had not received it. I didn't know I needed to follow up and check my account to see if that check. I still haven't voided that check. So
have you contacted the water board about this?
I did contact as soon as they contacted me in March about the water board not receiving my document and check that I mailed off. I contacted a gentleman by the name of Terrell, and he, extensively researched the systems, and he could not find it. So obviously, it did get lost in the mail, and that's the evidence that I had showing that I did actually mail it off, and the date stamps on those evidence on the photographs. And I believe at the appeal hearing they said, what about getting it registered? And, that wasn't a requirement in one of the methods. It just said by mail, or else I would have gotten it registered. So, yeah, that's why we're here today,
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Questions of the board, County Council?
I just wanted to remind the board that the burden of proof is on the appellant. So the appellant has to produce sufficient evidence that they meet all the requirements of the urgency ordinance. The burden is not on the county to follow up. It's on the applicant.
Thank you, Counsel. Comments by the board?
Did you receive a canceled check from the water board?
No, I did not.
So they still have it, or somebody still has it?
Well, I mean, since it's not in their possession, obviously it got lost in the mail. Since
Sure.
I'm sorry.
No, that's fine.
Sir, do you balance your statement on your checking account?
Say that again?
Do you balance your statement on your checking accounts?
Balance them, like review them.
Actually check, make sure the bank doesn't make a mistake?
No, honestly, I do not. No.
Did you notice you had an extra $2,500 in your checking account?
You know what? I was spending so much money last year, and putting money in. Honestly, $2,500 could have easily gotten looked over.
Okay, I can understand that.
Yeah.
I'll bring it back. Supervisor Garamendi?
You know, you seem like a decent fella, but I mean, we have this situation where we have no evidence to say where things are at. And we are stuck, we have to follow certain rules, apply them universally. I know how things get busy. I know, it's hard to keep track of all that stuff. I feel for you.
Even if one of the methods was to mail out, that was one of the methods that was okayed by you guys. I just hate to get denied by a simple technicality. I feel it's the mail's fault. There's stuff, I'm sure we've all lost packages in the mail. In hindsight, yes, I wish I would have just physically took it in there. Or done it online, but
Counsel, you lit up. I'm sorry, Supervisor Tofinelli, but do you have something?
Just to remind the board, when my office has to serve another party with any kind of documentation, and we need to provide verification or evidence that they were in fact served with whatever it was that we were serving, we do have to either do a proof of service or there has to be some sent certified mail. Certified mail provides a receipt that it was in fact sent and that it was in fact delivered. So certainly if it was sent certified mail, there would be that evidence to show that it was in the mail. I just wanted to remind the board that, again, the burden is on the applicant to provide evidence that it was in fact done.
Yeah, I was like to say something that I've been paying taxes for 50-some years now, and even when I was 18 years old, when I mailed my taxes in, I got proof of mail. It's 75 cents today. It used to be like a quarter. And it's a little piece of paper, and it just says that the post office mailed this piece of mail to this address from here at this time. And I've never been audited, or I've been audited, but I never had it lost. But when I mailed my taxes in this year, I still paid the extra fee because it is that important. And if I was getting a permit process, I would do it even on that point. Even 50 years ago, I would have done it if it's that important. It was very important because if you're here now.
Okay, at this time, I'd poll the board to let the previous vote stand or to reopen the case. Supervisor Tofinelli?
I let the previous vote stand.
Supervisor Garamendi? Indicating by nodding his head. Supervisor Platt? And indicating by nodding his head. Supervisor Mills?
I'm sorry, the vote's got to stand.
I'd be the unanimous vote on that. Thank you, sir. I'm sorry. Madam Clerk.
Supervisor announcements. In compliance with AB 1234, chaptered as Government Code Section 53232.3D, this is the time for board members to report on meetings attended on behalf of the county and to carry out their duties as a county supervisor.
I'll go first. I want to go home.
In deference to Diane, I'll forego my discussion so you can go home.
I could. Okay, all right. Yeah, I'll reserve reporting out until next meeting.
I apologize for the, this is all right, I can report out to you. RCRC, sorry, but at the, that was on tape. But the RCRC meeting last week, just because it impacts what we're doing here, the RCRC board voted to endorse HR 975, which is a Roy Bacher amendment that is co-authored by our congressman. It's the Respect for State Marijuana Laws Act of 2017. It basically says that they are directing the Department of Justice to spend no funds enforcing federal law on cannabis in states that have legal places, and it names out specifically California. This is germane to what we're doing because there has been consideration that the feds were going to come in. I don't think Attorney General Session is going to come into a district that is where the author of this bill represents. So as we deal with our local congressional race, not race, but congressman, it's just important that we all are aware where he is regarding federal intervention in the state law. And the RCRC voted to endorse that, his Roy Bacher bill.
Thank you, Supervisor Garamendi. Supervisor Tofinelli.
I was going to report out, but Tim's not here. We did finally meet with P&J and Tetra Tech on their invoices and what that. But since I'll wait till the next time, our next meeting when Tim will be here, because he attended that with me. But there was a question earlier today by one of the public speakers during public comment period, saying that we continue to make a big secret about how much we've collected from Measure C funds. And I asked for some documentation on that, and as of this morning at 9 o'clock, the county has received $4.796 million in Measure C funds. So that's up to date as of today.
With that, staff, any reporting out?
Mr. Chairman, you had asked that I provide an update on where we're at with the EIR. It's in process. Unless there's any specific questions you have of me, I don't have a whole lot to say, and I'll let you guys go.
Okay. Mr. Maurer, thank you very much for staying. Staff and folks, it's been a long day, but we got it done, and I want to thank you personally for your patience. Meeting adjourned. All right, who said no more marathons?